Hello friends. This is the Ani fanfic. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Mastermind Naruto manipulated Sakura with the Guardian's authority? Here is short summary. Naruto is a powerful guardian, and Sakura is his charge. See what happens as Naruto protects Sakura as the duo walks toward her destiny. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with strange whisker marks on his cheeks stood in front of a panel of stern-looking men. The boy stared up at the panel with a face devoid of fear. Just looking into his sapphire eyes, one could see his strength, and one could see that the boy was no stranger to a fight. His eyes were strong, like those of a wolf. Naruto called the head member of the panel. Congratulations. You have successfully completed your training. You are now officially a guardian. Are you prepared to receive your charge? Hi. The boy known as Naruto calmly replied. Naruto, from this day forth, you are a guardian. Your charge's life is vastly more important than your own. From this day forth, you shed any hopes and dreams of a future. From this day forth, you dedicate your life, and use your power to ensure that your charge survives. Congratulations. The man dictated. Arigato, was Naruto's only response. You are to proceed to the charge's hall to get information on your charge. Once you have information, you will leave immediately to find and protect him or her. Dismissed. The blonde-haired boy simply nodded and left. Naruto was now 16. His name was simply Naruto, no last name. No guardians had a last name. A last name would only add more value to the guardians' lives, something that could not happen. Guardians weren't meant to live happy lives. No, a guardian typically gave their lives to protect the life of their charge. Guardians never fell in love, and certainly never had children. That was, until Naruto's parents. Minato and Kushina fell in love and somehow managed to get assigned to charges who were in love with each other. Eventually, Minato got Kushina pregnant, and she was too weak to protect her own charge. Minato took over, as guardian for both of their charges during Kushina's pregnancy. Just as Kushina gave birth to Naruto, a powerful man attacked their charges, forcing Minato and a weakened Kushina to sacrifice their lives to stop the man. The Guardian Assembly immediately took Naruto, who was the son of two immensely powerful guardians. As soon as Naruto could walk, they began crafting him into the perfect guardian. Naruto mastered his father's legendary Rasengan and Hirishin, and even created his own upgraded version of the Rasengan. He mastered his mother's chakra chains technique as well. On top of that, the boy had mastered Sage Jutsu, and mastered both the wind and fire elements, and was well on his way to mastering the water element. He truly was a prodigy. His strength and speed were nearly unrivaled, and his taijutsu was second only to a few. Usually a guardian wasn't given a charge until they reached 18 years of age, but Naruto was a special case. At 16 he was already more powerful than even the most seasoned guardians. Last but not least, the boy had two Tonto that he mysteriously never used. The council had tried to figure out what he used the Tontos for, but Naruto would only tell them they were for his ultimate technique, and he hoped to never have to use them. The powerful blonde-haired boy walked through the doors of the charge hall, and headed straight to the desk. Ah, Naruto, congratulations on officially becoming a guardian. The kind old man behind the counter said as he shuffled through some folders looking for Naruto's charge information. Thank you, old man. The boy calmly replied. Even though the boy had been trained from a baby, he still didn't seem to grasp the concept of respect fully when it came to his elders. Ah, here you are. You lucked out, Naruto, you got a beauty. The old man proclaimed as he handed Naruto a folder. Oh, don't forget your new change of clothes. We don't want you out there in the bright orange guardian trainee outfits. If you went out there like that, everyone in a 100-mile radius would be able to spot you. Right, thanks, old man. I'll be going now. The prodigy replied, as he took his leave. He opened the folder to see a picture of a beautiful girl with pink hair and shining emerald eyes. Sakura Haruno, huh? I wonder what your destiny is, the blonde mused as he left the Guardian Academy for the first time. Sakura Haruno was walking through the village of Konoha. She wore a short red zip-up sleeveless shirt, with a white circle on the back, a short pink skirt that went just to her thighs, and had tight black shorts underneath her skirt which went slightly further than the skirt. Her feet were covered by calf-length boots, and her long hair went just past her shoulders. It was a beautiful spring afternoon, and she was glad to have nothing to do. Sakura was a highly intelligent girl who had been trained by her father how to fight a little, but she was only 16 and was yet to figure out what exactly she wanted to do with her life yet. As a little girl she had always dreamed of being one of the Celesti, a person who had a hidden power which would reveal itself when they faced their destiny. The Celesti had been saving the world since the beginning of humanity. Whenever a major threat arises, a Celesti's hidden power would come out to save the world. The Celesti had become so important to the world's safety that in time they began to be hunted before their hidden powers could burst forth. That was when the Guardians appeared. A group of powerful heroes dedicated to protecting the Celesti. A younger Sakura had always dreamed of having a strong, handsome, dreamy guardian who stood by her side as she saved the world. Now that the pink-haired girl was older, she knew how unlikely it was for her to be a Celesti. Sakura Haruno was simply an ordinary girl. Her taijutsu was nothing special, she didn't have very good stamina, she wasn't the most beautiful girl, she was just Sakura. A smart girl with an obnoxiously large forehead. She remembered when her best friend Ino Yamanaka left 2 years ago. A strong-looking older man, with spiky black hair and a black goatee and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, came to her and told her he was a guardian and she was his charge. Sakura had been so jealous, but not overly surprised. Ino was a stunning platinum blonde with the perfect figure, was strong-willed, intelligent, and brave. In the 10 years Sakura had spent hanging out with the blonde, she had never once backed down from any sort of challenge. Sakura had always admired that about Ino and always wished she was a little more like her friend. In the 2 years since Ino had been recognized as a Celesti, Sakura hadn't heard from her once. The pink-haired girl often daydreamed of Ino fighting against evil with her sturdy guardian at her side. Ah, what a life that would be, the ordinary girl thought dreamily. She was brought out of her musings when out of nowhere a cloaked man appeared in front of her. "You are Sakura Haruno?" he asked in a deep, gruff tone. Sakura didn't know why, but hearing his voice sent chills up her spine. Warning signals began blaring in her mind as her muscles began to tense. Who wants to know?" she stuttered in as confident of a voice as she could muster. "TCH, stupid girl. Asking that question is as good as confirming your identity. Your best bet was to lie and give a fake name." The cloaked man sneered as he took a slow, but deliberate step toward her. Sakura backed up, and her body began involuntarily shaking. "No, I won't be scared," she thought as she stopped, and clenched her fist. "I don't know what this guy wants, but he's going to regret messing with me. SHANAROO. The pink-haired girl sprang at her attacker, throwing a fist towards his face. The cloaked man easily caught and held onto her fist. With on fist caught, Sakura tried to catch him in the gut with her knee, but the man easily dodged and caught her head with a roundhouse kick while simultaneously letting go of her hand. The kick sent her flying into a wall. "You really are a stupid girl. Someone as weak as you should have known better than to attack me. Your best bet was to turn and run, not that it would have made a difference." The cloaked man taunted as he slowly approached her. Sakura's head was spinning, she felt blood trickling down the back of her head as she attempted to stand. Her trembling legs couldn't hold her as she dropped to her knees. Tears began falling from her eyes. "Why are you doing this to me?" she meekly asked her attacker. "Because you could be a problem to my boss later," the cloaked man replied calmly, as he stopped in front of her. He withdrew a kunai that he had hidden in his sleeve. "Now then, time to die, brat." Sakura's tear-filled eyes could only watch as he swung the kunai at her throat. This is... Sakura's thoughts were interrupted as she was suddenly teleported away and was now in the strong arms of a blonde-haired boy, with 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks and bright sapphire eyes. "What the... How did you do that?" the cloaked man stammered angrily. The blonde ignored the man as his eyes examined her, with a slight frown on his face. "Sorry I'm late," he apologized with a warm, kind voice. Huh? Sakura stammered. 1 second she was as good as dead, the next second she was in the arms of a strong, handsome boy whose voice sent a wave of warmth and calm throughout her entire body. Her usually active brain was uncharacteristically blank. She looked at her savior. He was wearing black pants and black open-toed boots, a red sleeveless kimono shirt, a dark gray chainmail mesh undershirt, black wristbands, and a black forehead protector with a cherry blossom imprinted on the metal in the center. To top his outfit off, he wore a plain khaki-colored cloak, with 2 red lines on the bottom around him. His hair wasn't short, but wasn't long, and was fairly spiky. "I'm sorry I'm late," he repeated. "I've never been outside of the academy before, and I guess I should have studied geography a little more." The blonde finished with a nervous chuckle. "Who the hell are you?" the cloaked man yelled, interrupting Sakura. He was obviously not too happy about the lack of attention the whiskered boy had been paying him. Her sapphire-eyed savior gently set her down, before turning to face her attacker. Sakura watched in awe as his previously gentle and warm eyes hardened into cold, terrifying ones. "You don't really need to know my name. All you need to know is that you attacked my charge, and now you're going to face the consequences of that," the blonde replied in an icy tone. "His charge? Is he a guardian? Damn, you people are fast. I didn't expect her to get a guardian for at least another year. Oh well, a little fun never hurt anyone, except you and her," the cloaked man called out in an arrogant tone. "I'm a Celeste?" Sakura's guardian remained calm, his cold eyes fixed on the cloaked man. "Fun? Ha, I'm way out of your league. I hope you've made your peace, because you're about to die. You think a boy like you can kill me? Ha 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 ha. Dream on BRURK. The whiskered boy appeared to be fed up with talking, as he interrupted his opponent by flashing in front of him and ramming a kunai into his throat. The man fell back with a gurgle, his eyes wide with surprise. Shit. The blonde thought, as he realized what he had just done. He just brutally murdered someone in front of his charge, who probably had never seen someone die before. His once again warm sapphire eyes found horror-stricken emerald ones. Sorry about that," he said awkwardly. "I've spent my entire life in the academy, so I sometimes forget that people aren't as accustomed to violence as I am." You killed him," the pink-haired girl accused in a terrified tone, that matched the look of horror on her face. "I did. I'm sorry I did it in such a brutal way. At the academy they always told us to kill our charge's first attacker away from our charge. My teacher would kill me if he found out about this." Sakura's savior began walking towards her. "Stay away from me, you murderer. I know taijutsu." Sakura stammered as she stumbled backwards. Her body was still racked with pain, she could barely move. "Relax, Sakura," he said in his warm voice, with matching warm eyes. "You of all people will never have to fear me. Anyone who threatens you will, however. You, Sakura Haruno, are my charge. My life is now a shield for your life. I will protect you until you face your destiny, or die trying." Sakura's face softened a little. "This is just like out of my dream. Except I was never bleeding from the back of my head in my dreams, so I'm a Celeste?" she asked her guardian, who now stood a few feet from her. The whiskered boy simply nodded at her. "What's your name?" Sakura softly asked. "Naruto." "Naruto? What, no last name? Guardians don't have last names. A last name would place a new value on our lives, and we could potentially neglect our charges to protect our family," Naruto stoically replied. "That's terrible. What about Sakura?" Naruto softly interrupted. "It's not something I really like to talk about, especially not now. That bastard still managed to hurt you and I need to get you to a hospital." "What? I'm fine." "Really?" Sakura lied as her knees began to buckle. "Sure you are," Naruto said, as he scooped her up bridal style. He closed his eyes and he seemed to be focusing on something. Just as Sakura was about to ask, his eyes flashed open to reveal yellow toad-like eyes, causing Sakura to gasp. "Your eyes, it's one of my techniques. These eyes signify that I'm in sage mode. When in sage mode I can track people's chakras better. I needed to figure out where the hospital was, so I used my sage mode to find where there was a concentration of people whose chakra levels indicate that they're sick or injured. Now close your eyes. My method of travel can be a bit much for someone not used to it." Sakura complied, and felt a strange pull on her body. "You can open your eyes now, Sakura." Emerald eyes opened, and again Sakura gasped. She was in the hospital. "How did we get here already? The hospital is at least a 30-minute walk from where we were," she stuttered. "Hee. I used a jutsu of mine called the Hiroshin. My father invented it, and I sorta improved it a little," Naruto bashfully replied. "That's amazing, Naruto." Sakura cooed. "It's nothing really, Sakura," Naruto replied with a blush. He must not be used to receiving compliments, the pink-haired Celeste thought. Her guardian carried her straight up to a doctor. "Hey, she's hurt. Heal her," he gruffly ordered. He also doesn't appear to know anything about respect. Sakura thought with a sweat drop. The doctor looked at Naruto with an indignant look on her face, before noticing the blood oozing from the back of her head. "Follow me," the doctor replied, as he walked into an open room. "You're supposed to check in and wait for a doctor or nurse to come to you, but since she appears to have suffered some sort of head trauma, I'll let this slide just this once." "Whatever, just heal her." "What happened to you, miss?" the doctor asked in an annoyed voice. "I was attacked by a man. He kicked me in the head and I was slammed against a wall." The doctor shot a suspicious glance at Naruto. "It wasn't Naruto, he saved me from the man," Sakura quickly added, noticing the doctor's glance. "I see," the doctor murmured as he began cleaning the wound on Sakura's head. Sakura hissed in pain when he dabbed alcohol on it, instinctively reaching out and tightly squeezing Naruto's hand. The whiskered boy's eyes widened in surprise at the action. You don't appear to be concussed, which to be honest is a miracle. I'm going to stitch this up, and then you'll be good to go. Try not to fall asleep for 12 hours just in case you suffered a concussion though, and you'll need to come back in a couple of days so I can take these stitches out." "That won't be necessary, I can take them out," Naruto interrupted. "I'm sorry sir, but you don't appear to be a doc. I've been trained in administering first aid. I only brought her here because I slacked in diagnostic classes." "Well, maybe you should stitch her up then," the now thoroughly annoyed doctor huffed. Sakura sighed. "Fine," came Naruto's gruff reply. Sakura. I'm going to need both of my hands to do this," Naruto awkwardly murmured. Sakura blushed as she let go of her guardian's hand. "This is going to sting a little," Naruto whispered. The pink-haired girl hissed in pain again as she felt him start to work. The annoyed doctor stomped out of the room in indignant outrage. "There, good as new, sort of. Now let's get going," Naruto said as he picked Sakura up. "We're going to leave this village. We're going to need to keep on the move before more people come to attack you." "Isn't that what you're here for? To protect me from those people? I don't want to leave Konoha. I like it here, and why are you carrying me? I can walk just fine." Naruto blushed a little as he placed Sakura on her feet. "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't even realize I picked you up." "Cherie," the pink-haired girl teased. "Admit it, you just like carrying a beautiful girl like me around." Naruto's entire face was as red as a tomato. No. He chuckled nervously, waving his hands in front of him. "It's nothing like that. I just picked you up because I still considered you to be hurt. I wasn't really thinking. Honest." "Nani? Are you trying to say I'm not beautiful?" Sakura growled, the playful expression that was on her face earlier long gone. "What? No, of course not," Naruto stammered. "You're very beautiful, Sakura, but that wasn't the reason I was carrying you." Sakura's angry face turned into a bright smile. "Are all women in the real world crazy? None of the girls I met in the academy were like this. Of course I would be the one to get stuck with some crazy girl as my charge," Naruto thought with a semi-hidden exasperated look on his face. "So, you never answered my earlier question. Why can't we just stay in Konoha and have you fight off anyone who comes after me?" the pinkette asked with a serious look on her face. "Listen, Sakura. I'm very powerful, and I doubt there are many people in this world who can beat me. But you're my charge, and I'm not going to take any unnecessary chances. There's always a possibility that someone stronger than me will come after you. If we stay in Konoha, me fighting off your every attacker, eventually someone stronger will come. Maybe lured by wanting to kill you, or craving a battle with me to test their own power." "I understand." The emerald-eyed girl's face was tugged downwards into a frown. "When do we have to leave?" "As soon as you say bye to the people you want to. While you're doing that, I'll pack up your things for the trip." Sakura's face again turned upwards into another smile as she spotted another opportunity to flirt with, tease her new guardian. "Well, I didn't know my guardian was such a pervert." "What are you talking about now, Sakura?" the blonde-haired guardian replied in a wary tone. "You just want to pack my things so you can look at my panties, Arrow Guardian." Sakura hollered that last part loud enough to draw curious glances from the surrounding villagers. "Nani?" Naruto yelled as a look of disbelief covered his face. "You heard me just fine, Arrow Guardian," Sakura replied, sticking her tongue out at him. "Why did I have to get stuck with her as my charge?" Naruto inwardly groaned to himself. "Sakura, it's not like that at all. I'm just going to seal your stuff into scrolls so we can easily carry them. You don't know how to do sealing, so there's no need for you to be around." Instead, you can have that time to say goodbye to. I know, Naruto. I was just teasing you. Sakura interrupted with a smile present on her face. But can't you say goodbye with me? I want everyone to meet you. Sakura, the whiskered guardian, replied warily. I'm a guardian. We're not the type of person Celeste want to introduce to their precious people. Why not? I think my friends and family would all love to meet the man who's going to be protecting me for the rest of my life. A pained look appeared on Naruto's face. Sapphire eyes gazed sadly into shining emerald ones. She's so innocent. She seems to believe that whatever fantasy she invented about Celeste and guardians are real. She looks so happy. I can't tell her the truth. I will protect her from it for as long as I can. I will protect you for the rest of my life, Sakura. The blonde finished with a fake grin. Sakura beamed at him. I already knew that, Baka. Now come on, let's go meet my parents. She grabbed Naruto's arm and began dragging him down the street. This is so great. I don't really want to leave Konoha, but now I get to go travel the world with my dreamy guardian by my side. And boy is Naruto dreamy. I just feel so warm and safe around him. He's even better than the guardians I dreamed of when I was little. Sakura's dreamy stare fell upon her handsome guardian. And he said, I'm beautiful, strong, caring, warm, and he thinks I'm beautiful. I wonder if all guardians are like this or if I just hit the jackpot. Hey Naruto? Yeah. Are all guardians like you? What do you mean, Sakura? Naruto replied, thoroughly confused. Well, you're powerful, caring, warm, kind, funny and handsome. I just wanted to know if all guardians are like you or if I just got really lucky. The Celeste asked with a cute semi-flirty smile. Well, I guess each guardian is different, just like each member of your village is different. Is she flirting with me? This isn't good. So I'm lucky. Well, I'm really glad I got you then. Sakura beamed as she latched onto his arm. Naruto's body instantly stiffened and a blush began creeping up his cheeks. Sakura, what are you doing? The blonde asked awkwardly, trying to get his arm free from her grip. I'm holding your arm, Baka. She replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah, but why? Are you feeling woozy from your injury? Damn it, she's pretty forward. I need to find a way to stop her flirting without telling her the truth. Nope. I'm feeling fine. I just want to hold your arm. Got a problem with that? The pink-haired girl declared. Well, sort of. Listen, Sakura, I'm your guardian and you're my charge. Sakura's face turned into a dreamy smile. It's just, well, you and I just met. Don't you think this is moving a little fast? We've only known each other for a couple of hours, Naruto drawled. That was the best you can do, Naruto? We're moving too fast. That's just a band-aid to the problem, not a solution. Damn it. Please just drop it, Sakura. I don't want you to know the truth. Much to Naruto's chagrin, Sakura's dreamy smile stayed put on her face. First off, Naruto, it's not like holding your arm suddenly makes us boyfriend and girlfriend. Second, even though we've only known each other for a couple of hours, I trust you completely. Being near you fills my entire body with a wonderful warmth and a sense of security. Sakura retorted. You say that I'm kind, caring, and funny. But really, Sakura, how do you know? You know nothing about me, how I act, how. I know enough, Baka. I would be willing to bet every penny I will ever earn on the fact that you are kind, caring and funny. The pink-haired girl interrupted. He's so cute, trying to play hard to get. Sakura, I think you're confusing your feelings for something they're not. The guardian cautioned. I just saved your life, so you're putting me on a pedestal. I'm a pretty good judge of character, Naruto. I'm not putting you on a pedestal because you saved me. Sakura let go of his arm. Stop coming up with crappy excuses. If you don't want to be with me because you think I'm ugly or something, then just say it. She finished with a slightly hurt tone. I already told you, Sakura, you're a beautiful woman, and you seem to be a great girl. Any guy would be lucky to have you. Naruto replied, not realizing he just fell into his charge's trap. You're right, you are. Sakura cooed with a bright smile, again latching onto his arm. Naruto sighed as he looked at his beautiful pink-haired charge. You're not making this easy, Sakura. Sakura, we can't be together like that ever. You're my charge, I'm your guardian. That's just the way it is. And why can't a guardian be with their charge? It seems to me that a guardian in love with his or her charge would be an even better protector. Sakura quickly retorted, a small frown present on her angelic face. It's just, damn it. Why can't she just give it up? I don't want to snap you from your fantasy, Sakura. Please give up. It's just the way things are, alright? Sakura narrowed her eyes. You're keeping something from me, aren't you? What if he has a... Sakura let go of his arm, jumping backwards and pointing an accusatory finger at him. You have a girlfriend, don't you? She yelled. Naruto again groaned. No, Sakura, I don't have a girlfriend. Guardians don't have romantic entanglements, it's just the way things are. Why? Sakura was clearly not ready to give up. Because it's the way things are. I'm sorry, Sakura, but it's how things are always going to be. Please just drop it, Sakura. Please, you're too innocent to be led into this messed up world. What aren't you telling me? Sakura asked with a suspicious glance. Nothing, Sakura. Please just drop it. Naruto all but begged. Fine. I'll drop it for now, since we did just meet. But you're going to tell me the truth eventually, and then I will tell you why that truth is dumb. The pink-haired girl said confidently. Bullet dodged, for now anyways. Thought Naruto. I need to come up with a way to get her to forget about these things. I could treat her badly, but she's my charge. I don't ever want to hurt her. If I try ignoring her, I could potentially be putting her in danger. Damn it. Why didn't any of the academy classes tell us what to do if a charge suddenly starts falling for you? We're here. Sakura announced, interrupting Naruto's musings. Where is here exactly? My house. We're going to pack and say goodbye to my parents. Sakura replied in a soft, sad tone. Naruto hated hearing her speak in such a tone. Hey, I know this is hard. But not only are you going to get to explore the world, you might get to save it someday and be remembered as a mighty hero for generations to come. The blue-eyed guardian consoled. I know. It's just kind of bittersweet to leave the place where I've lived all my life and to say goodbye to the people who took care of me, all while not knowing when I'll be able to return. Sakura's eyes were cast downwards and her angelic face was tugged into a frown. I know what you mean, Naruto softly replied, catching his charge's eyes with his own. Today is the first day I've ever been outside of the academy. Of course, the people there weren't very loving, so I guess I wouldn't understand leaving behind precious people who took care of you. Sakura's eyes softened a little. But look on the bright side, while you're with me you won't have to pay for a thing. As a guardian I'm given a pretty decent salary, so I can afford to pay for whatever you need, he finished with a foxy smile as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Naruto's words managed to bring a small smile to Sakura's face, much to the guardian's relief. Thanks, Naruto, she nearly whispered before wrapping him into a tight hug. Not wanting to send her the wrong message, Naruto awkwardly patted her on the back. She pulled back from him and shot him a beautiful smile, before opening the door and walking in. Sakura, honey, where have you been? You were supposed to be home an hour ago. A man Naruto assumed was her father sternly greeted. Yay, sorry about that, Dad. But there was a complication of sorts. Sakura quietly replied, not really knowing how to broach the subject with her parents. Your daughter was attacked because she is a Celesti. Naruto butted in gruffly. Unfortunately I didn't make it in time, and she sustained an injury. But she's fine now, and as long as I'm here she will never get hurt again. He continued confidently. Sakura shot her guardian a soft and grateful smile. Nani? And just who the hell are you? Sakura's dad nearly yelled, obviously not pleased with the random boy who decided to inject himself into his and his daughter's conversation. My name is Naruto, sir, and I am Sakura's guardian. Now that she's been identified as a Celesti, we need to keep moving. So unfortunately we will need to leave this village immediately, and I'm not sure when we'll be able to return. You think I'm going to trust some kid I've never seen before when he tells me he's taking my little girl out of the village? The angry Haruno patriarch bellowed. Dad, he's speaking the, stay out of this, Sakura, her father ordered. Mr. Haruno, I may be young, but I'm very powerful. If we stay here, the people after Sakura will eventually find out where she is, and eventually someone who is stronger than me could come to hurt her. When we're on the move it's harder for her enemies to keep tabs on our location. Naruto calmly explained, thanking the academy for teaching him how to deal with angry parents. And how the hell do I know you're not one of Sakura's enemies? And for that matter, how the hell do I know that Sakura's a Celesti? The Haruno man spat. Dad, he saved me. He's my guardian. The man who attacked me called Naruto my guardian. Sakura interjected. Sakura, you're young. He could easily be manipulating you. I can fight well enough. If you're really a Celesti, then I will protect you from anyone who comes after you, honey. Sakura's dad replied. Mr. Haruno, You may be strong in your own right, but I can tell that you can't access your chakra. You don't stand a chance against anyone who would go after a Celesti. Believe me when I say this, Sakura is safest with me. My very soul is now a shield for her life. The blonde guardian retorted, trying his best to maintain his calm. We don't have time for this, she should be saying her goodbyes, we should be getting out of here. If one person found her, then others know to look for her here. Makoto, I think this boy is telling the truth. Sakura's mother said, speaking up for the first time. I've been watching his eyes throughout this conversation, and the way he looks at Sakura, I can tell he will not let anything happen to her. He's truly worried for her safety. HMMPH, that may be so Kaori, Makoto replied. But that doesn't mean he's strong enough. Outside now boy, you think you're strong enough to protect my princess? Then prove it. Naruto sighed and followed his charge's father out of their house. Makoto and Naruto stood staring each other down, and Makoto drew his katana. Are you ready boy? Haruno-san, please, I don't want to hurt you. Just say goodbye to your daughter, she's already having a difficult enough time with this as it is. Naruto pleaded. Just as I figured, you're weak and afraid. You want to be on the run so you don't have to fight. Makoto smugly spat. Just because I prefer to avoid a fight whenever possible, doesn't mean I'm weak Haruno-san. This is my last warning, please stop this. Makoto responded by letting out a feral roar and charging his daughter's guardian, intending to cleave the boy in two. Naruto disappeared and reappeared in a flash behind the elder man, gently knocking him in the back of his head, causing him to fall to the ground. Haruno-san, you don't stand a chance against me. Not only do I have access to my chakra, but I've trained very hard and know many advanced techniques. It would take you at least 10 years of intense chakra training to even be near my level of power. Makoto looked up at the blonde with a shocked expression on his face. I couldn't even come close to tracking that boy. He moved so fast that he seemed to have disappeared. Naruto offered his hand to the elder Haruno, which Makoto took. Naruto followed a surprised Makoto back inside. I'm sorry, Naruto, you said your name was? I'm just very protective of my daughter. If someone as powerful as you is looking after her, then that must mean she truly is a Celesti. And if as her guardian, you feel it is safest for her to be on the move, then I will not try to stop you. Sakura smiled at her father as a look of relief flooded her face. Thank God Naruto didn't hurt him. From what I saw earlier, it would have been easy for Naruto to seriously maim or kill Dad without any effort at all. Let's go pack your stuff Sakura, we need to get moving. I don't want anyone else finding you here, Naruto said. Right, follow me. Sakura replied, leading the way to her room. An hour later, Naruto and Sakura returned from her room, with a couple of scrolls. Sakura had teased him when he was sealing her underwear, and her powerful guardian blushed furiously. It's hard to believe that so much of my stuff are in those 3 scrolls, Sakura said softly. Yay, Fuinjutsu is amazing. Most guardians don't really know much about it, but my father was a Fuinjutsu master, and I inherited his aptitude for it, Naruto boasted. Just another of the many reasons I'm lucky to have gotten you as my guardian, Sakura replied with a soft smile on her face. Crap, Naruto frantically thought. She's giving me that smile again. I really need to be careful about setting her up for these kind of moments. If she pushes this too far, then I'll have to snap her from her fantasy. So honey, do you know what your destiny is? I don't actually know how this whole Celesti thing works, Sakura's mother asked. Sakura just shrugged her shoulders and turned to Naruto for an answer. It doesn't work that way actually. I have no idea what her hidden power is, and have no idea when she will face her destiny, if she ever even will. A lot of Celesti go through their entire lives without their hidden powers being needed. We won't know what destiny Sakura has to face, or what her hidden power is until that exact moment comes. The whiskered boy explained. So, does that mean she may never be able to come home? That she will always be hunted? Kaori asked with a sad look on her face, one that was mirrored on her daughter's face as well. Unfortunately it does. Although usually when a Celesti gets older, they have less people hunting them, as there are younger Celesti to go after. The older a Celesti gets, the more likely they are to die without having to face their destiny. Once Sakura reaches a certain age, I'm sure her guardian and she will return here. Sakura noticed that Naruto said, her guardian and she, instead of, we, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why didn't he say we? It's alright. I know my little girl is safe as long as she has you looking after her Naruto. I know that nothing will happen to Sakura because you will always be there to protect her. Sakura's father exclaimed warmly, clapping the guardian on his back. A slight pained expression showed up on Naruto's face for just a second, before he replaced it with a confident smile. Sakura, however, noticed the brief expression. What are you hiding from me, Naruto? Of course, Haruno-san. I will protect Sakura until the end of my life, he replied confidently. Well, that's the truth at least, the sapphire-eyed boy thought. Sakura's parents simply smiled at the guardian. I'll be waiting for you outside, Sakura. Take what time you need to say goodbye, Naruto said, before stepping outside of the house. The guardian stood outside the house, alert for any hint of danger. We've been here for too long, but Sakura needs to properly say goodbye. Sakura watched as her guardian stepped out of the house, to give her and her parents some privacy. That was sweet of him, she thought with a smile. Well, Mom, Dad, I guess this is goodbye for now. You don't need to worry about me. I've never felt safer than I do when I'm around Naruto. He'll protect me. Hopefully we can come back soon, but I don't really know how all this works. I'm proud of you, Princess. Try to write, okay? Sakura's father said softly as he gave his daughter a hug. You like him, don't you, sweetie? Sakura's mother asked. Yeah, I do. But I'm not sure if he likes me, Sakura answered with a slight frown on her face. I saw the way he looked at you, honey. He likes you, don't give up. Be safe. I love you, Sakura, Kaori said as tears began to form in her eyes. Thanks, Mom. Love you too, Sakura replied, tears forming in her eyes as well. I love you, Sakura. Make us proud, and if you or Naruto ever need anything, we will be here for you, Makoto added. Love you too, Dad, thanks. Tears began freely falling from Sakura's face as she rushed forward to catch her parents in a hug. I'll miss you so much, the pink-haired girl sobbed. Shish, it's okay, honey. You're going to get to travel the world with a handsome boy protecting you. This is basically a dream come true for you, Kaori soothed. Sakura pulled away from the hug and smiled. You're right. Well, I guess I better get going now. Thanks for everything, Mom and Dad. I hope to be able to see you soon. Goodbye, honey. They both replied in perfect unison. The pink-haired Celeste exited her home and smiled when she saw Naruto's alert sapphire eyes scanning their surroundings. She walked up to him and looped her arm around his. Lead on, oh powerful guardian, she beamed. Naruto was obviously uncomfortable with having their arms looped together, but led the way anyways. So, are you okay? Your eyes look a little red, Naruto inquired with a concerned voice. I'm fine. I mean, it's hard to suddenly leave your parents and home without crying, but it's okay. I get to travel the world with you, I'm excited. This is basically what I used to dream of when I was a little girl, Sakura assured while flashing him a genuine grin. Naruto simply plastered a fake smile on his face in response. She's way too innocent for this. I will protect your dreams, Sakura. For as long as I possibly can. Sakura was standing just outside the gate of Konoha, staring back at her home, her guardian at her side. Well, this is it. Goodbye, Konoha, the pink-haired girl whispered before turning to the whiskered boy. Well, let's go save the world, Naruto, she proclaimed in a cheery tone while pumping her fist in the air. Her guardian chuckled, and began walking the path away from Konoha. Yay, Sakura, let's go save the world, he whispered too softly for her to hear. So, they brought Naruto out of the academy early, a tall man, with raven black hair pulled back into a ponytail, and one line under each of his red eyes said. That is correct, sir. A cloaked figure replied. They've been saving Naruto for a highly important Celeste. Do you know where he and his charge are currently? Yes, sir. They're traveling a path from Konoha. I'm not quite sure where Naruto plans on taking his charge though. I want you to ambush Naruto on his path, but don't kill him. He will be a powerful ally, free him from his charge. The raven-haired man ordered. Hi, Itachi-sama. Sakura was stargazing in the beautiful night sky while she waited for her guardian to finish cooking their dinner over the campfire he started. Her feet felt like they were going to fall off at any minute. They had walked at a fairly brisk pace without a single break since they left Konoha 5 hours ago. She didn't want to be any more of a burden on Naruto than she already was, so she didn't say anything. The whiskered boy didn't seem to realize how tired she was, and to be honest, the Celeste was happy for that. Besides, her endurance could use a little work. With more stamina, she wouldn't need Naruto to protect her as much. She took a break from her stargazing to examine her dreamy guardian. A warm feeling spread through her body as she watched him cook. He was tossing something about in a pan, sniffing it, and randomly adding dashes of herbs. He seems to really know what he's doing. Strong, caring, handsome, sweet, and he appears to know how to cook. You just keep getting better and better, Naruto, Sakura thought with a soft smile on her face. She took her eyes off her guardian for a moment to gaze at the tent his shadow clone, as he called it, set up earlier. Sakura had been so happy when he only set up one tent, but she hid her excitement. He didn't seem to be very receptive to her advances, so she needed to be a little sneakier now. I can't wait to sleep in the same small tent with my gorgeous guardian tonight. 10-year-old me would be so jealous. Food's done, Sakura, Naruto called, bringing the now blushing girl out of her thoughts. Ooh, that smells wonderful, Naruto, Sakura exclaimed as she sat down directly next to him, just close enough to where her shoulders brushed against his. Naruto gave her a weird look when she sat so close to him, and began to open his mouth, but Sakura interrupted before he could say anything. Don't give me that. It's cold out here, you're warm. As my guardian you need to make sure I don't get sick, right? Fine. The blonde replied gruffly. But don't go thinking this means anything. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Sakura replied sweetly, while batting an eyelash at her guardian. Just great, Naruto thought. Oh my god. This is so good. Sakura cooed. Is there anything you can't do, Naruto? I'm seriously starting to doubt it. Naruto looked at her in surprise. He had just made a simple dish, white rice with rabbit, and a random assortment of vegetables. He hadn't done anything special in his opinion. This is nothing special, Sakura. But I'm glad you enjoy it. And there's plenty I can't do. My instructors at the academy would always call me a disgrace to my parents' legacy because of how awful I was at genjutsu, Naruto replied with a fake grin on his face. Sakura hadn't been around Naruto for too long, but still recognized the grin as a fake one. That's terrible. You're so strong. Who cares if you're not good at genjutsu? Genjutsu. I'm sure your parents would be proud of you, Sakura announced. The smile on Naruto's face softened into a genuine one, which in turn caused Sakura to smile with the knowledge that she had comforted him. Thanks, Sakura, he softly replied, his eyes staring off into the distance. So, I noticed you said that your instructors would say you're a disgrace to your parents' legacy, and not a particular parent. So that must mean they were both guardians. But according to you, guardians aren't allowed to fall in love and have a family. Yet it appears you come from a family of guardians, Sakura deduced in a soft tone. Naruto's smile fell from his face and was replaced with a sad frown. His eyes were cast down to the ground. She's very observant. My parents, I've never been part of a family, Sakura. The blonde guardian tried and failed to hide the sadness in his voice. Sakura looked at him in confusion, before a sad realization set in on her face. So your parents abandoned you when you were born? I guess you could say that. They really didn't have much of a choice though, came the guardian's quiet reply. You guess. What happened? Sakura, don't worry about it. I really don't like talking about it. So just drop it, okay? I can't tell her what happened. It might clue her in on the reality of this life she's now involved in. It could snap her out of her dream world. I'm not dropping it, Naruto. I want to know more about you. Sakura replied in the same soft tone, her caring emerald eyes attempting to capture his sad sapphire ones. Sakura, please, drop it. It's not a very good story anyways, Naruto pleaded. Why won't you tell me? You can trust me, Naruto. If it's a painful memory, then it might do you some good to talk about it instead of hiding it away. It won't do me any good. It's a memory that belongs in the very back of my mind. Please drop it. Just ignoring something can cause mental instability, Naruto. As my guardian, aren't you supposed to make sure you're as strong as you can be, both physically and mentally? Therefore, you should tell me the truth, to help clear your head more so you can better protect me. Sakura reasoned, hoping the logical approach would work. The guardian sighed as he looked into her emerald eyes. You're not going to drop this no matter how much I beg, are you? The pink-haired Celeste beamed at him. Nope. Fine, Naruto groaned. My parents' names were Minato and Kushina. They were close during their training in the Guardian Academy, and they eventually fell in love. When the day came that they both had to leave the academy to get their first charges, they were very sad. Naruto's voice was so soft and quiet, that it was almost a whisper. Because they would have to ignore their own feelings? Yeah. But they were lucky. Their charges happened to fall in love with each other, and as a result my mom and dad protected their charges together. Life was good for them for a year, but then my dad got my mom pregnant with me. The guardian stopped talking, and clenched his fists together tightly. His charge grabbed both of his fists, and gave them a squeeze while smiling softly at him, urging him to continue. My mom was much weaker than normal when she was pregnant, so my dad had to take over guardian duties for both of their charges by himself, while protecting my mom. Then, on the night I was born, a powerful man attacked my parents' charges. My mom was weak, but joined my dad in his fight, and both of my parents had to sacrifice their lives to protect their charges and me. A single tear slid down Naruto's cheek. My parents died because they fell in love. My parents died because they had me. Hopefully this will be enough to deter her from trying to pursue me any further, the sad blonde thought. That's terrible. Sakura wrapped him into a tight hug. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Thank you for telling me. So that's why he's afraid of being with me. His parents died when they fell in love, so he must just assume that whenever a guardian falls in love they die. Naruto didn't really know how to react to the tight embrace his charge currently had him wrapped in. He needed to be careful not to send any wrong messages. Sakura, it's all right. It's all in the past now, so there's no use worrying about it now. The whiskered guardian said awkwardly. Sakura pulled back from her embrace, a little disappointed that her guardian did not return the embrace, but she now understood why. I'll just have to break down his defenses. I'll show him that just because he falls in love doesn't mean he's going to die, Shanaru. So, what happened next? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Who took care of you, your parents' charges? No, it's rare enough to have a child with a parent who was a guardian, and both of my parents were guardians. Not just guardians, but some of the more powerful guardians in the order at that. The Guardian Council could see the potential in such an offspring, and immediately took me. Naruto explained in a now surprisingly lifeless tone. I see, so did they raise you then? I guess you could say that. I was a prodigy, a powerful weapon, well, a powerful shield in this case. But as soon as I started walking, the council began shaping me into the perfect guardian. I celebrated my 3rd birthday with a spar against an 8-year-old guardian in training, who just so happened to be a prodigy himself. I was beaten badly, and when I started to cry, they told me I should stop crying and start training because I was so weak. The guardian's voice was still lifeless, as his eyes gazed off into the distance. That's terrible. How could they do that to a little kid? It was a good idea, Sakura. Naruto interrupted. Thanks to them pushing me so hard all my life, I'm now extremely powerful. I'm easily one of the most powerful guardians in our order. There aren't many people in this world who can defeat me. Maybe so, but still. They took your childhood. Guardians don't need a childhood. Naruto again interrupted. Guardians only need power to protect their charge. And power is something I have. Sakura again wrapped the blonde-haired guardian into a tight hug. I still don't like it. Now that you're with me, things are going to be different. I'm going to make sure you're happy too, she whispered softly. I'm happy as long as you're safe, Sakura. Naruto blandly replied, trying to think of a way to get out of the embrace his charge currently had him trapped in. This feels so nice, but I can't let myself stay like this. If I acquire feelings for her, then I will only hurt her that much more in the end. You're going to have more reasons to be happy than just me being safe now that you're my guardian. The pink-haired Celeste said stubbornly, tightening her hold on her guardian. Hee. Alright, Sakura. Thanks. But you can let go of me now, I'm really alright. I could, or I could just keep holding you like this. From the sounds of it, you missed out on a lot of physical attention like this as a child. So I could let you go, or I could help get you caught up. Naruto sighed. Why can't you be less stubborn, now, since you're not used to this sort of thing? Sakura softly started as she rested her head on his shoulder. I'll tell you what you're supposed to do when someone holds you like this. Now notice where your arms are right now, they're at your side. That is wrong. Your arms should be around me, just like mine are around you. She lectured. Go on, give it a try. Naruto let out another exasperated sigh, and kept his arms where they were. I said give it a try, Sakura growled. Damn it, Sakura. I already told you that a guardian and his charge could not be together like this, Naruto grumbled. Just because you let me hold you, and you hold me, doesn't mean we're together. This is simply a guardian and his charge comforting one another. Sakura said matter-of-factly. Seems like something a boyfriend and girlfriend would do to me. Well, a boyfriend and girlfriend would hold each other. But two friends can hold each other too. So stop arguing and just do it, the pink cat commanded. Naruto sighed as he finally gave in to his pink-haired charge and wrapped his arms around her. He instantly felt Sakura nuzzle into him further, and could feel the smile on her face. A blush crept up his face, and the guardian had to use all of his willpower to keep a small smile from his face. There, see? Now that's a lot better. I guess, Naruto mumbled, a now large blush present on his face. They just sat in each other's embrace for another 15 minutes until Sakura let out a yawn. Oh man, I'm starting to get tired. Why don't we go to bed, Naruto? Sakura suggested. I can't believe it. He just held me for a good 15 minutes, and I held him for even longer. And now I'm about to cuddle up with him for the night. I'm already wearing down his defenses, Shanaru. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. That sounds like a good idea, Sakura. He was extremely relieved when the girl let go of him, and they broke their embrace. Sakura walked to the tent, with Naruto close behind. Crawling into the tent, she noticed a single bedroll and smirked. Looks like Naruto wasn't as opposed to being close to me as he said he was. She looked behind her, ready to poke fun at her guardian, but was surprised to see he wasn't there. Naruto? Aren't you coming to bed? The tent is for you, Sakura. I'm going to sit outside and take watch. Nani? But you need to sleep too. Why don't you just summon a clone to keep watch and come in here so you can get some rest? Sakura asked in a slightly bossy tone. Sorry, Sakura, but my shadow clones don't work that way. If I slip out of consciousness, then my clones will instantly disappear. Naruto lied. A little white lie never hurt anyone. Then don't keep watch, you need your rest. Come in here, the pinkette pleaded. I'm fine. I've been trained to be able to operate on little sleep. Go to sleep now, Sakura, I'll see you in the morning. Pink hair plopped down onto a pillow, as Sakura huffed. Damn him. Oh well, I made good progress today. I'll eventually get through to him. So far this is exactly like my fantasies after all, so it's only a matter of time. Sakura thought with a dreamy smile on her face as she let sleep overtake her. A cloaked man watched Naruto from a distance, not daring to venture any closer lest he provoke the powerful blonde. Looks like they're traveling north. I love guardians who are fresh out of the academy, they always take the main roads. The cloaked man took off, and came to a spot further north on the path that Naruto and his charge currently were camped at. This should be a perfect place to set up an ambush, yaw. A gust of wind blew the man's cloak off his head to reveal blonde hair, ending in a ponytail. Hopefully I don't accidentally kill Naruto with this little setup on. Naruto waited until Sakura's breathing slowed to a sleeping pace, before forming a cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He whispered softly, as 4 clones appeared in a puff of smoke. Not a single word was said as the clones set up watch around the perimeter of the camp. They knew to dispel the second they saw anything, which would instantly awaken the blonde. The guardian summoned another shadow clone, and tossed it a scroll on water manipulation. The clone simply took the scroll and began reading. Naruto closed his eyes, and drew in nature chakra to enter sage mode. He scanned the immediate area for any sort of foreign chakra, but found none. Satisfied, the whiskered boy allowed himself to drift to sleep. What did you call me here for, Itachi? I'm a busy man, complained a somewhat tall man, with white hair, and a double-bladed scythe on his back. Hidan, Naruto has been released from the academy and given a charge. I've already sent Deidara to kill the girl and capture Naruto, but Deidara isn't strong enough. So you want me to go and help him? The man named Hidan rudely interrupted. No, you are going to pose as a concerned guardian. You will approach his charge while Naruto is distracted with Deidara and convince her to activate that seal. Itachi ordered, in a slightly annoyed tone. What? Enemy or not, I feel bad using that seal on a fellow guardian, Itachi, Hidan complained. I don't care. You remember what happened to the last person who disobeyed me, don't you? Itachi coldly replied. Hidan shivered at the memory. One of Itachi's newest recruits flat out refused to use his relationship with a former comrade to exploit them. Itachi trapped the boy in his Tsukuyomi. Hidan would never know what the boy saw, but whatever it was must have been bad as the boy dropped to the ground and began frothing from his mouth while his dead eyes stared blankly ahead. Itachi finished him off by decapitating him with his katana. Of course, Itachi-sama. When will I be needed? Hidan replied nervously. Tomorrow. Go find Deidara immediately. The raven-haired man ordered. Hi, Itachi-sama. Naruto awoke to a pair of slender arms wrapping themselves around him. Cursing his clones for not alerting him of danger, the guardian's muscles began to tense as he prepared to fight off his attacker. So, your clones dispel as soon as you lose consciousness, eh? A familiar voice observed in his ear. It looks like they were just fine when you were sleeping before. Hee. Well, you see, Naruto nervously stammered. I just figured out how to do it last night, yeah. Quite the breakthrough in my shadow clo. MMHMM. Of course you did, Naruto. Well, now you can sleep in the tent tomorrow night. Sakura said in an overly sweet tone. It's safer if I sleep in front of the entrance to the tent, Sakura. That way if anyone comes after you, they have to go through me to reach you, the guardian replied. Sakura sighed and let go of him. You're too stubborn, Baka. You'll get sick if you keep sleeping outside. Sakura, it's spring. I doubt I'll get sick. Naruto shot back, as he stood up to start preparing breakfast. What's that clone doing? The pink-haired Celeste asked, pointing at Naruto's shadow clone who was studying the water manipulation scroll. He's working on understanding water manipulation, so I can start using water chakra. Water chakra? There's different kinds of chakra? Yep. There's elemental chakra, which is used to strengthen elemental jutsus. Most guardians have an affinity for one element, and can also produce another element. Naruto explained. Let me guess, you being the amazing guardian that you are, have an affinity for all the elements. Sakura said with a sarcastic smile. Well, not exactly. My affinity is wind, but I've still managed to master fire manipulation as well. I hope to be the first guardian to master each of the elements. The guardian replied. In addition to elemental chakra, I've mastered nature chakra as well. Sakura quirked an eyebrow at him, motioning for him to continue. I can gather the natural energy around me and mix it with my own chakra to enter Sage Mode. You've already seen my Sage Mode once before. But I can do a lot more than just track in it. In Sage Mode, I can utilize powerful senjutsus. Techniques on a whole new level of power. That sounds awesome. Sakura beamed. Yay. Not very many people can use Sage Mode. Naruto bragged while scratching the back of his head. Naruto, the blonde-haired guardian, was surprised at the serious look his charge had on her face. I want you to train me. I know I'm going to be a burden to you. You're not a burden to me, Sakura. My job is to protect you. Never let yourself think that you're a burden, Naruto said in a serious tone. Thanks, Naruto. But I still want to be able to fight better. That guy in Konoha would have easily killed me if you hadn't arrived when you did. I know that I'm not supposed to be on the front lines fighting, but I want to be able to defend myself better, Sakura declared. I've never heard about a guardian training their charge before. But it would make sense. Okay, Sakura. I'll train you, but don't think you're going to be able to do the things that I can do. You don't have access to your chakra. We'll improve your taijutsu for now, and eventually I'll train you to use some sort of weapon. Sakura smiled and wrapped her arms around her blonde-haired guardian. Thanks, Naruto. You're the best. The whiskered boy chuckled. You say that now, Sakura. Let's see what you think after I've been training you for a bit. Whatever. Sakura scoffed. You won't hurt me. Let's get started. We're not going to start yet. I want to reach a little village about 8 hours north of here by tonight, so you can sleep in an actual bed tonight. We'll start your training once we're there. Eat your breakfast while I seal everything up. Naruto stood and walked into the tent, leaving Sakura to enjoy the rice and egg stir-fry he quickly made her. With Naruto's training, I'm going to be strong. I'll be so strong I won't need my hidden powers, Shanaru. Naruto and I will the strongest guardian and Celeste duo ever. Sakura really is something else. Naruto mused as he sealed a bedroll. From what I've been taught, most Celeste don't bother with training because they know their hidden power will be all they need when the time comes. Yet Sakura wants to be stronger, so she's less of a burden on me. I'm pretty lucky to get such a unique charge. The blonde exited the tent, and proceeded to seal that up as well. He glanced over at his charge. She really is beautiful. Wait. What? The guardian shook his head. I can't allow myself to think like that. If I start acknowledging those thoughts, I'll just end up hurting her in the end. Ready to go, Sakura? Yeah. Let's get going. The whiskered boy flashed her a smile as he dispelled his clones. My clone didn't make too much headway in this water manipulation scroll, oh well. Sakura looped her arm around his. Sakura, Naruto warned. The pink-haired Celeste simply stuck her tongue out at him and began dragging him northwards along the path. The guardian sighed and gave in, subconsciously tightening the loop between him and his charge. I still don't see why you're here. I remember Naruto from back in the academy, he was strong, but I can take him. Especially with this trap. Deidara grumbled. You last saw Naruto when he was 10. He's 16 now and a lot more powerful. Of course, I could beat him, but I'm blessed by Jashin. Hidan boasted. Whatever, I'm just looking forward to killing another Celeste and freeing a fellow guardian, yeah. Jashin is also looking forward to her sacrifice, Hidan said with a sadistic smile on his face. Hey, let's take a break. You're starting to look tired, Naruto said to the pink-haired girl currently attached to his arm. He started slowing to a stop, but Sakura stubbornly dragged him forward. I'm fine, we've only been walking for 5 hours, she huffed. Sakura, it's not a big deal if you need a break. We probably should have rested during our walk from Konoha yesterday. I'm still used to life in the academy where everyone's stamina is a little closer to mine. Sorry about that, the whiskered boy apologized as he scratched the back of his head with his free hand. I'm perfectly fine, Naruto, stop worrying. Let's just keep going. The sooner we get there, the sooner we start my training. Sakura crowed with a fist pump. Naruto chuckled at his charge's antics. All right, we'll keep going. But just promise me you'll tell me if you need a break, okay? Sakura smiled softly up at her guardian. I will. The two continued walking in a pleasant silence, arm in arm. To any random person, they would look like a young, carefree, happy couple. But anyone with a trained eye could see how alert the spiky-haired blonde was. Shit. Naruto suddenly swore. Sakura, get down. Sakura looked up at her guardian in confusion, as he suddenly threw her down to the ground and covered her with his body. Just as Naruto's body blocked off her vision, she heard what sounded like a series of explosions, and she saw flames headed towards the duo. Naruto completely shielded Sakura from the blast, hissing in pain. The guardian attempted to mold his chakra as a sort of protective shield, but his chakra control was simply not good enough. Naruto! Sakura yelled as tears fell from her eyes. The flames finally died down, and Naruto pulled himself off his charge, his warm sapphire eyes peering into her terrified and worried emerald ones. Everything's all right now, Sakura. Don't worry, he soothed, trying to hide the pain he was currently feeling. Are you okay? Sakura asked in a voice filled with worry and a face to match. I'm fine. My. That was pretty impressive, yeah. A voice called out. A voice Naruto instantly recognized. Deidara. The startled guardian gasped, whirling around. It was Sakura's turn to gasp as she looked at the state of her guardian. The explosion had completely burned the skin off Naruto's back, his kimono shirt was gone, and some of the chainmail mesh had melted into his bloodied back. If his back hadn't been such a gruesome sight, Sakura might have marveled at how miraculously his back was the only thing hurt. His legs, and the back of his head looked perfectly fine. Naruto. It's fine, Sakura. The guardian quickly interrupted. No, it's not. We don't need to do anything. You're okay, that's all that matters. But, drop it for now at least, Sakura. Fine. Sakura grunted, with concerned eyes. Oh my, such a worried charge you have there, Naruto. Deidara taunted. Deidara, what the hell are you doing? Where's your charge? My charge? I was freed from my charge. Now then, Naruto, let's see how much you've grown since you were a 10-year-old little boy. Crap. Deidara fights with explosives. If I fight him with Sakura close by, I'm putting her in danger, but if I go too far away, I'm leaving her open to attack, and to make things worse, I'm losing blood fast. I'm on a time limit before I pass out. I might have to use that technique to get out of this. Deidara turned around and started walking away. Huh. Hey, where are you going? A startled Naruto asked. I can see it in your eyes. You don't want to fight me so close to your charge, but you don't want to leave her completely defenseless. So we can start our fight further away. I want to see what you can do, Naruto, and I don't want you holding back him. The whiskered guardian nodded, and turned back to his concerned charge. Here, take this. Naruto said, placing a strange three-pronged kunai into Sakura's hand. This kunai was used by my father for his Hiroshin. When I actually use this, my Hirishin is faster than it is when I use it without the seal. So with this, I can get to you as quickly as possible. Please be careful, Naruto. I don't want to lose you, Sakura whispered. I'll see what I can do. The Guardian replied with a toothy grin, before following his opponent. Deidara had already taken to the air on a clay bird. This isn't like Deidara. I don't know him that well, but he was never an overly honorable fighter. If he's so willing to let me fight away from Sakura like this, then he's probably laced that area with mines. I can't just Hirishin in blindly, I need to buy some time to think. Naruto come to a complete stop, his body didn't move a single inch. What did you mean earlier when you said you were freed from your charge? Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. With a little bit of help, I was able to kill my charge, and now my life is my own. You wouldn't believe how great it feels, yaw. You. What? How could you kill your charge? That's unforgivable. Naruto yelled as his eyes took on a familiar toad-like appearance. Ha ha ha. Unforgivable, Naruto-kun. No. What's unforgivable is those bastards forcing us to give up our lives for them. What makes them so great? Why don't we deserve to have a life of our own? Why can't we chase after our own dreams? Deidara yelled back. Tears began forming in Sakura's eyes. I never really thought about that. A guardian really does give up everything, don't they? Naruto, I'm such a burden to you, yet you protect me without a single complaint. Thank you. Because, we're guardians. We protect the world by guarding the world's saviors. The Celesti don't force us into giving up our lives for them. We do it because we choose to. Ha 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 ha. Oh Naruto-kun, you're still such a child. Now then, are you fully in Sage mode yet? I'm getting sick of this talking. Naruto's toad-like eyes widened in surprise. He knew I was just stalling for time to enter Sage mode. What the hell? Why would he let me do that? Surely he's not that why. Does he not? You look surprised. You're wondering why I would let you enter Sage mode, aren't you? What sense would it make for me to let you enter a mode where you could sense where each of my minds are? What the? Naruto stammered. This doesn't make sense. He's purposefully giving up one of his biggest advantages in this fight. What am I missing? Okay, calm down. Naruto used his Sage amplified sensing abilities to find all the minds. You really outdid yourself, Deidara, he said with what he hoped was a wise smirk. If my foot touches down anywhere over there, I'll be blown sky high. Oh, so you figured that out, That Sage mode sure is impressive. So tell me, Naruto-kun, what will you do? I can throw 4 futon Rasen shurikens at him, but I don't want to use that much of my chakra. I have a feeling I'm in for another fight after Deidara, and when he's that high in the air, he'll have plenty of time to dodge my Rasen shurikens. Enough standing around. I'm getting bored. Let's get started, yeah? Deidara yelled as he sent a flurry of claybirds at Naruto. Naruto's hands flashed through a few quick seals as he took in a deep breath. Futon. Rankuden. The spiky-haired blonde's air bullet tore through the claybirds. Sakura watched the battle filled with worry. This was the first time pink-haired Celesti saw her guardian enter a true fight. Please be safe, Naruto. Boom. One of Deidara's explosives went off, sending Naruto flying backwards a little. Damn it. I need to calm down. How can I beat him? He's too high for me to reach, and I can't back away or else I'll put Sakura in danger. I can only maintain Sage mode for 12 more minutes, I need to finish this before then. The explosive master threw a series of small spider-like bombs at Naruto. Futon. Daitopa. Naruto shot a powerful gust of wind at the explosives, blowing them backwards. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared and threw Naruto at Deidara. Haha. Oh Naruto-kun. That won't work, you're not mobile enough in the air. The blonde explosive master taunted as he dodged the incoming Naruto. The sapphire-eyed guardian quickly summoned another shadow clone, which flung him straight at Deidara. As Naruto neared the rogue guardian, he summoned another shadow clone to send him flying towards Deidara even quicker, hoping to catch the explosive artist off guard with the speed increase. Deidara simply created a long centipede which leapt at the guardian. Naruto swore, and used a shadow clone to dodge the opposing blonde's attack. Landing outside the minefield, the whiskered boy looked up at his opponent. Damn it, even using my shadow clones to keep me in the air isn't working well enough. I can't get close enough. The spiky-haired blonde threw a 3-pronged kunai into the ground. Now I won't need to worry about summoning a clone to get me away if things get tough. I can focus solely on the offensive and use the Hirishin for defense. Giving up already on? Deidara sneered. Kaiten. Gokyaku no Jutsu, was Naruto's reply as he shot a giant fireball at his enemy, which Deidara easily dodged. Naruto summoned a clone which sent him hurtling towards the ponytailed artist. Again, Deidara easily flew out of the way of the whiskered guardian's attack, and sent another flurry of small explosive birds at him. Kaiten. Hosenka no Jutsu. Naruto's volley of small fireballs intercepted Deidara's explosives, and a few even managed to hit the bird that the explosive specialist was perched on. Summoning another clone, Naruto had it again throw himself at the former guardian. Futon. Kaiten Shuriken. 6 shuriken began floating around Naruto as he used his wind chakra to spin them. Deidara began flying out of range. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. The guardian yelled, as hundreds of now wind-infused shurikens poofed into existence. The whiskered blonde sent his deadly shuriken army at the demolition specialist. Kuso. Deidara swore. He dodged what he could, but the clay bird he was riding on was destroyed, and the ponytailed blonde himself now had 2 holes in his arms where the chakra-infused shurikens ripped straight through his body. Looks like it didn't matter him. That took too much time to set up for you, Naruto. Deidara watched as the guardian fell closer to his minefield. The whiskered boy was too busy focusing on guiding his shuriken to summon a shadow clone to get him out of danger. Just as Naruto was about to hit the ground, he disappeared in a flash, reappearing a short distance behind Deidara. Rasengan. The boy yelled as he thrust a newly formed spiral sphere of chakra at the artist. Deidara barely dodged and leapt back to put some distance between himself and the blonde boy. Both blondes stared each other down. Naruto's toad-like eyes were alert, waiting for his opponent to make any kind of move, looking for any sort of mistake to pounce on. Not bad, Naruto. But we're just getting started. I haven't even begun to show you my beautiful art yet, Deidara crooned, as white gunk began to seep from his hands. The gunk formed into 2 grotesque-looking humanoid creatures who charged Naruto. Naruto dodged a swipe from the first one and cut it in half with his wind chakra-covered fist. Not looking back, the whiskered guardian quickly dispatched of the second one by slicing its head off. A clay foot caught Naruto in the side, sending the guardian skidding to the side a foot. Startled toad-like eyes widened when they saw now 4 clay beings attacking him. Kuso. When I sliced them in half, they just reformed into more of clay creatures. Naruto dispersed the wind chakra flowing around his fists. Deidara watched the scene with a smirk, a trail of clay going from his palms to each of the clay abominations he had created. Sorry Itachi, but it looks like I'm going to accidentally kill Naruto. There's no way someone like him can beat my art. Naruto's mind was working furiously to try to figure out a way to beat the works of art that were currently trying to kill him. I could use the Rasen Shuriken, but that would use more chakra than I'm currently willing to use. The toad-eyed boy cut through a few here and there, solely on instinct as he tried to come up with a solution, and was soon squaring off against at least 40 small clay creatures. Naruto leapt into the trees hoping to use his mobility against the small creations, but was caught off guard as one clay creature attached itself to his back. The guardian tried to pull it off, but was quickly overwhelmed as the rest of Deidara's art attached itself to him. And now for the best part, Deidara yelled, "Behold my beautiful artistic explosion." Senpo. Kei's no Bakuhatsu. All of the surrounding wind suddenly seemed to be pulled to the young sage's body, causing the trees to sway as the air swept through them and to the guardian. Before Deidara could detonate his creations, a large explosion of wind burst forth from Naruto's body, destroying the clay creatures. Kuso, the blonde muttered. That technique used up more nature chakra than I wanted. Using that technique will take 2 minutes off the duration that I can hold sage mode. Not bad, Naruto. Just what one would expect of a sage, Deidara complimented with a cruel smile. But as I said before, I've only begun to show you my art. I think I've shown you enough from my C1 techniques, now let's move on to the truly beautiful C2 techniques. More white gunk began falling out of not just Deidara's hands, but mouth as well, and formed into a large clay dragon. Ah, my C2 dragon. Such a great piece of art, don't you think, Deidara taunted, as he leapt onto its back. Naruto rushed forward, not wanting to let Deidara get off the ground, one hand surrounded by wind chakra, and the other by fire. Senpo. Keizen no Dangan. Naruto shot a powerful wind and fire bullet towards Deidara as he began to lift from the ground on his dragon. To Naruto's displeasure, the dragon gave one giant flap of its wings and quickly shot into the air, dodging his quick and deadly attack. Not good enough, Naruto. The demolition specialist taunted, as his dragon opened its mouth. A smaller dragon popped out, and shot after Naruto at an incredible speed. The guardian high-rashed to the kunai he had thrown near the beginning of their battle to dodge. The boy's toad-like eyes widened in surprise as the small dragon changed course and headed straight towards him. This is like some sort of heat-seeking missile. The whiskered blonde dodged, but the dragon missile again headed toward him. It's corralling me towards the minefield. Damn it, he's combining precision airstrikes with explosives on the ground, all while he's safely out of attack range. The guardian turned toward the pursuing dragon missile. Kaiten. Gokyaku no Jutsu. The giant fireball he sent flying at the dragon was enough to incinerate before it could do any damage. Naruto turned his eyes upwards to where Deidara was perched on his dragon just in time to see it open its mouth to let another dragon missile out. Kuso, the blonde boy muttered as he prepared himself for another attack. Sakura watched her guardian dodge what appeared to be mini dragon missiles that were being launched out of the large dragon's mouth that Deidara was currently perched on far up in the air. To make matters worse, the whiskered boy was still losing blood from his exposed back. She was proud of Naruto, as she watched him use incredible power to wound Deidara and destroy his bird, and then to defeat the small clay army the former guardian sent after him. But now it just seemed like the young guardian was dodging, occasionally destroying a missile with a giant fireball here and there. He looked like he wasn't exactly sure what to do. You look pretty worried. A man with white hair and a triple-bladed scythe on his back said, startling the pink-haired Celeste.
Sakura leapt back, and entered her taijutsu stance that her father taught her.
Who are you? Relax, I'm not here to hurt you. My name's Hidan. I'm a guardian. The man named Hidan replied while holding his hands up. If you're a guardian, where's your charge? Sakura asked with an eyebrow raised. Hidan's eyes turned down towards the ground. My charge was killed. I was heading back to the academy so I could be assigned a new one. Sakura instantly relaxed her stance. Oh, I'm so sorry. Normally I would talk to you more, but I need to focus on this fight. The spiky-haired boy is my guardian, and he's hurt right now. Wait, you're a guardian. Will you please help him? Hidan chuckled. You're a strange Celeste. Most don't really care about their guardians. But I'm sorry. I cannot help your guardian in this fight. Those two are fighting on a whole different level than I'm on. All I would do is get in the way. The pinkette frowned as her worried eyes focused on the bloodied back of Naruto. Damn it, I hate this. I can't do anything to help him. I notice that you're just standing there. You don't seem to be commanding your guardian at all. So I take it you haven't unlocked his hidden strength yet. Hidan speculated. Hidden strength? Don't tell me he didn't tell you about it. TCH, what a selfish guardian. Each guardian has a seal that represses some of their strength. A Celeste can activate their guardian's seal to unlock this power when they want to. That sounds too good to be true. Sakura said in a suspicious tone. I don't know why, but I just don't trust this guy. Haha. Ah, very good. You care about your guardian and you're smart. That Naruto sure lucked out when he got you. Before, you didn't seem to know Naruto, and now you suddenly do. The pink-haired girl entered her taijutsu stance. This guy said he's too weak for Naruto's fight, so he must not be too strong. I don't need to distract Naruto, I'll take care of him myself. Sakura withdrew the three-pronged kunai. Why don't you tell me who you really are? Oh my, you would pull a kunai out on me? I'm simply trying to help you here. You want to save Naruto, don't you? Activate the seal. Hidan innocently replied. What's the drawback to the seal? If there were no drawbacks, then Naruto would have told me about it right away. Sakura growled. Such faith in your guardian. The drawback is that you will have complete control over him. He will be forced to obey your every command. That's terrible. I don't want Naruto to be my. Sakura yelled. Hidan broke out into a sadistic laughter. Oh my girl, that's too rich. You don't want Naruto to be your. Foolish girl, he already is. His life belongs to you. It is yours to do with as you please. No. His life belongs to himself. I won't control him, I want him to be happy. Hidan burst into more crazed laughter. His life belongs to himself. He exists solely to protect you, and you think his life belongs to himself? But, he, Naruto, belongs to you. His life was forfeit as soon as he entered the academy, and was yours to do with as you please the second you became his charge. Activate the seal, unlock Naruto's hidden strength, and save both him and yourself. Hidan commanded with an annoyed look on his face. Naruto, have I really? What are you waiting for, Pinky? Activate the seal. I'm not going to save you once Naruto gets killed by Deidara over there. Sakura's face suddenly hardened. Deidara, how do you know his name? Well, we were in the academy together, so I'm supposed to believe that every guardian knows each other, Sakura asked, eyebrow raised in suspicion. Itachi told me just to get her to activate the Aries seal, but the end goal is to free Naruto from his charge, which means killing her. I'm sure he won't be that upset. Besides, Jashin would be happy with her. It would have been easier for you. But this way is better for me. You'll make a great sacrifice to Jashin. Hidan taunted with a cruel smirk as he grabbed the scythe from his back. Sakura gripped the kunai in her hand tightly and tensed her muscles. Don't underestimate me, I've been trained in taijutsu. Hihihaha. You call that pathetic stance taijutsu? There are so many openings to exploit, I'm having trouble deciding which one to attack. Fear started to seep into Sakura's body as her legs began to tremble. I have a feeling this guy is a lot stronger than he originally let on. Damn it. I don't want to call on Naruto. He's already fighting that Deidara guy. Sakura let out a frustrated sigh. Naruto. A clone threw Naruto backwards to dodge another dragon missile. The missile hit the unfortunate clone. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, shooting a volley of small fireballs at Deidara, who dodged them all. Deidara responded by sending another dragon missile at the young sage. This is getting me nowhere. I only have 4 minutes left in sage mode, and I keep losing more and more blood. I could try hitting him with a Rasen Shuriken, but that dragon is too fast, he'll easily dodge it. Naruto's hands touched the hilt of his Tontos. I could use that technique, but that would destroy Sakura's fantasy. I need to think of another way to take him out quickly. First I need to deal with the minefield. If I set it off, the explosion might reach Sakura. Naruto. The familiar voice of his charge yelled out. Toad-like eyes found Sakura, who was trembling before a man with a strange triple-bladed scythe. Kuso. How did I miss that guy? I need to distract Deidara. Naruto summoned a shadow clone and withdrew another 3-pronged kunai. The Guardian's clone ran towards the minefield as Naruto threw his kunai so it flew between the scythe wielder and Sakura. He flashed to the kunai in Sakura's hand as his clone set off the minefield. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around his startled charge, and flashed the two to the kunai he had just thrown. Naruto. Sorry Sakura, I didn't see that guy. I don't care about that, are you okay Baka? I'm fine. The Guardian looked behind him to see the white-haired man running towards them with Deidara flying above him. Kuso, the blonde muttered. Why don't we run? You can use the Hirishin to get us out of here, right? Sakura asked in a worried voice. I can take care of that guy quickly enough, and now that I'm not fighting over a minefield I can fight Deidara better. No need to run Sakura. Naruto said in a calm voice as he summoned 2 shadow clones. He held out his hands and with the clones' help, formed 2 Rasen Shurikens. What are those? Sakura gasped as she stared at the swirling humming spheres of chakra. One of my most powerful attacks. Sakura, I'm going to need your help. I'm going to take out the white-haired guy first. When I hit him with one of these, I want you to throw that kunai towards the guy on the dragon up there. I can't maintain my sage mode much longer, so we're just going to end this fight now. Hi. Sakura stammered as she stared at the bloodied back of her guardian. Hidan came to a stop in front of Naruto. Deidara stopped in the air above them. Oh my, those 2 balls don't look like they would feel nice, Hidan sneered. I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't have gone after Sakura. Now you're going to lose your life. Naruto charged forward, and when he was a foot away from Hidan launched one of his Rasen Shurikens at the white-haired maniac. The man began to scream in pain as thousands of tiny microscopic wind blades attacked his very cells. Sakura now. The pinkette flung the 3-pronged kunai up towards Deidara who moved to dodge it. Before he could get too far away Naruto had already flashed to the kunai, and hurled his remaining Rasen Shuriken at the explosive specialist. Deidara barely dodged the deadly sphere, but his eyes widened in shock as the sphere expanded and exploded, catching him in its deadly grasp. Deidara screamed as wind blades tore him apart. Naruto barely managed to land, now out of sage mode. Panting heavily, the guardian tried to steady himself. Naruto. Sakura screamed as she put an arm beneath him to steady him. Don't worry, Sakura, you're safe now. I don't care about that baka. You're hurt. Of course I am, it's my job. Sakura, those last 2 attacks took a lot out of me. I'm going to use the last of my strength to get us back to Konoha. Wait there for your next. Shut up. You're going to be okay. Sakura sobbed as she threw her arms around his neck. Hee hee. I was lucky to get a charge like you. Thank you, Sakura. The guardian allowed a true smile to grace his face as he embraced his charge. Now then, it's time to go. Naruto began mustering the last of his chakra, focusing on Konoha in his mind. Oh. That really hurt, you bastard. Naruto's exhausted sapphire eyes widened in shock, temporarily forgetting about his plan of escape. As the smoke cleared, a surprisingly alive Hidan lay on the ground. I can't move my body at all. What the hell kind of attack was that? You little prick, as soon as I can move I'm going to slowly kill you. How? How are you? I can't die, you idiot. You're immortal, what the hell? Kakuzu, get out here and put me back together, Hidan bellowed. You weren't supposed to attack the girl. You got what you deserved for going against the plan. A tall dark-skinned man with strange red and green eyes called as he appeared from the shadows. A black mask covered his face. Oh, shut up and put me back together already. The man known as Kakuzu shot what appeared to be hair out of his arms, and covered Hidan. In a matter of minutes the fuming silver-haired man stood up. Kuso, Naruto, let's get out of here. Stupid girl, you're not going to escape. We will hunt you to the ends of the earth, Hidan yelled. I'm sorry, Sakura, but your dream ends now, Naruto sadly thought as he drew his 2 tanto. Sorry, Sakura, but I can't allow these 2 to live. My very soul is your shield. Naruto closed his eyes, and held the dual tantos over his chest. He began muttering something incoherently. The blonde's eyes flashed open, and were now blood red. Kinjutsu. Barado en, tch, that desperate already Dobi. Thank God I didn't get stuck with you as my guardian, called a young man, with raven black hair that framed his pale face. Sasuke? Naruto stammered. Naruto-kun, I had heard you mastered sage mode, yet here I find you about to use that technique. How very pathetic. An older raven-haired man said, with lines under his red eyes. Itachi, Itachi. What are you doing here? Hidan yelled with an annoyed voice. The council has requested I come to Naruto-kun's aid, so here I am. If you 2 value your lives, you will flee instantly. Itachi lied to his startled subordinates. A confused Hidan opened his mouth to say something, but Itachi suddenly flashed in front of him. Tsukuyumi. Hidan was tied to a cross, Itachi standing before him. What the hell is going on? The Jashin worshipper screamed. Calm down. We need Naruto to join us on his own free will. He's still righteous, and believes in the guardian system. If we kill his charge, he will never join us. Then let's just kill him and be done with it. Itachi rewarded Hidan's outbreak by stabbing him with a sword, causing him to grunt in pain. You bastard. That hurt. I already told you, Naruto could be a powerful ally. He's already so powerful at such a young age. Once we get him to join us we will be able to destroy the guardians. You and Kakuzu are going to fight me, and are going to overwhelm me. Sasuke will convince his charge to activate the Aries seal. With the seal activated, he will begin to resent the girl, and eventually will welcome our help in killing her. Fine, whatever. Just get me out of here, of course. It's time for you to surprise me by breaking out of my Tsukuyumi, Itachi said with a slight sneer. What? That's impossible, it's impossible to break Tsukuyumi, Hidan sputtered. Of course it is. But I'm going to let you out of it now, and you're going to act like you broke it, much to my surprise. Understood? Ah, playing mind games. Fine, get me out of here already. Itachi stabbed Hidan again. You should learn to show a little more respect to those that are superior to you. I will enjoy sacrificing you to Jashin, you bastard, Hidan roared. Itachi smirked. Of course you will. The Uchiha made a hand sign, and both Hidan and Itachi were back in the real world. Itachi let out a startled gasp as Hidan took a swipe at him with his triple-bladed scythe. What the? Sasuke muttered. What is it? Sakura asked, who was again supporting an exhausted Naruto. My brother just caught that guy in his Tsukuyumi. It's an unbreakable genjutsu, and yet somehow that guy broke out of it. These guys might be too much for even Itachi to handle. Dobi, he's going to need your help. Sasuke said in a shocked tone, playing his part perfectly.
No way, Naruto's seriously hurt. In his condition he won't last very long against those guys. Sakura protested. Her guardian flashed her a grateful smile.
It's all right, Sakura, I can still fight just fine. The whiskered boy removed himself from Sakura's support, and slowly walked forward, forming a Rasengan in his hand. These bastards are going to regret coming after you. Naruto, stop. You've lost a lot of blood, and you said yourself that you didn't have much strength left. Sakura tried ordering. Sorry, Sakura, this is why I exist. The blonde charged forward and caught Kakuzu off guard with a Rasengan. One down, Naruto muttered as he formed another Rasengan. His eyes widened in surprise when Kakuzu yelled. Futon. Atsugai. The guardian swore as he dodged a tornado-like mass, but was blown off his feet when it exploded. What the hell? Naruto gasped as his sapphire eyes stared into the strange red and green eyes of a perfectly fine Kakuzu, who now had one of his 5 masks broken. What are you, a second immortal? I've been around for hundreds of years, brat. Don't think you can kill me. Kakuzu called out in a monotone voice. Damn it, Itachi, got any ideas? I already hit that white-haired guy with a Rasen Shuriken and he survived. If I use that technique I can use my BL. That technique will kill you, Naruto. I was sent here to keep you alive. You will not be using it. Itachi interrupted. I don't have much chakra left. I don't think I even have enough to form another Rasengan powerful enough to be lethal to an ordinary opponent, much less these guys. The blonde protested. Then back out of this fight for now, Naruto. I still have plenty of chakra. Just because they can break out of my Tsukuyumi doesn't mean they can beat me. Sit down and gather nature chakra so you can enter Sage Mode again. In my present state it's going to take me 6 minutes to enter Sage Mode. Are you sure you can hold them off for that long? Itachi smirked at the young guardian. These two will probably be dead by then. Now go meditate in front of our charges, you'll be the last line of defense for both of them. Hi. Naruto said, before walking to the two Celesti, and sat down, back to them. I don't know how you broke out of my Tsukuyumi earlier, but don't think you can again, Itachi calmly called. You have a lot of confidence in that particular genjutsu, when it has already failed you once. Yet you were arrogant enough to try it again. Come back and fight me in another 100 years, boy. You might have enough battle sense then to stand a chance. Kakuzu sneered, although still slightly confused why he was fighting one of his leaders. The Uchiha guardian suddenly flashed in front his two enemies, smashing their heads together so he could catch them both in his eyes at the same time. Tsukuyumi. He muttered smugly. What the hell are you doing, Dobi? I already told you that Itachi can't handle both of them. Sasuke yelled. I don't have enough chakra right now to help. Your brother won't allow me to use that technique, so the only option left is for me to re-enter Sage Mode. Naruto serenely replied, as he began drawing nature chakra into him. Damn it, Dobi, if you weren't so damn weak we wouldn't be in this mess. Sasuke spat. Slap. A fuming Sakura was standing over a crumpled Sasuke, who was unable to hide his shock. Stop talking down to Naruto like that. The pinkette raged. He already's fought and defeated a powerful opponent. It's not his fault he's too worn down to fight two more. If he tries fighting anymore he'll die. Tears began gathering in Sakura's eyes. He's a guardian, that's what, that's quite enough, Sasuke. Naruto interrupted, his voice still serene, but now with a hint of anger. I won't have you arguing with my charge. Your brother is the one who insisted I re-enter Sage Mode, so shut up and watch the fight. Sasuke's face contorted into a look of anger. Don't you dare talk to me like that, Dobi. Oh, that's it. I'm going to make this stupid brat pay. You're not going to talk to my Naruto like that. Shanaru. Sakura yelled to finish her thought, rearing her fist back, fully intending to pound the younger Uchiha senseless. Sakura, calm down. He's Itachi's charge, and Itachi is currently helping us. It would be rude to beat the crap out of Sasuke while Itachi is distracted by two of our enemies. The blonde guardian's calm voice soothed Sakura, who instead elected to sit down behind him. God, his back looks terrible. I can't believe he's still conscious. Her slender hands began moving towards his back. I need to pick this chainmail out of his skin before it gets infected. Stop, Sakura. Naruto interrupted, his voice still calm and serene. You won't have time to get it all before I rejoin the fight. But Naruto, don't worry, Sakura. At this point, it won't make much of a difference if you pull it out now, or 15 minutes later when this fight has finished. Even though I won't be alive after this fight is finished. Sakura sighed, but still felt that something was off with her guardian. How do you know this fight is going to be over in 15 minutes? She questioned with a suspicious tone. Because it's only going to take me another 4 to enter Sage Mode, which I will then only be able to maintain for 10 minutes in my current state. Which won't be enough even with Itachi's power, so I will need to use that technique, to finish both of those immortals off in just a minute, the blonde thought wryly. But I can't tell you that, Sakura. It's just a guess. If you're convinced you're going to have to use that technique, then just do it already, Dobi. Sasuke spat, easily figuring out how Naruto knew when the battle would be finished by. What technique is he talking about, Naruto? Sakura asked in a slightly fearful tone. If Itachi was willing to fight 2 powerful enemies to prevent Naruto from using this technique, then it must not be good for her blonde. It's just another technique, Sakura. Nothing for you to worry about. Damn it, Sasuke. She's not going to be able to spend much more time in her fantasy before the ugly reality smacks her in the face. Why'd you have to go and try to make what little time she has left in this fantasy even shorter? The sage thought furiously. A feeling of dread filled Sakura's stomach, and her facial expression easily gave away her fear. Naruto. You're still going to be here when this fight is over, right? With me? I'll always be with you, Sakura. Naruto replied quickly, hoping that would alleviate all her fears. That sounds like something someone would say before they were about to die, Naruto. Tears began falling down Sakura's cheeks, as she numbly nodded at her guardian. What the hell is the meaning of this, Itachi? Why am I here again? Hidan demanded. Itachi rewarded him by stabbing him with a sword. Don't question me, Hidan. You may have been here before, but Kakuzu has not. He has no idea what's going right now. Oh, I figured you weren't really defending that kid. But I don't see why you're going through all of the bravado of making him think you're his ally. Right now he's weak, we could easily kill him. Kakuzu mused in his gruff monotone voice. We are not going to kill Naruto. Nor are we going to kill his charge. If we kill Naruto, then we lose a future powerful ally. If we kill his charge now, then he will come after us with everything he's got. We're simply going to get his charge to activate the Airy Seal. Hidan sighed, having already heard the speech. Once he's ended by his charge, he'll start to resent her. Then we'll welcome our help when we come to free him. Kakuzu said as he caught on. Exactly. But how exactly are we going to force his charge to activate the seal? Kakuzu asked. I watched her eyes while he was fighting us. Those eyes weren't worried about her own safety, they were worried about his. She's not like any other Celestia I've ever encountered. You're right, she cares deeply for Naruto, and that's what we're going to use to get her activate the seal. Naruto should be re-entering Sage Mode any minute now. Once he does, the two of you are going to break out of Tsukuyumi. I will pretend that I'm nearly out of chakra, and collapse. Now, hold on a second. Hidan brashly interrupted. You and Naruto know each other pretty well from back in the academy, right? And, in Sage Mode his chakra sensing abilities are greatly enhanced. I think he would be able to figure out that you're faking, oh great Itachi-sama. Hidan said with a sarcastic grin. Itachi again stabbed him with a sword. Learn your place, Hidan. I will exploit the bond Naruto and I once shared. I can mask my chakra well enough that he won't notice. If he were to specifically scan me, he would know I'm faking, but he trusts me enough where he wouldn't even think to. The red-eyed Uchiha answered. Now, when we leave here, you two will fight Naruto. You will beat him badly, but don't kill him. Just beat him bad enough to where he thinks he has no chance. Make sure to threaten his charge's life as well. Once his Sage Mode runs out, he will go to use his Kinjutsu, Baradanjirorisu, at which point Sasuke will convince Naruto's charge to activate the seal in order to save Naruto's life. A grin could be seen underneath Kakuzu's mask. A good plan, Itachi. We're ready. He's finally ready. You know what to do. Kakuzu nodded while a wicked grin formed on Hidan's face. This is going to be fun. Toad-like eyes shot open as Naruto stood. I've got 10 minutes to figure out a way to beat these guys before I have to use my Kinjutsu, Baradanjirorisu. So that means I have 10 more minutes to try to protect Sakura from reality. Naruto. Sakura softly said. The whiskered guardian continued staring forward, lost in his own thoughts. Looks like Itachi has them both trapped in his Tsukuyumi. Naruto. Sakura said louder. Good, maybe I can figure out a way to kill them while he has them trapped. I already know the Rasen Shuriken doesn't work on the white-haired man, but it might work on the... Naruto was pulled from his thoughts, as his body was roughly turned around. Before the blonde guardian could react, a soft pair of was pressing into his. Shocked yellow toad-like eyes stared into desperate and sad emeralds. Regularly, Naruto would know that what he was doing was wrong on all levels. His currently blank mind however did not. Thoughtlessly the whiskered guardian returned his charge had instigated. As the two ed, warmth flooded through Naruto's body, causing him to forget about the pain and exhaustion that had plagued him just moments before. All he and his body could focus on was Sakura. The two continued ing for what seemed like years to them, but in reality wasn't much more than a minute. They pulled apart, both panting heavily. Sakura's face was adorned with a sweet smile, while Naruto's face was full of shock. Sorry about that, Naruto. I just didn't want to regret anything. If I lost you, without getting the chance to you and show you that I actually care about you, I wouldn't be able to live myself. Sakura said in a soft voice. The whiskered boy numbly nodded as he tried to kickstart his mind. His desire to protect his charge's innocence suddenly flared through his body. I can't die yet. I will protect your dreams, Sakura-chan. Without a word, Naruto turned to the battle, his mind trying to come up with a way to defeat two immortals in 10 minutes without using his ultimate technique. The powerful sage began taking steps towards Hidan and Kakuzu, who were still trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyumi. Naruto, Sakura called after him, causing the boy to stop and turn his head towards his charge. Please don't die. I want you to be here with me. Promise me you'll survive. I promise you, Sakura-chan, that I will protect you and try my very best to survive. The boy replied with a foxy grin and a thumbs up. Sakura smiled warmly at her guardian. He called me Sakura-chan. Naruto walked calmly into the battle. I'm going to end this quick while Itachi has them stuck in the Tsukuyumi, somehow. Sakura watched her guardian's bloody back as he calmly walked towards two powerful men intent on killing her. Her were tingling, and her body felt warm. That had been absolutely incredible, and she felt so reassured by Naruto's words. Well, that was different. Sasuke's indifferent voice brought Sakura out of her thoughts. Whether it's different or normal, I don't care. I like Naruto and I'm not going to ignore my feelings because of some stupid titles. Much to Sakura's surprise, Sasuke smiled at her words. It's nice to see another Celeste like me. The younger Uchiha's voice was so soft it was nearly a whisper. You want to your brother? The pinkette deadpanned with a sweat drop. What? No, but I care about my brother, just like you care about Naruto. I've met so many other Celeste who don't give a crap about their guardians. It's nice to know that I'm not the only one who's not like them. For the first time since meeting Sasuke, Sakura actually smiled at him before turning to watch her beloved guardian fight. Once her focus was off him, the raven-haired boy smirked. Good, now that she thinks we're kindred spirits, she'll trust me more. Itachi suddenly let out a gasp, as Kakuzu and Hidan, miraculously, broke out of his Tsukuyumi. Kakuzu kicked Itachi in the side, sending the elder Uchiha crashing into the ground. The red-eyed guardian attempted to stand as Naruto reached his side. Sorry, Naruto. Looks like you're going to have to take it from here. I used up all my chakra trying to keep them from breaking Tsukuyumi. It's all on you now. Itachi wheezed before passing out. I warned him against trying to use that genjutsu again. What a foolish boy. Kakuzu sneered as he focused his attention on the sage guardian. Well, boy, it looks like you're the last one standing. I think Jashin will enjoy you. Hidan jeered as he tightened his grip on his scythe. Kuso. I was really planning on having Itachi's help. I can't use my Baradanjirorisu. I have to, and will protect Sakura-chan's dream. Now I just need to figure out a way to kill two immortals before Sage Mode runs out. You already destroyed one of my hearts already, boy, so I will make you a deal. Give up, and I will make your death quick and painless, then take your heart. The masked man offered. The whiskered guardian's teeth mashed together. Like I'll lose to you too, he growled. You'll regret that. Kakuzu sneered. Enough talking. Lord Jashin is anxious, I can feel it. Hidan suddenly yelled, throwing his scythe at Naruto. The whiskered guardian easily dodged, and severed the cord with a wind chakra-covered hand, but the scythe continued to fly towards the two Celesti. Naruto disappeared in a flash and reappeared with Hidan's scythe in hand. You bastard. Give that back, it's not yours. The Jashin fanatic demanded, with an angry look on his face. The blonde guardian gave no verbal reply, instead choosing to destroy the scythe with his wind chakra-covered hands. Hidan exploded in rage. How dare you? Lord Jashin will ensure you pay for that. Your death will be, URK. Naruto flashed in front of Hidan and interrupted the immortal with an elbow to the gut. Without his scythe, that guy shouldn't be too much of a problem. This other guy, what the hell? Naruto's toad-like eyes widened in surprise as he watched Kakuzu's body. It seemed to be splitting open, thread leaking out. The 4 masks that were on his back fell off in a mass of thread. Those masks, they're beating, kind of like a heart would, so that's what he meant earlier when I said I destroyed one of his hearts. So, you're not truly immortal after all. The sage calmly called. You are correct. I'm better than an immortal. Kakuzu replied, as the masks took the shape of strange thread-like beasts. One instantly crumbled and died. So I've already taken one down. Looks like I only need to kill you 4 more times then. As if you could, boy. I know you can't maintain your current form for long. I doubt you could destroy the rest of my hearts with whatever time you have left if we were fighting 1-on-1. But we're not, it's a 2-on-1 fight. You don't stand a chance. Don't forget about me, you bastard. Naruto dodged Hidan's thrust of a black pike, and rewarding the silver-haired immortal's attempt by slicing the hand grasping the pike clean off, then kicking him straight in the chest, causing him to crash straight into a large rock. That hurt. Now I'm really outnumbered. There's still 3 masks remaining, plus that guy looks like he can still fight, and this white-haired nut job doesn't look like he's going to give up anytime soon. Naruto bit his thumb, and slammed his palm into the ground. Kachiyose no Jutsu. A large puff of smoke appeared, hiding Naruto from Kakuzu and Hidan's side. Well, if it isn't Minato's boy. You're already out of the academy, eh? I'm not overly surprised after the boss told me about you. A booming baritone voice said from the smoke. Gamabunta, it's nice to finally meet you. My name is Naruto. I'm sorry this couldn't be under better circumstances. Naruto replied as the smoke cleared, revealing a giant rust-colored toad wearing a blue vest with a pipe sticking out of its mouth. The toad put a webbed hand on the massive Tonto on its hip. Don't worry about it, kid. Your father was a good friend of mine and the boss took a liking to you during your sage training. I have no problems helping you out. Interesting. You can summon the toad boss himself. Kakuzu observed. Impressive, but he won't be enough to save you, boy. Gamabunta snorted and drew his Tonto. I'm more than enough to deal with some pathetic bug like you. Let's do this, Naruto. Hi. Sakura looked at her guardian with a look of pure awe as he stood confidently on the head of a giant toad. The pinkette was normally grossed out by toads, but seeing as how this giant one looked to be strong enough to defeat Naruto's opponents while keeping Naruto alive himself, she didn't mind it. Impressive. Sasuke grunted. I knew he could summon toads, but I didn't realize he could summon the boss toad. Boss toad? That toad that Naruto just summoned is named Gamabunta and he is the boss of all the toads. There are many different types of summons, but each summon has a massive boss. Boss summons require enormous amounts of chakra, so it's rare to ever actually see one. Sakura beamed in pride. Well, Naruto is pretty amazing. Apparently so, Sasuke begrudgingly agreed. Damn it, this isn't good. With Gamabunta, he might be able to kill those 2 without having to use his blood angel release. This is going to make convincing Sakura to activate the Aries seal much more difficult. Sakura, since you care so much about Naruto, I think you should know about his ultimate technique. Curious emerald eyes tore away from Naruto to look into the onyx eyes of the younger Uchiha. I admit, I don't really know much about it myself. Naruto never talked about it. Itachi is really the only person who knows what it does exactly other than Naruto because he helped the Dobi develop it. Stop calling him Dobi. His name is Naruto. The pink-haired Celesti growled. Right. From what Itachi has told me, in order to activate this technique, Naruto stabs his Tontos into his chest. What? Sakura gasped. He was holding his Tontos over his chest just before Itachi and Sasuke arrived. After that, I'm not really sure about the details of the technique, but Itachi did tell me that Naruto will die after using it. He doesn't use his tantos for anything else, so if you ever see him reaching for them, he is preparing to use that technique. The Uchiha Celeste explained. Why are you telling me this? Sakura asked, her voice slightly trembling. Just like I don't want to lose Itachi, you don't want to lose Naruto. Now you'll be able to see when he's about to use his Blood Angel release and stop him from going through with it. How am I supposed to stop him? He's much stronger than me, and extremely stubborn. Sakura replied in a quiet and sad voice. The Airy Seal. That stupid seal again. I will never use that. I'm not going to end Naruto, the pink-haired girl yelled. It's a terrible seal, I agree. But you have to ask yourself, would you rather Naruto be dead, or end to you, but alive? Sakura's face lit up in understanding, causing the Uchiha to smirk. End and alive, Sakura softly whispered as tears started to form. Her emerald eyes again found his onyx ones. But I have no idea how to activate it if I need to. Sasuke smiled. It's really easy, I would tell you, but then I would accidentally activate Itachi's Airy Seal. The raven-haired boy pulled out a piece of paper and a pencil out of his shirt and began writing on it. Here you go. These are the instructions. Remember Sakura, if he reaches for his tantos, you need to activate the seal before it's too late. Hi, thanks Sasuke. No problem Sakura. Now to wait for the Dobi's hands to get near his tantos so she'll activate his seal. This girl is just way too easy to manipulate. It's only a matter of time until we're helping Naruto kill her. Naruto stared down at Kakuzu and his strange thread mask wearing creatures from atop of Gamabunta's head. Hidan was still sitting where the sage kicked him earlier. The Jashin fanatic for some reason suddenly didn't seem overly interested in the fight and was more focused on staring at the stump where his hand used to be. While Naruto and Kakuzu were both content to scope the other out, Gamabunta was not. The Toad Boss swung his massive blade down on Kakuzu who blocked with a black arm. Nani? The massive Toad Boss grunted. He's pumping earth chakra throughout his body, making it hard as steel. Physical attacks aren't going to work on him Gamabunta. Let me deal with him, I have more ninjutsu in my arsenal than you do. You take care of those mask creatures. Naruto commanded, leaping from his perch on the toad's head. Alright kid. Be careful. The battle toad took a swipe at the red-masked thread creature that looked like some sort of a tiger. The tiger liked being easily dodged and sent a volley of fireballs at the large toad. Sushin. Tepodama. Gamabunta bellowed, spitting out a large water bullet which engulfed the fireballs. The bullet smashed into the tiger-like creature sending it flying backwards. The being attempted to stand, but instead the mask cracked and the entity dissolved. Kakuzu took the scene in with mild shock. So this is the power of a boss summon. Seeing that Kakuzu was briefly distracted, Naruto flashed behind him. Senpo. Odama Rasengan. The Guardian thrust his giant Rasengan into the now black back of his opponent, sending Kakuzu flying. Much to Naruto's chagrin, Kakuzu stood up as if nothing had happened. Damn it. That earth technique he's using is strong enough to protect him from my Odama Rasengan. If it can withstand such a powerful wind attack. My offer still stands child. Give up now and I'll give you a quick and painless death before taking your heart. TCH, that was just a warm-up. To be able to shrug off my Odama Rasengan you would have had to use a lot of chakra. I have enough powerful ninjutsus that will wear you out quickly enough. The whiskered blonde confidently replied. Actually, I have a counter-offer for you. Why don't you give up now, and I'll make your deaths quick and painless. Kakuzu smirked at the young sage. Such a brash young child, you're going to regret turning down my offer. Naruto responded by forming a quick series of hand signs. Kaiten. Shoiden. The Guardian shot a fireball out of his mouth into the air. The ball fell towards Kakuzu in an arc, getting larger and larger as it flew through the air towards Kakuzu. The masked man calmly stood still as the ball hit him and exploded in a massive explosion. To be able to create that technique you must have mastered fire manipulation. A heart that can master both wind and fire manipulation. Yours will be truly useful. Kakuzu called from the bottom of the large crater Naruto's attack created as the smoke cleared. His body was completely black. Damn. That was one of my most powerful Kaiten attacks, onwards to Suiden I suppose. Don't think I'm done yet, Suiden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. A giant dragon made out of water appeared in mid-air and lunged at Kakuzu. Again, the masked man calmly stood still as the attack hit. The dragon managed to drive Kakuzu even deeper into the ground, increasing the size of the crater, which was now about 20 feet deep. Naruto groaned as his masked opponent calmly walked out of the crater. To be able to use the water dragon technique, you must have mastered water manipulation as well. The more I see out of you, the more excited I am to take your heart. Kakuzu taunted. Nothing? That did nothing? Kuso, I might be forced to depend on the Chidori, but I still haven't mastered it. Half the time it dissipates before I can strike with it, but it's Raiden, so it should easily be able to pierce through his Doden technique easily. Done already, boy? What happened to all that confidence you had earlier? I could use the Rasen Shuriken, it should be able to break through that defense through sheer power, but it would use up the remaining chakra I have, which would leave me with none remaining to fight the white-haired immortal. I have one more option before trying the Chidori. Naruto gathered wind chakra in one hand, and fire chakra in the other. Senpo. Keizen no Dangan. Naruto launched his powerful wind flame bullet at Kakuzu. It slammed into the older man whose body was again black, and sent him flying until he crashed into a rock. Kakuzu again easily picked himself out of the rock, and calmly walked towards Naruto. Again, as if nothing happened. No effect either. Fine. Here goes nothing. Impressive technique you got there. Naruto complimented, as his sparks slowly began dancing around his right fist. Only problem with it, electricity began flowing around Naruto's fist, sounding oddly like chirping birds. The Guardian flashed behind Kakuzu. It's useless against Raiden, Chidori. Just before the Chidori could land, it dissipated, much to Naruto's disappointment. You're correct, but unfortunately for you, it would appear you're not very good with Raiden. Kakuzu sneered, catching the Guardian's right cheek with a left hook by his black fist, sending the boy skidding across the ground. Naruto plunged his left hand into the ground to stop his skidding, effectively cutting up the hand. The blonde picked himself up off the ground, his cheek was bruised, left hand dripping blood, and his back was still bloodied. Damn it, I was so close. The sage noticed Kakuzu kneeling down, hand on the ground. So he's preparing a defense to Hirishin, no matter. I'm going to do it this time. The blonde threw a smoke bomb to the ground, and summoned a shadow clone. He burrowed himself into the ground and instantly tunneling towards Kakuzu. This fight ends now. The whiskered guardian began forming a Chidori in his hand once again. This time, I won't fail. Gamabunta regarded the two masked thread creatures as he watched Naruto thrust a giant Rasengan into the masked man from the corner of his eye. That boy truly is Minato and Kushina's son, to be able to use senjutsu at such a young age. The grotesque biped-like creature leapt forward and launched a sort of lightning spear towards the toad. Gamabunta barely managed to dodge and watched as the lightning went on to easily destroy a large boulder. The toad boss swung at the masked creature with his blade, which the grotesque biped easily dodged. As the giant battled toad began gathering chakra for another water bullet, he was interrupted by being forced to dodge a powerful wind blast from the strange-looking four-legged thread creature with wings. The resulting explosion was enough to knock the toad boss off his feet. These stupid creatures are a pain in the ass. The toad boss took a moment to check in on the boy who summoned him. The kid launched some fireball at his opponent. As soon as the ball connected with its target, it caused a massive explosion. That is some kid there. Gamabunta dodged another lightning attack, flipping backwards into the air. Sweden. Tepodama. The toad bellowed, and fired 4 water bullets at the winged creature. The creature barely managed to dodge his water bullets, and he caught it with a kick from his webbed foot, which was nearly the size of the creature. You're getting annoying. The toad boss bellowed at the two thread creatures. He swung his large tanto at the biped-like creature, which yet again dodged. Gamabunta caught movement from the corner of his eye and swung his tanto at the winged creature that used the wind attack. The creature wasn't able to react quick enough and was sliced in two by the massive blade. Alright, only one more, ack. Gamabunta was interrupted by a spear of lightning traveling through his body. Damn it, sorry Naruto. You're on your own from here. The great toad boss muttered before dispelling in a poof of smoke. Naruto's shadow clone flashed behind Kakuzu, preparing to strike the masked man down with a Chidori. Just before the Chidori could land, thread shot out of the ground, binding Naruto's body. All of that speed means nothing when you're so predictable. Every time you flash you reappear directly behind your opponent. You still have a long ways to go before you can beat me, boy. Kakuzu lectured with a sneer in his eyes. Hee hee. You really think that a sage wouldn't sense the threads you had waiting in the ground? Naruto retorted with a grin, before disappearing in a poof. A shadow clone. When did he, URK? Kakuzu looked down to see a hand sticking through his chest, crackling with electricity. You're finished. The real Naruto whispered in his ear, before pulling his hand out of the man's body. Kakuzu fell to the ground with a shocked expression on his face. That's what I was just about to say to you, Hidan screamed, nicking Naruto with his pipe that he had retrieved while Naruto and Gamabunta were distracted with Kakuzu. Naruto countered by slamming a newly formed Rasengan into Hidan's gut. The Jashin fanatic flew through the air, until his body skidded to a stop. I just killed the man who can fix you when I destroy you. Naruto's voice was confident and calm, as the whiskered boy summoned a shadow clone and held out his hand, and formed a Rasen Shuriken. Now when I hit you with this, you won't be able to move. Ha 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 hee 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 ha ha hoy. Hidan cackled, as he let blood from the stump where his hand used to be spatter across the ground. The fanatic licked Naruto's blood off his pike, while using his feet to draw a strange circular symbol. You've already lost, brat. The blonde guardian's eyes widened as he watched Hidan's appearance suddenly changed into one not unlike that of the Grim Leaper. His skin was entirely black with white bone-like markings. What the hell? I fail to see how I've already lost. Naruto disappeared in a flash, reappearing 4 feet to Hidan's right. Now Yulo, arg. The guardian's Rasen Shuriken dissipated as an intense pain shot through his right knee. It felt like I was just stabbed through my knee. The boy could not hold back a gasp as he noticed Hidan had impaled his own knee with his pike. The guardian looked down to his own knee and saw it was also bleeding, just like Hidan's. What the, hurts don't it? The Jashin worshipper said with a smirk on his face. You are already under my curse. Now we suffer unimaginable pain together. The fanatic screamed, stabbing himself in the arm. Naruto screamed out in pain. Kuso. He's somehow managed to link our bodies together with that technique. Being an immortal, he can survive after impaling himself, whereas a mortal person cannot. So he can essentially kill me whenever he wants. If I attack him, I will only be hurting myself. Damn it, Naruto muttered. He heard Gamabunta's gruff baritone voice cry out in pain, and looked up in time to see the Toad Boss dispel. Just great, the Guardian thought, as his mind began working on a plan to defeat Hidan and survive so he could protect Sakura's dream. Sakura watched in horror as the silver-haired man stabbed himself and somehow managed to stab Naruto at the same time. Her eyes briefly left her guardian when she heard Gamabunta cry out in pain, and she watched as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. What the hell does Hidan think he's doing? Sasuke thought furiously as he watched the Jashin worshipper continue to stab himself. He's going to kill Naruto if he keeps this up. Sasuke began walking forward, putting his hand on the handle of the sword he had on his back. What are you doing, Sasuke? Sakura asked. Naruto is our only hope for survival at this point. That guy over there, his name is Hidan. He's cursed Naruto and their bodies are now linked together. Whenever Hidan is wounded, the same wound affects Naruto as well. That's terrible. Tears began pooling in Sakura's eyes. What can I do? Just stay here. Hidan's curse only works when he's standing in his blood seal. I'm not strong enough to defeat him, but Itachi has trained me some, and with the element of surprise, I should be able to knock him out of the seal, freeing Naruto. But Sasuke, you're a Celesti. You're not supposed to walk into a fight. I'm not fighting to save Naruto, Sakura. That Dobi kid is the only way we're going to survive Hidan. It's just a happy coincidence that I'll be saving Naruto. Sasuke clarified, and began walking towards the battle. He again stopped and looked over his shoulder at the pink-haired girl. And don't forget, if you see Naruto's hands go near his tontos, activate the seal. You don't want to activate it when it's too late. Hi. Thank you, Sasuke. Sakura said with a smile. Like I said, don't thank me. I'm just trying to save my own hide. The younger Uchiha rushed forward. I can't believe I'm being forced into action. You're going to regret trying to screw with our plans, Hidan, Sasuke thought furiously. Ow. Naruto screamed as Hidan drove his pike through his left hand. Naruto's body was now littered with holes as blood freely poured out. Ready to die yet, Naruto? I want to hear you beg for death. Hidan crowed with his sadistic smirk still present on his face. Shut the hell up. The guardian gasped. Come on, calm down. I don't have much time left. My sage mode is about to run out, and I'm going to pass out from blood loss soon. I need to figure out a way to take this guy out, and fast. Hidan impaled his left elbow with his pike, again causing Naruto to cry out in pain. Damn it. I need to ignore the pain and focus. Sakura's dream depends on me surviving. There's no way I can let her down. I will defeat this guy, and I will protect Sakura-chan. I just need to calm down and think about his technique. The whiskered blonde grimaced in pain as Hidan impaled his left foot, but continued his calm thinking, ignoring as much of the pain as he could. Okay. What did he do before this technique? He nicked me with his pike, licked my blood off the pike, then drew a seal out of his own blood. Now our bodies are linked. The seal, he hasn't left it at all. It's obviously part of his technique, but what role does it play? Stop standing around so silently. Scream out in pain, damn it. Beg for your death. Hidan yelled, stabbing himself repeatedly in his right shoulder. The whiskered guardian simply gritted his teeth and continued trying to understand Hidan's technique. Okay. Think about what you've seen him do so far. Obviously he's immortal, but what else does he have? He had the scythe to start the fight, which, come to think of it, that scythe was weird. Its 3 blades don't really make it the best for killing, they just increase the chance of drawing blood. Naruto's eyes widened. That's it. Blood, his technique is dependent on getting the blood of his victim. That's why he said I had already lost once he nicked me. So what about that seal, what purpose does it serve? Oi, brat. Stop spacing out on me. We're sharing this pain together. Cry out in pain for me. He still hasn't left that seal, I wonder, futon. Daitapa. The blonde cried, sending a gust of wind towards Hidan. The Jashin fanatic didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked backwards out of his seal, and Naruto was knocked backwards as well. Seeing Hidan out of his seal, Naruto quickly tested his theory by throwing a kunai which grazed Hidan's right arm. Naruto smirked. I was right. He needs to be in that seal to activate his curse. I wasn't affected by that kunai cut. I only have 1 minute left in sage mode, and I'm probably going to drop from blood loss in 2 or 3 minutes. I need to finish this quickly. Naruto covered his right hand in wind chakra and flashed behind Hidan. Before his hand could slice through the silver-haired fanatic, a bolt of lightning forced him to jump backwards. He swore as he saw Kakuzu's last remaining thread creature join the fray. His eyes widened in surprise when the creature pushed itself back into Kakuzu's body, and couldn't keep his jaw closed when the masked man he killed earlier stood back up. Not bad, brat. Kakuzu sneered. Oi, Kakuzu, reattach my hand here. Hidan ordered, holding up the hand Naruto had previously cut off. Kakuzu's thread reattached Hidan's hand, and an exhausted Naruto was staring down a fully recovered Hidan, and a seemingly fully recovered Kakuzu. Kuso. Sasuke was just about to leap forward and shove Hidan from his seal when he heard Naruto's voice. Futon. Daitapa. So the Dobi figured it out, eh? Not bad, Naruto. Sasuke slinked back to watch the remainder of the fight. Damn it. Naruto thought as his legs began to shake. He was starting to feel woozy and still had 2 very powerful opponents to defeat. I don't have enough chakra left to use my Rasen Shuriken. I'm not even sure if I could form a Rasengan at this point. His hands brushed against the hilts of his tontos. I might have to use the Blood Angel release. The blonde quickly shook his head. No, I can't do that. I will ruin Sakura-chan's dream if I do that. There has to be a different way. Naruto's mind furiously began working on a plan to quickly kill his 2 opponents, although his hand never left his tontos. Sasuke smirked when he saw Naruto's hands drop down to his tontos. Finally. The Uchiha Celeste looked over to where Sakura was standing, and saw her reading from the piece of paper he had given her earlier. Sakura Haruno, you just took the first step towards your death. Tears were freely falling from Sakura's eyes as she watched Naruto hold back cries of pain while Hidan continued stabbing himself. Sasuke needs to act now. Futon. Daitapa. Her guardian yelled, knocking Hidan from his seal with a gust of wind. A small smile filled with pride found its way onto her face. Of course Naruto figured out that guy's technique. He's amazing. Sakura hoped Naruto would end this fight soon though. He was in terrible shape. Stab wounds covered his entire body, his back was still skinless, and his legs were beginning to shake. He's going to pass out from blood loss soon. She watched as the blonde-haired boy flashed behind the gray-haired fanatic with a glowing hand, then was forced to jump back to dodge a lightning bolt from one of the strange masked creatures Gamabunta had been fighting earlier. The pink-haired Celeste then gasped in horror as she saw the creature push itself back into the masked man Naruto had defeated earlier, bringing the man back to life. Now her guardian stood against two powerful opponents. A new wave of tears fell down Sakura's eyes as she saw his hands drop down to his tontos. No, I can't let him do this. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me, Naruto. Sakura began reading from the directions Sasuke had given her earlier. She was muttering in some archaic language. Airy seal, activate. Sakura finished with a yell just as Naruto began to move. The whiskered boy's body froze as a blue circle glowed around his neck. His sapphire eyes turned to her emerald ones, filled with the pain of betrayal. Itachi smirked as he continued to lie on the ground pretending to be unconscious. Sakura had unknowingly signed her own death warrant. Naruto would never suspect Itachi of foul play due to the bond they share. Soon Sakura Haruno, I'll be freeing Naruto by killing you. It took all the willpower Sakura possessed to not break eye contact with her guardian. His eyes reflected how betrayed he felt. The pink-haired girl hated having to activate the seal, but it was the only way to save his life. She needed to talk to him, but from the look in his eyes she wasn't entirely sure he would want to talk to her anytime soon. Naruto was still yet to move. Sakura took hesitant steps toward the blonde, hoping to explain herself, but stopped dead in her tracks when Hidan's sadistic laughter rang out into the air. Wow, kid. What a terrible charge you have. Here you are fighting with everything you have and more to protect her, and she ends you. The fanatic sneered. Sakura clenched her fist, as more tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I didn't want to have to activate the seal. Stupid brat. That's what happens when you dedicate your life to your charge, they betray you. Now you die. Kakuzu sneered. Naruto's pained sapphire eyes never left Sakura's. Sakura, I need you to order me to fight them on my own. His tired voice called out. The pink-haired Celeste could tell just from the tone of his voice that he wasn't going to be conscious for much longer. Tears fell from Sakura's eyes as she continued to stare at her guardian. Naruto's eyes softened slightly. Looks like she didn't really know what this seal does. Hidan was talking with her while I was fighting Deidara. He must have lied about what the seal truly was and told her how to activate it. Sakura, I can't move my body without your command. Please, if I can't move then I can't protect you from these two. The whiskered guardian reasoned in a much softer voice than he used earlier. Naruto, fight these two. Sakura commanded in a trembling voice. But don't you dare use your blood angel release, she added quickly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Someone had to have told her about that technique. The only person that knows about that technique other than myself is Itachi and Sasuke, but they would never betray me. But then who could have told her? The blue ring around his neck disappeared now that he wasn't trying to resist an order given by his master. Little black dots began to dance in Naruto's vision as his wooziness threatened to overtake him. No, Sakura's not safe. I can't pass out yet. The blonde-haired guardian reached into his pack and took out a soldier pill. Please body, survive this. Itachi began to stir, just as Naruto went to pop a soldier pill in his mouth. That won't be needed, Naruto-kun. He called as he stood to the surprise of both Naruto and Sakura. I will take things from here. Itachi? You couldn't beat them before, I think I can survive this. Naruto, put that down right now. Sakura suddenly yelled. The blue circle appeared around Naruto's neck, causing a searing pain to shoot through his body as he tried with all of his might to resist the seal. With a sigh, the whiskered guardian dropped the soldier pill. Sakura, these pills are our only hope for survival, Naruto said, as he reached into his pouch for another pill, hoping to eat it before Sakura could stop him. Naruto, don't even think about eating any of those pills. I'm not going to let you die. The pink-haired girl ordered, again causing the blue circle to appear around her guardian's neck. She cringed as she watched him hiss in pain and drop the pill he had grabbed. The blue ring was still around his neck and still hurting him even though he had dropped the pill. Why is it still hurting him? He obeyed the order. Wait, he couldn't move until I commanded him to. Sakura's command rang through her mind. Don't even think about eating any of those pills. Emerald eyes widened as realization struck her. You can think about using the pills, but you still can't use them, she hastily called out, effectively causing the circle to disappear. I need to be a lot more careful with what I say to him now. Itachi, Naruto said in a weak voice, his legs were visibly trembling now. It looks like, I'm going. Naruto fell to the ground unconscious before he could finish his sentence. I was wondering how much longer that brat could stay conscious with all of the blood he's lost, Hidan said with a sadistic grin on his face. Itachi began weaving hand signs, seemingly preparing to attack Hidan and Kakuzu. As he completed the last hand sign, he looked at Sakura from the corner of his eye and cast a genjutsu over her. Returning his focus to the two in front of him, Itachi allowed a rare smile to take over his face. Good work everyone. Hidan, Kakuzu, you two can leave now. Naruto's Celeste is currently in a genjutsu where she is watching me kill you with my Amaterasu. Why don't we just kill the girl now? Lord Jashin did not get a sacrifice today. Because, Sasuke said emerging from the trees, he doesn't hate Sakura enough yet. I could see it in his eyes. We need to give him more time to grow bitter towards her. You saw how she was with the seal. She accidentally used it to prevent Naruto from even thinking something. It's only a matter of time until he grows to resent her. I admit, the brat is impressive, but is he really worth all this trouble? Kakuzu asked as he stared at the unconscious whiskered guardian. I think it would be easier to eliminate him and his Celeste now. That way we wouldn't have to worry about him trying to stop us. We need Naruto for our plan to succeed. He's still young, so he is going to make mistakes like walk into traps such as the one Deidara set up. But he's easily one of the most powerful guardians, and he will continue to grow even stronger. Believe me, this is entirely necessary. Fine. Come on Hidan, my sources tell me there's a man with a pretty hefty bounty on his head nearby. I think it's time we collect. Hidan groaned. It's always about the money with you. Fine. But I get to kill him. Lord Jashin needs a sacrifice. The strange pair left, leaving the two Guardian and Celeste pairs. How much longer will he have to stick around for? Sasuke inquired in an annoyed tone. We can actually leave now. The genjutsu I've placed Sakura in will naturally release on its own once it has run its course. HHN. Good. I'm sick of this forest. The Uchiha brothers left, leaving an unconscious Guardian and a pink-haired Celeste staring off into space. Sakura watched as Itachi weaved a complex series of hand signs. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye and returned his focus to his two opponents. I'm going to give you this one chance to escape. If you value your lives at all, you will leave and never attack either my charge or Naruto's charge again. The red-eyed Guardian threatened. There's no way a Guardian would give a threat to their charge escape if they had the power to kill that threat. You're bluffing. Kakuzu sneered. Ah, so you're calling me bluff. That will be your final mistake. A black flame burst forth from Itachi's eye, enveloping both Hidan and Kakuzu. The two screamed in pain as the black flames burned through their bodies, and their horrible screams continued to fill the air until they were nothing but piles of ash. Itachi turned to Sakura, blood trickling from his right eye. I'm sorry, but the Amaterasu really took a lot out of me. I can offer no more protection for you. You should get Naruto-kun to a city quickly. He's going to need medical attention if he is to survive. The Uchiha Guardian explained. Sasuke were leaving. The Uchiha brothers disappeared from sight, leaving Sakura and an unconscious Naruto. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked down at her guardian. He fought so hard to protect me. Sakura absent-mindedly touched one of Naruto's wounds on his chest as tears continued to fall. I couldn't do anything, now he might die. It's not fair. Please don't die Naruto, Sakura whispered as her tears continued to trickle from her face onto his body. A green glow suddenly enveloped Sakura's hand that was still touching Naruto's wound. Sakura gasped in amazement as she saw the hole close. Did I just heal him? She whispered in awe. Maybe this is my big destiny. To save Naruto's life. Sakura thought excitedly, as she put both hands on the injured guardian's body. The pink-haired Celeste was especially surprised at the state of Naruto's hands. She expected his left hand to be messed up after he shoved it down into the ground to stop himself during his fight with Kakuzu, but she hadn't expected it to be as beat up as it was. His right hand also looked terrible. It looked as if someone took a small knife and gave Naruto's hand hundreds of tiny cuts. 15 minutes later she had finally healed all the wounds on the front of his body. She was exhausted, but she knew her guardian wasn't out of the woods yet. His back was still in terrible condition from shielding her from Deidara's explosion. Sakura rolled the blonde over and fresh tears gathered in her eyes as she stared at his back. It was bloody and the chainmail was still melted to it, not to mention there was a lot of dirt mixing with his blood. The pink-haired Celeste got to work picking the melted chainmail from Naruto's back. She was actually thankful the boy was unconscious so he didn't have to feel the pain of having the melted chainmail picked from his body. After she picked the last link out, she pulled out a canteen of water she had on her hip and poured it onto Naruto's back to clean it. Finally she put her glowing green hands over his back and began restoring the skin that had once been there. The girl's eyelids became increasingly heavy and as she continued to heal her guardian. "I'm almost there, I can't pass out yet. I need to fully heal Naruto." Finally, after a total of 35 minutes of healing, Naruto was fully recovered physically. He still had lost a lot of blood, but seeing his body fully healed sent a wave of relief through Sakura. Her body racked with exhaustion, Sakura dragged Naruto underneath a large series of tree roots. Tired emerald eyes scanned the area. "No one should be able to see us under here. Naruto should be safe now." Sakura lay down next to her guardian and wrapped her arms around him, squeezing the boy tightly against her, before finally laying her head down on his chest and allowing her exhaustion overtake her. Sakura fell asleep with a smile on her face. Naruto ran as fast as he could down a dark corridor with obsidian floors and walls that were covered in strange white runes. "Sakura-chan," he muttered worriedly. He could see a light leaking out of a door at the end of the corridor and increased his speed. The powerful blonde guardian didn't even bother trying to use the door, opting to smash through it instead. "Sakura-chan. Ah, Naruto, so you're here." A voice called from a dark corner in the room. Squinting his eyes, Naruto could only make out a figure. He couldn't see who the owner of the voice was. For some reason the voice sounded oddly familiar. "Who are you and where's Sakura-chan?" he yelled, baring his teeth like a feral animal. "So it's true. You really fell in love with your charge. If it's any consolation, she loved you too." Naruto's stomach twisted as a cold feeling spread throughout his body. "What do you mean loved?" the whiskered boy growled out, afraid of the answer he was going to receive. "Well, I killed her," the mysterious figure replied in a bored tone. "Her destiny would have interfered with my plans, she needed to die." "You bastard!" Naruto yelled as tears streamed down his face. "I'll kill you." Naruto flashed behind the figure only to have it disappear before he could land a blow. "Calm down, Naruto," the figure said as he reappeared in the opposite corner of the room. "You're free now. You now have a destiny." "Then my destiny is to destroy you," Naruto roared, disappearing in a flash. Again the figure disappeared before the guardian could land a blow. Tears were blurring his vision now. "Damn it, I can't even avenge Sakura. Who is this guy?" The guardian's confidence began to waver as he began to feel overwhelmed. Suddenly all of his sorrow, fear and worry left his body as he felt something squeeze him, and a warm sensation passed through his body. The room disappeared and Naruto found himself in a bright grassy meadow. "It's all okay now, Naruto," Sakura said from behind him, as she squeezed him tightly from behind. "Sakura-chan." The pink-haired girl's eyes shot open at the sound of Naruto's muttering. She lifted her head to peer at him. The boy's face was scrunched up in a worried expression. "Naruto," she quietly prodded. "I don't really want to wake him up, because he's probably not going to want to lay with me like this, but I don't want him having any nightmares either." "Sakura-chan." That's the second time he's muttered my name. He sounds so worried. "Naruto, I'm right here," she said, gently shaking her guardian. The guardian's face suddenly contorted into a feral snarl. "Who are you and where's Sakura-chan?" He's referring to me as Sakura-chan in his dreams. Maybe he doesn't completely hate me for activating the seal. "What do you mean loved?" Naruto growled now with a scared look on his face. "Loved? Does he know that I love him?" Sakura thought with a smile as she put her head back down onto his chest. "You bastard. I'll kill you." Naruto suddenly yelled as tears began falling from his sapphire eyes and he began thrashing about. Sakura wasn't about to let go of her guardian and began tightening the embrace she had him wrapped in. "Naruto, stop. I'm here," she said a little louder, hoping to free the boy from his nightmare. "Then my destiny is to destroy you," the powerful guardian roared in his sleep as his thrashing continued. Sakura used all of her strength to tighten her embrace, and lifted her head up so her were inches away from Naruto's. Without thinking she softly pressed her into his, instantly stopping his tears and calming him down. She smiled softly at him and was relieved her had such an effect on her crush. "It's all okay now, Naruto," she whispered into his ear, before putting her head back down on his chest and falling back asleep. Naruto was stirred awake by the smell of a campfire. Much to his surprise, his body wasn't extremely sore, he just felt a little light-headed from all of the blood he lost. The blonde felt like there was a weight on his chest and that something was tightly wrapped around him. He could barely open his eyes in his exhaustion. That is until he saw what was on his chest. Sapphire eyes widened in shock as the guardian realized his charge had him wrapped in a tight embrace and was resting her head on his chest. "What the?" Naruto began to mutter, but quickly caught himself when he noticed Sakura's expression. She seemed to be sleeping so peacefully. He didn't want to disturb her, especially after what she had to witness yesterday. "She activated my airy seal," the blonde suddenly thought sadly. "I'm sure she had no idea what it would do, but now she can make me tell her the truth. She could easily shatter her own dream now." "Damn it," the blonde whispered. "If I ever find Hidan again, I will make him beg for death for causing Sakura to activate this." "Ah, so you're finally awake," said a tall man with white spiky hair tied back in a ponytail and strange red lines on his face. He had a small book out and seemed to be writing in it while he observed Naruto and Sakura with a lecherous grin. Naruto's body tensed up on reflex. He didn't recognize this man, so he could potentially be a danger to Sakura. He would have killed us when we were passed out if he was after Sakura. "Yeah, who are you exactly?" Naruto's voice could not hide his exhaustion. "Who am I?" A strange grin lit up the man's face as he entered a kabuki pose. "Why, I am the great and legendary Jiraiya cut the crap," a gruff woman's voice called out, interrupting the strange man. "Tsunade Hami. You gotta stop interrupting my introductions." "Shut up you. You better not have written about those two in that stupid little perverted book of yours," the woman's voice replied. Whoever this woman was, she was clearly annoyed with Jiraiya. Jiraiya began sweating nervously and quickly pocketed his book. "Do you really think I'm the type of person who would do something like that, Tsunade?" he asked innocently. Naruto heard Tsunade sigh. "Do I really have to answer that? The answer is painfully obvious." Jiraiya let out a lecherous chuckle as he returned his focus back on the whiskered boy. "So, you're with your Celestie, eh? Quite a risk you're taking there." Naruto silently thanked Kami that Sakura was still asleep, or else this old pervert would probably snap her out of her dream. "Shut up, old man. We're not like that." Naruto's sapphire eyes transformed into toad-like yellow eyes. As soon as he entered Sage mode, he instantly noticed a change in Sakura's chakra. It felt more powerful. "What the hell? I'll have to figure that out later." Toad-like eyes flickered to the white-haired man. "How did you know that I'm a guardian and that she's a Celestie?" Naruto asked in a threatening tone. "Impressive. You've mastered Sage mode. I can only enter partial Sage mode myself," the old man replied, ignoring Naruto's question. "I'll give you some more answers later, but why don't we wake up your charge?" Naruto sighed. He wanted to let Sakura sleep, she looked absolutely exhausted, but he also wanted to get some answers out of this strange man. The guardian shook his charge. "Sakura. Sakura, it's time to wake up." The pink-haired Celestie slowly opened her eyes with a cute smile on her face as her emerald eyes locked with his sapphire ones. As the girl woke up more, a blush overtook her face. "Oh, good morning. Sorry about this. I was sorta exhausted yesterday and—" "Don't worry about that right now," Naruto interrupted, hoping to avoid any sort of conversation on the topic. "Right now we need to get up. This guy here," Naruto pointed up at Jiraiya, who Sakura noticed for the first time. "And some women were here when I woke up. They apparently want to talk to us." Sakura nodded and reluctantly untangled herself from her handsome guardian and stood up, offering a hand to Naruto. The whiskered boy grabbed her hand and she pulled him up with a little too much force, forcing his body against hers. Both Guardian and Celestie blushed at the awkward position before Naruto quickly put some space between the two. "Alright, now come on. My charge wants to meet you too," Jiraiya said once the duo seemed to be fully awake. "Did he just say charge? This guy is a guardian? There's no way, he's way too old to be a guardian," Naruto thought with a look of shock on his face. Sakura noticed his look and fixed him with a curious glance. "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto thanked Kami. Sakura asked a question, and didn't order him to say what was on his mind. He could still protect her from the truth. "I have to be careful how I answer her though," If I say nothing, she'll say something like, "It's not nothing, now tell me." I can't allow that to happen. What could feasibly put a look of shock on my face? I just realized something Jiraiya said before I woke you up. He said he could only enter partial sage mode. I'm just shocked to run into another sage, that's all. The blonde lied. A huge grin adorned Sakura's face. He was awake before me and didn't wake me up right away. Shanaru. He liked sleeping with me. You are so mine, Naruto-kun. Naruto mentally sighed in relief when Sakura bought his lie. So you two idiots are finally awake. Greeted a woman with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, amber eyes, and a very large bust who appeared to be in her 20s. Nani. Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto growled. The boy never took well to being insulted, especially by someone he didn't know. Seeing as how you're the guardian, I suppose I'm more referring to you when I call you both idiots. What kind of idiot guardian passes out in the middle of a woods without leaving any sort of sentry to keep an eye out for danger? You two were completely defenseless. You're lucky Jiraiya and I stumbled upon you. The busty blonde replied calmly. Now Tsunade, we don't know their side of the story. Jiraiya interjected, hoping not to have to protect his charge from a fellow guardian. Yeah. Naruto didn't have a choice. He gave his all to protect me from 3 different powerful enemies. Sakura jumped in, defending her blonde-haired protector. Tsunade snorted. A guardian's job is to, she knows what a guardian's job is. Naruto quickly interrupted. This woman, I don't trust her to protect Sakura-chan's dream. Whatever. Naruto is it. You shouldn't be moving around too much. You'll notice that you're still feeling very weak and woozy. That's because your body has a much lower amount of blood than normal. You will need to rest for a few days before you're ready to start traveling again. Nani. I feel fine. Naruto lied. We need to get moving. I'm a medic brat. I know you're not fine. Jiraiya, go talk with this stupid kid for a while. I need to talk with the girl alone. Tsunade ordered. Anything you have to say to my charge, you can say in front of me, Naruto said with a threatening voice. You currently owe your life to me. You will not argue, guardian, Tsunade retorted. Naruto clenched his fist and debated attacking the rude amber-eyed blonde in front of him, but decided against it. Fine. But if you say or do anything to hurt my charge, I will make you regret being born. Naruto threatened as he shot Tsunade a cold glare. Jiraiya chuckled as he placed a hand on his shoulder. Ah, young love. Come on Naruto, let's go for a short walk before you force me to fight you. Both Naruto and Sakura blushed. Shut up you stupid old man. I'm not in love. Jiraiya just chuckled some more. Right. Of course you aren't. Come on, let's go and give these women their space. Naruto sighed as he followed the old guardian into the forest. So what's the next step, Itachi-san? Kakuzu's voice inquired, echoing through the dark room. We wait. Naruto seemed to be fond of his charge, so we need to give her time to misuse the Aries seal and drive a wedge between them. Once Naruto's devotion to that pink-haired girl dies down, that is when we will approach him. Then we'll finally sacrifice that to Lord Jashin? Hidan asked excitedly. That's certainly one option. The elder Uchiha answered. I don't see why we don't go in and speed the process along. A strange man who looked similar to a shark said. If we attack them now, that girl is bound to make mistakes in the midst of such a stressful environment. Exactly. Naruto-kun would be more forgiving in that situation, Kisame. I know Naruto better than anyone else. Trust me when I say sitting back and waiting is the best option for us at this moment in time. This better not take too long, Itachi. A man with purple-ringed eyes and mid-length red hair said. I'm growing tired of waiting. Don't worry Nagato, it won't. So what did you want to talk to me about, old man? Naruto asked Jiraiya once they were a safe distance away from Sakura and Tsunade. I was just wondering, do you know who your parents were? Yes, their names were Minato and Kushina. They were both guardians. Naruto answered as his eyes looked to the ground. I knew it. I didn't know Kushina all that well, but I can definitely see Minato in you. Jiraiya said with a smile. You knew my father? Naruto asked with an eyebrow raised. Yep, I trained him when he was at the academy. He was my favorite student, a true genius. It's such a shame died. Wait, how can you be a guardian if you used to teach at the academy? I didn't think teachers were allowed to switch from teaching to taking an actual charge. Naruto questioned with a confused look on his face. Hee. Well, I sort of got into an argument with one of my peers. His name was Orochimaru. He would treat students like they weren't living beings. I eventually discovered he was experimenting on students. I tried to call him out on it, but he was well connected at the academy. It was my word versus Orochimaru's on whether or not he was experimenting on students. The council trusted Orochimaru over me and sent me into the world as a guardian. Orochimaru. I remember that guy's name. If it makes you feel any better, he got kicked out of the academy a couple of years ago. They never told us why though. Ah, that's good, Jiraiya softly replied. So how long have you been a guardian? Naruto asked. 6 years now. That's impressive that you've managed to survive that long. The whiskered boy complimented. Of course I've survived this long. I'm super strong. Jiraiya proudly boasted with a wide grin. Naruto chuckled. Hopefully I can last a long time as well. You really love your charge, don't you? Jiraiya asked in a surprisingly soft voice. No, not like that. I can't. She likes me though, and that's getting to be a problem. I can't let her fall for me when I most likely won't be around for that long. As a former academy teacher, I should tell you not to let yourself fall for your charge, but as a guardian who's been out in the world for 6 years, I will tell you that you shouldn't fight your heart so much. Jiraiya sagely advised. Hee. Naruto nervously chuckled. Right now, Sakura doesn't know the truth about the lives of a guardian. She has this fantasy of what the life of a Celeste is like that she came up with when she was a little girl, and I don't have the heart to tell her the truth. I've decided that I'm going to protect her fantasy for as long as I possibly can. I see. That's very noble of you, kid. You're just like your father. So, what part of Sakura's childhood fantasy included her guardian hardening his heart against her? Jiraiya asked with a lecherous smirk. Well, I know I won't be able to protect her dream forever. I have to keep my distance so she hurts less when I'm gone. Naruto replied sadly. Stupid kid. I saw the look on her face when she was sleeping with you earlier. She will be hurt when you're gone regardless whether or not you give in to her. You really think so? Naruto cautiously asked. I know so. It's rare that people like us have a shot at happiness. You should take advantage of this while you can. Thanks, Jiraiya. No problem, kid. I hope Tsunade doesn't break this kid's charge out of her fantasy. I see you activated your guardian's airy seal, Tsunade observed. Yes. But how did you know? I didn't accidentally use it just now, did I? Sakura asked with a worried look on her face. She hated hurting Naruto with that stupid seal. No, but I could tell when I was scanning that kid's body that his seal was activated. Also, I could tell by your chakra as well. My chakra. Sakura remembered Naruto explaining chakra to her. It's what he uses to perform all his techniques. Yes, your chakra. The airy seal was originally developed as a way to force a non-compliant guardian into protecting his Celeste. But what most people don't know is that the seal has another purpose. It draws out the Celeste's power as well. Draws out my power? Is that how I was able to heal Naruto? Yep. As you know, all Celestes have a hidden power that will manifest itself when they face their destiny. But what few people realize is that it's possible for Celestes to access their unique chakra. So can I use techniques like Naruto? Sakura interrupted excitedly. No, Celeste's chakra is very different than everyone else's. The techniques that Naruto uses can't be used with a Celeste's chakra, just as techniques a Celeste can use can't be used with a Guardian's chakra. Tsunade explained. So, will I learn a bunch of different Celeste techniques? Tsunade chuckled. So eager. No, Celeste chakra is very hard to control and access. Our body just has to suddenly know a technique to use it. But you're lucky. Healing is a very useful technique to unlock. It will help you keep your guardian alive longer in a fight. I guess, but I want to be able to do more. I was unable to do anything for Naruto during his last fight. He fought so hard to protect me and I could only sit and watch. I just wish I was stronger. Naruto isn't the one with a destiny. Tsunade interrupted in a surprisingly harsh tone. You are. He's supposed to fight hard to protect you. Protecting you is what gives his life meaning. Why can't Naruto have a destiny? Sakura shot back with a glare on her face. He deserves to be happy just as much as I do. You love him, don't you? Tsunade asked softly, with a far-off look in her eyes. I think so. Sakura responded with a smile on her face. Well, you should stop now. You're only asking for more pain if you fall in love with your guardian, Tsunade said with a frown. Tell me about my dad Jiraiya. I always wanted to know more about him. But all I was told at the academy was that both my father and mother were very powerful and I wasn't living up to their names. Hee. Sounds like those bastards at the academy. As I said before, Minato was a genius. He was hailed as a prodigy at an early age in the academy and I took him under my wing. Under my tutelage, Minato began developing his own unique techniques and eventually created the Rasengan and the Hiroshin. Both moves are extremely powerful. You mean these? Naruto asked as he formed a swirling blue sphere in his hand, then disappeared in a yellow flash, reappearing behind Jiraiya. Hee. So you learned your father's most powerful techniques. Impressive. I notice you did the Hiroshin without hand signs even. Minato could never do that. Naruto smiled and formed a Rasen Shuriken in his hand. Jiraiya's eyes widened when he saw the humming sphere. They told me at the academy that the Rasengan was an incomplete jutsu, so with the help of a friend I completed it. I call this the Rasen Shuriken. The whiskered guardian held the humming sphere in his hand for a few more seconds before dispelling it. That's very impressive. Your father would be very proud of you, Naruto. Jiraiya suddenly tensed up as a frown made its way onto his face. Do you feel them, Naruto? Jiraiya asked the young blonde. Yay. They don't feel very strong, but something feels off about them, Naruto replied. Perhaps we should be getting back to our charges now. If they do decide to attack, let me handle them. You're still too weak from your last battle, the white-haired guardian instructed. What? No way. I'm fine. I can handle whatever those two things are. Maybe so, but better safe than sorry. Tsunade may not be the most pleasant woman ever, but she knows her stuff. If she says you're still hurt, then you're still hurt. Now come on, let's get back. The white-haired guardian and his now grumbling blonde-haired companion calmly walked back toward their charges. What are you talking about? Sakura asked incredulously. How could I possibly be asking for more pain by falling in love with the man who has been and will be protecting me for the rest of my life? It looks like you certainly drew the short straw when you got him as a guardian, Tsunade mumbled. What? Don't talk about Naruto like that. I'm lucky that he is my guardian, Sakura yelled, defending her crush. Your first guardian is supposed to tell you the truth right away. For some reason, the Celesti lifestyle is over-romanticized and little children dream about their little fantasies where they're a Celesti being protected by a brave and strong guardian until to save the world. Tsunade explained as she grabbed the bridge of her nose. What do you mean tell the truth? Sakura asked in an apprehensive tone. The truth, Sakura. The truth is, Naruto will not be with you when you face your destiny, if you face your destiny at all, that is. What? Why not? The younger Celesti asked incredulously. Because Naruto will be long dead by then. You see, Sakura, a guardian's life expectancy is very short. On average, a Celesti goes through one guardian a year. Emerald eyes were opened wide. No, Naruto won't die. He's strong. That's what I thought about my first guardian. Tsunade interrupted. And like you, I unlocked my healing powers while traveling with him. And like Naruto, Dan never told me the truth. I was in my fantasy world and Dan kept me in it up until he died. What do you mean, fantasy world? The pink-haired Celesti asked softly. I would imagine it's the same as the one Naruto is keeping you in. Dan let me believe that I was going to save the whole world, and he would be by my side during my entire journey. We fell in love, and I thought Dan would be there forever. What happened? Sakura asked timidly. Dan was a guardian. All guardians are trained to sacrifice their lives to protect their charges, and Dan was no different. He used a sacrificial technique to protect me from harm and died. I was devastated. The man I loved threw his life away to protect me. Tsunade answered bitterly. I'm sure Naruto knows plenty of sacrificial techniques as well, which he will use without hesitation when the time comes. And believe me when I say this, Sakura, the time will come. I've been a Celesti for 24 years now, and Jiraiya is the 18th guardian who has taken me as his charge. All 17 guardians before him sacrificed themselves for me, and it's only a matter of time until Jiraiya sacrifices himself for me as well. How can you have been a Celesti for 24 years? You look like you're in your 20s. Sakura asked with a confused look on her face, as she tried to ignore the information Tsunade just told her. Hee. I'm actually 54 girl. As to how I look to be in my 20s. Well, that's a secret, Tsunade said with a wink. I see, Sakura drawled, before her eyes lit up. You said that on average, a Celeste goes through one guardian a year. Then how come you have only had 18 guardians? Shouldn't it be closer to 24? I'm old, Sakura, and have been for a while. The older I get, the closer I get to dying naturally. The older I get, the less likely it is that I will fulfill my destiny. Jiraiya has been around for 6 years now because those who hunt Celeste tend to go after younger ones who are more likely to fulfill their destiny than some old woman like me. But they'll come eventually, and eventually Jiraiya will die. How can you talk so calmly about something like that? Sakura yelled as she clenched her fists. Guardians are people too. How can you just sit there and calmly announce their pending deaths? Because Sakura, that's the way it is. Guardians sacrifice themselves for the Celeste. That's why the Guardians were formed. You need to get that through your head. Naruto is eventually going to die protecting you. No, Naruto is strong. And I won't let him sacrifice himself for me. I'll heal Naruto after every single fight he's in. I will not let him die. Sakura replied stubbornly with a fire burning behind her emerald eyes. I told you, I thought the exact same thing about Dan. But like all Guardians, Dan died. I wasn't able to use my healing powers to save him. Tears began pooling in Sakura's eyes. What if she's right? What if I can't save Naruto? What if I'm just a burden that gets him killed? It's useless to try to fight it, Sakura. As a Celeste, you have a destiny. As a Guardian, Naruto does not. His destiny is to die protecting you. You should start putting some distance between you and him before he dies. Trust me. You don't want to experience the pain of losing a guardian that you foolishly fell in love with. Tsunade lectured calmly in the softest tone Sakura had heard her use yet. So as a Celeste, I'm just going to be running around while guardians throw their lives away to protect me from constant threats, until I fulfill my destiny, and I might not even fulfill it. That's the true life of a Celeste? Sakura asked in a low monotone voice. Unfortunately so. It's about the farthest thing you can get from a fairy tale. The life of a Celeste is a miserable one. Just so your soul can survive, you will learn to eventually see guardians as nothing more than sacrifices. Once you view them as sacrifices, their deaths don't chip away at your soul in the slightest. A guardian is a sacrifice, Sakura whispered as a tear fell down her cheek. So Naruto is a sacrifice for me. That is correct, Sakura. Tsunade confirmed. That S, the pink-haired girl mumbled to no one in particular. This S. Tsunade's hazel eyes softened as she patted the younger Celeste on the shoulder. Yes, it does. Now then, let me teach you how to properly use your healing powers. Tsunade called out in a loud voice. What's the point, Tsunade? If my guardian is just going to die anyways, what's the point of healing them? Sakura asked in a sad tone. Just because they are going to die eventually, doesn't mean you can't try to prolong their life a little bit. You should always strive to keep your guardian alive as long as you possibly can. Tsunade replied softly. But why? Why waste my time on a sacrifice? Sakura asked bitterly as another tear fell down her cheek. Because when you keep them healed, they can protect you better. Tsunade explained, her voice still soft. So that's it. I should heal my guardian because it's beneficial to me. Sakura spat. Yes, Sakura, that is correct. You're the one with a destiny, you're the one who's important. Well, screw that. Sakura yelled. I'm not going to heal Naruto just so he can protect me better. I'm going to heal Naruto to help him. I refuse to look at Naruto as a sacrifice. He's Naruto, my guardian. I'm not going to let him get hurt, and I'm not going to let him die. The pink-haired Celeste's eyes flashed with determination as she crossed her arms defiantly. Tsunade sighed. It's your heart. You'll be forced to accept the truth eventually. Screw the truth and screw destiny, Sakura huffed. A small smile adorned Tsunade's face. A bold statement. Well then, let me show you how to use your powers properly then if you're going to defy destiny. This girl is so much like me when I was younger. I hope that somehow you defy fate and aren't forced to live through the same hell that I am, Sakura. Sakura looked to Tsunade with determined eyes. I'm going to learn how to use my healing powers, then I'm going to use my powers to keep Naruto alive, Shanaru. This is our lucky day. We stumble upon two unguarded Celeste. Lord Orochimaru will be quite pleased. A large cloaked man said with a cruel smirk. You idiot. They're not unguarded. Their guardians aren't far away, we're going to need to capture those two quickly. A tall thin man responded. The large man responded by activating the seal on his neck and transforming into a dark-skinned demonic-looking creature with spikes protruding out from his body. The tall thin man used his seal to transform into a dark-skinned serpent-looking creature. A large tail protruded from his back and scales covered his entire body. They both tensed their muscles, preparing to spring forth and capture the Celesti. They froze as a blonde-haired boy flashed in front of the two women. Well, what do we have here? If I didn't know any better, I would say you two are going after my and that kid's charges. A white-haired man called from directly behind them. The large creature whirled around and shot spikes out of his body at the white-haired guardian. The guardian simply deflected the spikes with his own spiky hair. You'd be better off by simply letting us take those two Celesti. Our master will enjoy experimenting on them, the skinny snake-like man said. Jiraiya laughed. I'm not sure what happened to you two, but you aren't strong enough to beat me. Don't underestimate the power of the curse mark. The large spiky man roared as he leapt forward, fully intending to impale Jiraiya with his spikes. The white-haired guardian easily dodged and formed a Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan. Jiraiya slammed the sphere of chakra into the spiked man's gut. The Rasengan tore his stomach apart and the large spiked man reverted back to normal as he died. You bastard. The skinny snake-like man yelled as he rushed forward. Jiraiya simply smirked as he formed another Rasengan and slammed it into the man's gut. As the snake-like man reverted back to normal, Jiraiya stood over him with another Rasengan in his hand. You said your master would enjoy experimenting on those two Celesti. Why don't you tell me who your master is? Hee. Burn in hell, guardian. The man spat. After you. Jiraiya muttered, before finishing the skinny man off by slamming his Rasengan into the man's head. Looks like I still got it, Tsunade? Jiraiya boasted. Whatever. Now that this kid is awake, I think it's time we get moving, Jiraiya. Two Celesti are bound to attract more attention. Wait a second. Naruto still hasn't recovered from his earlier fight. I think we should stick around until he's closer to full strength. Thanks, Jiraiya, but I'm fine. Naruto interjected as he stood on wobbly legs. Tsunade is right, two Celesti will definitely draw more attention. Thank you for watching over us while we slept. See, Jiraiya. The kid is fine. Tsunade said. Now let's get going. I don't feel like getting attacked again. Jiraiya sighed. Fine. You better be careful, Naruto. I already outlived my favorite student. I really don't want to outlive his son. Naruto chuckled and smiled at the white-haired guardian. I'll be just fine. Thanks for everything, Jiraiya. No problem, Gaki. The white-haired guardian responded with a grin of his own. Thank you for helping me with my powers, Tsunade. Sakura said as she shot a grateful smile to the blonde-haired Celesti. No problem. Good luck defying destiny. Tsunade replied with a soft smile. Thanks, but I won't need any luck. Sakura responded confidently, getting a chuckle out of the older Celesti. Of course you won't. Well, we're off then. See you around. Tsunade and Jiraiya waved as they disappeared into the forest. As soon as the older duo was out of sight, Sakura turned to her guardian with a serious look on her face. Naruto, I need to ask you a serious question. The whiskered guardian looked at his charge. I wonder what that hag Tsunade told Sakura-chan. Okay. Naruto drawled in a slightly awkward tone. Would you sacrifice yourself for me without a second thought? Naruto stared at Sakura with a surprised expression on his face. Of course I would, Sakura-chan. That's my job. A pained look overtook Sakura's eyes. Please, don't. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me, Naruto. To Sakura's surprise, her whiskered guardian began chuckling. Sakura-chan, that's like telling a bird not to fly. If I need to sacrifice myself to protect you, then I will. Wait, I need to be careful with how I tell her this next part. I could accidentally break her out of her fantasy if I'm not careful. So it's true then. Sakura interrupted, causing Naruto to raise his eyebrow at her. What's true, Sakura-chan? Tsunade said that a guardian's life expectancy was very short, and on average a Celesti went through one guardian a year. She said not to get attached to any guardians because none of them would be around for long. Guardians would sacrifice themselves for me. Sakura said softly as her sad emerald eyes examined the ground. Damn it, I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I was hoping to protect you from the truth for a little longer. I don't know how long I'll be alive to protect you, Sakura, and I understand if you want to distance yourself from me so it hurts less when I die. Naruto replied as he clenched his fist. Damn it, Tsunade, you just had to go and ruin her dream. Distance myself from you. Screw that. You and I are going to defy this stupid fate, Naruto. When I activated your Aries seal, I also unlocked my healing powers. I'm not going to let you die, Naruto-kun. You are not going to be sacrificing yourself for me, Sakura said with a determined grin. Hee, thanks Sakura-chan, Naruto replied with a foxy grin as he scratched the back of his head. And Naruto? Sakura asked softly. Yay, Sakura. Thanks for trying to protect my innocence. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate you trying to keep me happy. Naruto simply grinned at his charge. You're welcome, Sakura. I'm just sorry I couldn't protect your dream longer. It's okay, Naruto. I'm kind of glad I know the truth now. So what are your plans now? Are we just going to wander randomly until I face my destiny? The Pinkette inquired. That's the plan. Naruto answered enthusiastically. Then I have a request. Do you know anyone who might be able to remove your Aries seal? Sapphire eyes widened in surprise as Naruto took in his charge's words. You want to remove my seal? Why? No Celeste has ever wanted to remove a guardian's Aries seal after activating it. I hate hurting you. Sakura replied in a pained voice. I've already accidentally hurt you too much with that damn seal. I want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Sakura-chan, Naruto stammered in shock. A lone tear slid down Naruto's cheek as he looked at his charge with a small smile. Thank you. The guardian's pink-haired charge returned his smile. Don't thank me yet, Baka. You still have the seal activated. So do you know someone who can remove it? Well, no Celeste has ever wanted to remove their guardian's Aries seal after activating it. So I don't know anyone for sure, but we can ask the council at the Guardian Academy. If anyone knows how to remove the seal, they should know. Naruto answered while scratching his chin in thought. The Guardian Academy? We can go there. Of course we can. Then why don't we just stay there? I can't think of a safer place than an academy filled with guardians. Hee. Well, technically a guardian isn't supposed to bring his charge to the academy. Having Celeste around distract the academy students too much, not to mention that Celestis tend to attract trouble. The council really doesn't want enemies attacking. But they make exceptions for prodigies. Naruto explained with a nervous chuckle. So that's how you met Sasuke, I presume? Yep. Itachi, like me, was considered a prodigy, and as a result he sympathized with me. He was the 8-year-old who defeated me in a duel on my 3rd birthday. After that duel he felt so bad for me that Itachi became a sort of big brother to me. After he left the academy, he returned from time to time to check on me and brought Sasuke with him. The blonde answered. I'm glad you at least had Itachi when you were growing up, Sakura said with a soft smile on her face. Hee, me too, Sakura-chan. Itachi helped train me, and helped me develop my own unique techniques. He also helped me alter my father's famous techniques and make them my own. I shudder to think where I would be without Itachi. Remind me to thank Itachi the next time we see him. Sakura looped her arm around her guardians. So which way to the academy? Well, we're not going to go to the academy right away, Sakura-chan. Naruto replied. And to Sakura's surprise, the blonde didn't seem to have any problem with having his arm looped together with hers. We're only a few hours away from the village I originally wanted to stop at. We're going to stop there so you can sleep in a bed. I figure we'll spend a couple of days there while I recover my strength. As much as I hate to admit it, I am still weak from the battles with Deidara, Hidan and Kakuzu. Also, if you would like, we can start your training once we're in the village. Sakura instantly perked up and a huge smile took over her pretty face. Hell yay. Let's get to the village now so we can start, Shanaru. Naruto chuckled at his charge and began leading her towards the small village. A small smile adorned the whiskered boy's face as he thought about his charge. Celeste, who is determined to prevent me from sacrificing myself, wants to get stronger and not rely on her hidden powers, wants to remove my Aries seal that she accidentally activated. Celeste, who actually wants her guardian to be happy. I sure lucked out when I got Sakura as my charge. At Sakura's request, the duo walked quickly and made it to the small village in just over an hour. The blonde-haired boy led the way to a quaint inn. This is where we'll be staying for a couple of days, he explained as the pair walked into the small building. Welcome. Ah, I see we have another young couple. A bald old man greeted, causing both Naruto and Sakura to blush. Hee, it's not like that, old man. Naruto awkwardly replied. I would like one room with 2 beds, please. A disappointed frown flitted upon Sakura's face briefly. Damn, I wouldn't have minded sleeping with Naruto-kun again. The pink-haired Celeste quickly replaced the frown with a fake smile. Things are going well between me and Naruto. I don't want to accidentally screw anything up by acting too disappointed. The old man, however, did not miss the look of disappointment that flashed across Sakura's face briefly. Hee. Sure. Well, I have some bad news, although from the look on your partner's face, I don't think she will think of it as bad news. Sakura's emerald eyes instantly snapped to attention. We're out of 2 bedrooms. The only room we have left is a 1-person room with 1 full-sized bed. The old man finished with a lecherous smirk. The pink-haired Celeste tried and failed to suppress the happy smile that overtook her face. Shanaru. Looks like I'll be getting to sleep with Naruto-kun again. To Sakura's surprise, Naruto didn't sigh or make any sort of fuss. Instead he blushed. Okay. That will do, old man. Naruto took a key from the old man and began walking down a hallway. Sakura closely followed her guardian with an excited smile on her face. Naruto and I are going to be sharing a 1-bedroom. Naruto stopped at a door and unlocked it with his key before walking in. Once Sakura was in the room, he closed the door and locked it. His charge instantly shot him a mischievous grin. You know, Naruto-kun, I'm pretty tired after everything that has happened. Why don't we take a nap before we start training? The pink-haired girl plopped down on the comfortable-looking bed in the corner. That's not a bad idea, Sakura-chan. Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones. One began reading the water manipulation scroll Naruto was currently trying to master, and the other entered Sage mode to scan the immediate area for any threatening chakra signatures. Naruto lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Sakura asked incredulously. Naruto opened one sapphire eye to see Sakura looking at him like he was a complete idiot from her spot on the bed. I'm taking a nap. The shadow clones will disperse as soon as they sense danger, which will instantly wake me up. Sakura sighed and grabbed the bridge of her nose. Clueless as ever. No, baka. I meant, why are you sleeping on the floor? You're my charge. I'm not going to make you sleep on the floor. Naruto replied in a tone that matched Sakura's own incredulous one. And who said that one of us had to sleep on the floor? Sakura pressed. Sakura-chan, it isn't proper. I shouldn't be sleeping with you. We haven't even really known each other for all that long yet. He didn't use the guardian-Celeste relationship as an excuse. It's okay, Naruto. I trust you. I know you won't take advantage of me. Now come up here, this is a big bed. There's plenty of room for both of us, Sakura commanded. The familiar blue circle appeared around Naruto's neck, causing the blonde to hastily climb into bed with Sakura. Oh crap. Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to command you like that. It's okay, Sakura-chan, Naruto quietly whispered. He tried not to feel betrayed, but couldn't stop a small part of him for resenting Sakura for her use of the airy seal. I'm still her little, a small voice said in the back of his head. The whiskered boy quickly shook his head. No. Sakura didn't mean to use the seal against me just now, she wants to get rid of this seal. Sakura couldn't stand seeing the slightly pained look on Naruto's face. She knew he was trying to hide it from her so she didn't feel guilty. Naruto, I want you to know that I would prefer that you sleep in the bed with me. But if you aren't comfortable, I will not force you. You are free to choose where you would like to sleep. The blonde guardian shot his charge a grateful smile. Thanks, Sakura-chan. If you really want me to sleep in the bed, then I will, and not because some seal is making me. The blonde's charge smiled back at him. I'm glad, she whispered. Sakura briefly considered cuddling up with Naruto, but decided against it. He really seemed against sleeping in the same bed with me originally. I seem to be wearing down his defenses. It's probably not a good idea to do anything that he's not fully comfortable with right now. Sweet dreams, Naruto. The pink-haired girl said softly as she turned away from her guardian. Sweet dreams, Sakura. The blonde-haired boy whispered back as he followed suit and turned the opposite direction of his charge. Both Naruto and Sakura fell asleep with a content smile on their faces. Sakura woke up to the sound of birds chirping. Emerald eyes slowly opened to see Naruto's shadow clones sitting on the floor in the exact same positions they were in when she went to sleep. Looks like we were more tired than we thought. Did we sleep through the entire night? Sakura asked Naruto's clone that was in sage mode. Yeah. You guys were really out of it. I thought about waking you up, but you guys looked so exhausted I decided to just let you sleep, the clone replied. Thanks. Sakura responded as she rolled over to look at her guardian. Naruto's still out cold. He was a lot more exhausted than he let on. Sakura fought the urge to run her hand through her guardian's spiky blonde hair, and instead chose to get up. I'm going to get us some breakfast, she announced. Okay. Hold on just a second. Naruto's sage clone responded as he walked to Naruto's pack. The clone rustled around in the pack for a few seconds before pulling out a three-pronged kunai. I'm going with you, the clone explained. And if someone happens to dispel me, the original will wake up and instantly flash to this kunai to protect you. You don't need to come with me, Sakura huffed. I'll be just fine. Naruto's clone chuckled. Hee hee. I'm sure you would be. But the original would kill me if he found out I let you go wandering about on your own. Sakura smiled at the clone. You're probably right. Fine, let's go. The pink-haired Celeste grabbed the room key and left the room, with Naruto's sage clone in tow. You know, a lot of people are going to be staring if you're just walking around town in sage mode. Your eyes kind of stand out, Sakura admonished. You're right. The clone replied and quickly dropped sage mode. You're a clone of Naruto. What should we get him for breakfast? The pinkette inquired. That's easy. The blonde clone replied enthusiastically. Ramen. Sakura's sweat dropped as she stared at her guardian's shadow clone. Ramen, for breakfast? You've never had ramen for breakfast? The clone asked with a shocked expression on its face. Ramen really isn't a breakfast food. Toast, eggs, ham, sausage, bacon, waffles. Those types of foods are breakfast food. Sakura answered in a tone that one would use to educate a toddler. Ramen works for every meal. The clone replied. It's settled then, we're going to have ramen for breakfast. What? I didn't agree to that. I will not be having ramen for breakfast. Don't knock it till you've tried it, Sakura-chan. Sakura sighed as she let Naruto's clone lead her to a ramen stand. Naruto slowly stirred to the sound of birds chirping. Crap, I slept through the entire night? The whiskered boy rolled over to look at his charge. A feeling of panic spread throughout his body when he noticed Sakura wasn't in bed. Panicked sapphire eyes swept across the room looking for his charge. Calm down. She went out to get some breakfast. The other shadow clone went with her. Naruto's clone studying the water manipulation scroll called without looking up. He what? She shouldn't. He took one of your three-pronged kunais with him so you could instantly flash to her if he was dispelled for any reason. The clone interrupted. Right, thanks for the info. Naruto said as he dispelled his clone. Damn it. Why am I having such a difficult time getting water manipulation down? That clone spent the entire night studying this scroll and I'm still not much closer to understanding it. The whiskered guardian focused on the kunai his clone had in hand and flashed it. I can't believe I'm going to eat ramen for breakfast, Sakura thought as she stared at the ramen stand's menu. Are you sure this is what Naruto wants for breakfast? The pink-haired Celeste asked her guardian's clone, hoping this was all one big practical joke. Trust me, Sakura-chan, you're going to love this. There is no better breakfast than ramen, the enthusiastic clone replied. Before Sakura could retort, her actual guardian appeared in a yellow flash. Naruto blinked as he took in his surroundings and a large foxy smile made its way onto his face. You like ramen for breakfast too, Sakura-chan? This is great. Sakura's sweat dropped as she looked at her excited guardian. I guess, she mumbled, turning her attention back to the menu. Thanks for looking after her. Naruto told his clone before dispelling it. I'll have 6 bowls of miso pork please. Wide emerald eyes met happy sapphire eyes as Sakura turned her head to Naruto in shock. 6 bowls of ramen for breakfast? I know. I'm eating a pretty light breakfast, the whiskered blonde dumbly replied. Sakura's sweat dropped for what seemed to be the 100th time that morning. Right, I'll have 1 bowl of vegetable ramen please. After a couple of minutes, 6 steaming bowls of ramen were sitting in front of Naruto, and 1 steaming bowl was sitting in front of Sakura. Itadakimasu, the duo said before digging into their ramen. An hour later Naruto and Sakura had returned to their in-room. So are we going to leave for the academy today? Sakura asked hopefully. The sooner I get this stupid seal off of Naruto the better. No. I think we should spend a couple of days in this village. I would like to get your training started before we head out, Naruto replied. Do you want to start my training? What, you need me to be stronger because you can't protect me? Sakura teased while sticking her tongue out at her guardian. Nani? Of course not. If you don't want to start your training I guess we can just leave today, Naruto replied. No. I want to start training as soon as possible, Sakura quickly retorted. So what are we going to do first Naruto-sensei? She asked with a cheeky grin. Her whiskered guardian chuckled as he pulled out a black blindfold. Naruto-sensei huh? First, we're going to work on improving your senses. Sakura eyed the blindfold warily. What do you mean improve my senses? In a flash, Naruto was standing behind his pink-haired charge. Exactly what it sounds like, you're too dependent on your eyes, so we're going to take them out of the equation for a while. The guardian explained as he blindfolded his charge. So I just have to walk around blindfolded? The pinkette asked. Well, this won't be that hard. Naruto again chuckled. Not exactly. You're going to be dodging while blindfolded, he explained as he grabbed the pillows off the bed. Dodging? Naruto, what are you? Naruto interrupted Sakura by hitting her in the head with a pillow. What the hell was that for? Sakura screeched. Naruto's laughter filled the room as he readied another pillow to throw at his charge. You were supposed to dodge that pillow, Sakura-chan. Focus on your other senses. Focus on my other senses. Naruto, I can't dodge a pillow without being able to see it, Sakura complained. Well then you are not going to have a very pleasant afternoon, Sakura-chan, Naruto cheekily replied as he hit her in the head with another pillow. Naruto, ooh. Sakura growled as she reached for her blindfold. Warm hands were suddenly on her own. Sorry, Sakura-chan, but you're the one who wanted training. You're going to need to keep that blindfold on, now focus. Naruto jumped back and readied another pillow to throw at his charge. I'm going to make you pay for this, baka, Sakura thought as she tried to listen for any sign that a pillow was traveling towards her head. Sakura felt the pillow flying through the air towards her face and ducked underneath it. Naruto and her had been staying in a small village for the past 3 days, and all Naruto had done is thrown pillows at her blindfolded form. Very good, Sakura-chan. Your reflexes are getting better, the blonde guardian complimented. Getting better? My reflexes are awesome, Sakura boasted. I think it's about time. The pink-haired Celeste was interrupted by a pillow hitting her upside the head. Don't get too arrogant now, Sakura. You still have a long way to go before you're ready to take that blindfold off. Oh come on, Naruto, Sakura whined. I've had this stupid blindfold on for 3 days straight. I want to actually be able to see something. You'll get to take the blindfold off when your dodging abilities have gotten better. Now focus. Sakura weaved to the right to dodge another pillow that went whirring just past her ear. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to teach Naruto a lesson, Shanaro. The blindfolded Celeste dropped into her taijutsu stance and leapt towards where she thought Naruto was standing. She launched her fist forward at what she assumed was Naruto's face, only to have it caught by the guardian's strong hand. Careful, Sakura-chan. You're not ready for attacking yet. You just almost punched a wall, Naruto called from her left. Sakura growled and threw another fist in the direction of her guardian's voice. Her fist simply connected with air, and Sakura heard her guardian sigh from behind her. Sakura, I'm telling you, you're not ready for attacking yet. We need to work on your reflexes. Screw that. I'm ready. Sakura stubbornly grunted, launching an elbow towards the voice. Again, her elbow only connected with air, but this time she felt a strong pair of arms wrap around her arms and restrain her. You're not Sakura. You've improved greatly over these past 3 days, but your reflexes still aren't good enough to move on to the next step, Naruto gently admonished into her ear, causing a shiver to go up Sakura's spine. Fine, Sakura said in a defeated tone. Let's get back to the pillow tossing, I guess. Naruto released his charge and let a small chuckle escape his. Don't be so down, Sakura. You've only been training for 3 days. Whatever, Sakura grumbled as she ducked under another pillow headed for her head. Report in, Itachi commanded a cloaked man in front of him. Naruto appears to be getting along with his guardian just fine. His sensory abilities are highly advanced, so I wasn't able to get very close, but I think I heard him mention something about going to the academy to learn how to remove his Aerie seal. This isn't good, Itachi said in a monotone voice. And where is Naruto right now? Naruto and his charge have stopped in a small village a couple of hours north of where you and he fought Hidan and Kakuzu. He appears to be training his charge. Interesting. And how long do you predict Naruto will be in this village? He seems to be waiting for his Celeste to master dodging blindfolded. The girl is making impressive progress, but she won't be ready for at least a week. I see. Looks like your genius plan is going to fail, Itachi. Sasuke sneered from his seat on the ground. My plan hasn't failed yet. Itachi paused and looked at the cloaked man who had been spying on Naruto. Is there a reason you're still here? Hi Itachi-sama. I know it's not my place, but I have an idea. You're right. It's not your place to come up with ideas, but I'm feeling generous. Go ahead and tell me your idea, but be warned, if your idea is not good I will kill you where you stand. Itachi coldly threatened. The cloaked man began sweating nervously. Well you see, the man stammered. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life as he glared at his stammering subordinate. Spit it out or I'll kill you now. Naruto's Celeste would have no way of knowing if she's trapped in a genjutsu, and genjutsus are also one of Naruto's greatest weaknesses. If you cast a genjutsu on the girl you can trick her into using the Aerie seal on Naruto. Itachi looked at his subordinate with a thoughtful expression on his face. That is a good idea. The cloaked man let out a breath of relief just before Itachi grabbed his face and forced his subordinate to stare into his Mangekyo Sharingan. But you were still out of place. Tsukuyomi. The cloaked man instantly fell to the ground clutching his head as he began screaming wildly. If you would Sasuke, Itachi motioned towards the screaming man. The younger Uchiha withdrew his katana and stabbed it through the cloaked man's head. So are you going to go through with that plan? Sasuke asked as he wiped the blood from his katana and returned it to its sheath. I think it's our best option right now. But I'm a little hesitant to reveal myself to Naruto so soon. He trusts me unconditionally, but even he might get suspicious. Itachi answered in his monotone voice. Can't you just cast the genjutsu from a distance? On most guardians that would work, but not Naruto. When he's in Sage mode, his sensory abilities are unrivaled. If he happened to enter Sage mode and felt my chakra presence nearby, that could ruin everything we've worked towards. We don't really have anyone else that's good with genjutsus, Sasuke pointed out. The Uchiha guardian sighed. You're right, come on Sasuke, we're going to ambush them on their way to the Guardian Academy. And why'd I have to go? Sasuke asked. To maintain my cover. If Naruto discovers me, I might be able to convince him that we were just in the area with you around. He would be suspicious if I was somewhere without my charge. Fine, let's go. Sasuke replied. Naruto had a proud grin on his face as his charge easily dodged every single pillow he threw at her. The whiskered guardian threw his last pillow, which Sakura again dodged effortlessly. Very good Sakura-chan. Naruto complimented as he walked behind his charge. You're ready for the next step. The guardian undid the blindfold that had cut off Sakura's vision for the past week. Finally, Sakura gasped, as her eyes took in sights that wasn't black cloth for the first time in a week. She turned to her guardian and took in his form for the first time in a week. God, Naruto is handsome, the pink-haired Celeste thought with a blush on her face. Sakura quickly shook her head. No, now's not the time for those thoughts. Now's the time for training, so I will be less of a burden to Naruto. So are you going to teach me fighting moves now? To the pinkette's surprise, her guardian started laughing. What? Of course not, Sakura-chan. You're nowhere close to being ready to actually fight. Your reflexes still need a lot of work. What? But I was easily dodging all of the pillows blindfolded. You were dodging pillows that I was lightly throwing at you. Naruto interrupted. Now you're going to use your newly focused senses and eyes in conjunction to dodge things that will be flying towards you at a much faster rate than the pillows. Sakura looked at Naruto with a nervous look in her eye. What sort of things? Rocks. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Rocks? You're going to pelt your charge with rocks? I could get hurt. Sakura complained. Hee. Don't forget Sakura-chan. You're the one who requested this training. Naruto replied with a grin. The pinkette pouted at her blonde-haired guardian. Naruto, teach me taijutsu. Sakura whined. The whiskered guardian hissed in pain as a familiar blue circle appeared around his neck. Sakura's emerald eyes widened in panic. Shit. I didn't mean it, Naruto. You don't have to teach me taijutsu if you don't want to, Sakura quickly said, causing the blue circle to disappear. That was an accident, Naruto assured himself. She wants to. The blonde's thoughts were interrupted as his pink-haired charge suddenly wrapped him in a tight hug. Naruto, I'm so sorry, she apologized as tears formed in her eyes. I hate that stupid seal. Don't worry about it, Sakura-chan. The blonde soothed as he rubbed the pink-haired Celeste's back. I know you didn't mean to activate it. A lone tear escaped from Sakura's eye as she buried her face into her guardian's chest. It's not okay. I hurt you again. The guardian chuckled lightly at his charge. It is okay, Sakura. I know you would never intentionally activate the seal, and it doesn't hurt that bad. So please stop worrying about it. But, the pinkette started. No buts. I'm very glad that you're my charge, Sakura-chan, the blonde said as he lifted Sakura's head so she could see his smile. A small smile overtook Sakura's face as she looked into warm sapphire eyes. I'm glad you're my guardian too, the Celeste whispered before laying her head on the powerful guardian's shoulder. Itachi and Sasuke stood in the tree line watching the path that one needed to take if they were going to the Guardian Academy from the small village. If they take any longer, I say we just go in and kill Sakura, Sasuke grumbled. The Uchiha brothers had been waiting on the path for 6 days now after a day of travel to get there. Easy, Sasuke. It's been a week, I'm sure Naruto will be moving his charge soon. In the academy we're taught not to stay in the same place with our charge for any longer than a week. Well, they better be leaving soon or else I'm going to go in that village and kill Sakura myself. Sasuke spat coldly. A rare chuckle escaped Itachi's. Wishful thinking, little brother. You're no match for Naruto. I'm no match for Naruto yet, Sasuke growled as he clenched his fist together. Naruto and Sakura were walking a path leaving the small village. The guardian didn't want to stay in the village any longer lest they attract unwanted attention. The whiskered blonde walked a few steps in front of Sakura while his charge admired his new shirt. That sapphire sleeveless kimono shirt looks so good on him, Shanaru. Apparently, while Sakura was blindfolded, Naruto purchased a new shirt to replace the one that was incinerated by Deidara's explosion. Sakura was slightly disappointed he got a new shirt because she enjoyed her guardian walking around shirtless, but this new kimono matched his eyes perfectly, so she couldn't complain. The pinkette smiled as she thought about back in the room when she accidentally activated his airy seal. Not only did he allow her to hug him, but he also comforted her and rubbed her back. And he's been calling her Sakura-chan a lot lately as well. It's only a matter of time before I completely break down your defenses, Naruto-kun, Shanaru. Sakura thought as a large grin plastered itself onto her face. Finally, Sasuke grunted as familiar heads of blonde and pink hair came into view. Itachi smirked and formed a series of hand signs in rapid succession. The Uchiha guardian whispered something softly that Sasuke couldn't hear, but the raven-haired Celeste assumed his brother had cast a genjutsu on Sakura. Sasuke smirked as he saw Sakura's eyes widen in surprise and activate Naruto's airy seal. Sakura was continuing to stare at Naruto dreamily when he suddenly stopped and withdrew the two tanto he had attached to each side of his hips. What's he doing? Sakura thought worriedly. Naruto. The guardian held the two tanto over his chest. Kinjutsu. Naruto, stop. Sakura yelled, this time purposefully activating his airy seal. The whiskered boy froze and slowly re-sheathed his tantos. The seal remained activated as the guardian stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Well, what do we have here? A cloaked man asked as he appeared out of thin air. A guardian who can't seem to move on his own. This should be easy. The man withdrew a katana and swiped it at Naruto. Naruto, duck. Sakura commanded. The blonde ducked underneath the blow. Launch an uppercut. Naruto's body again obeyed the Celeste, who was currently in control, but the cloaked man leapt backwards to dodge the uppercut. Crap. Why can't I remember how to deactivate his seal in a fight? Sakura panicked. The cloaked man started charging at her protector again. Until I can remember how to let him fight on his own, I'm going to have to command him to keep him safe. Naruto, form a Rasengan. The cloaked man was almost to her blonde. Hiroshine behind him and hit him with your Rasengan. The whiskered guardian flashed behind his opponent and drove the Rasengan into the cloaked man's back. To Sakura's horror, the Rasengan simply phased through the man. The cloaked man turned towards the sapphire-eyed guardian with a smirk on his face, twisting his katana so he could impale Naruto's throat with it. Naruto, flash to me now. Sakura yelled out in a panicked voice. She breathed a sigh of relief when a yellow flash appeared directly in front of her. Naruto was walking the path he and Sakura needed to take to get to the academy. Sakura was a few feet behind him and he could feel her eyes burning into his back. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the pinkette looking at him with approving eyes. Looks like Sakura-chan likes my new shirt. The blonde thought with a smirk. He really was lucky to get the pink-haired girl as his charge. Most Celesti could care less about their guardian's well-being, but Sakura was determined to make sure he was happy. She was determined to ensure that he didn't die. It's rare that people like us have a shot at happiness. You should take advantage of this while you can. Jiraiya's words rang through his mind. He knew that his feelings for his charge far surpassed the protective feeling a guardian feels toward their charge. He definitely cared about Sakura a great deal. The blonde wasn't entirely sure, but he might even be falling in love with the girl. But he didn't know much about love. It was hardly ever talked about at the Guardian Academy. Maybe I should tell her that I'm ready to be more than friends with her. The whiskered boy mused. His thoughts were interrupted by his charge's yell. Naruto, stop. Confused sapphire eyes met worried emerald eyes as he felt the familiar blue circle form around his neck. What's going on, Sakura-chan? He asked in a confused tone. His body was completely frozen until Sakura gave him an order to move it. Naruto, duck. The confused guardian obeyed and ducked, but he couldn't find any sort of threat in the area. Launch an uppercut. Naruto again complied and uppercutted the air. Why is she doing this? The blonde thought as a slight feeling of betrayal began to seep into his body. It sort of felt like Sakura was just playing with him, forcing him to dance around. No, Sakura-chan hates this seal, she might even hate it more than I do. There's gotta be something else going on here. Naruto, form a Rasengan. The sapphire-eyed boy again complied with his charge's command and formed a swirling ball of chakra in his hand. Hiroshin behind him and hit him with your Rasengan. Hiroshin behind who? There's no one there. Okay. Now I definitely know there's something wrong with Sakura. Naruto felt a familiar searing pain start in his neck and spread down his body when he did not Hiroshin behind the man that Sakura was seeing. The pain only increased as the Guardian began drawing in nature chakra to enter Sage mode. The Guardian's entire body throbbed in pain as he acted on his own, the pain making it much more difficult to focus on absorbing the surrounding nature chakra. Naruto, flash to me now. Sakura yelled. The whiskered blonde flashed directly in front of his charge and resumed drawing in nature chakra. Gritting his teeth as the seal shot wave after wave of hot searing pain throughout his body, Naruto closed his eyes. Almost there. The Guardian's now toad-like eyes flashed open as he fully entered Sage mode. He instantly searched the area for any sort of unfamiliar chakra signals. Toad-like eyes widened in shock when the young sage felt two familiar chakra signals. Itachi and Sasuke. What are they doing here? The Guardian quickly pushed the two brothers from his mind and scanned Sakura. He let out a small gasp, although Naruto couldn't tell if the gasp was from surprise or pain as the airy seal continued to punish him for acting on his own. That's Itachi's chakra in Sakura's system. Did he put her under a genjutsu? Naruto, grab me and use the Hiroshin to get us out of here, Sakura commanded. Naruto grinned at his Celesti. Perfect, I can channel my own chakra into her to break her out of Itachi's genjutsu now. Itachi watched as Naruto resisted the airy seal to enter Sage mode. This isn't good, Sasuke, we need to leave. Naruto has entered Sage mode, we can't be discovered yet. HHN. Was the Celesti's only response as the two began to retreat. The cloaked man sneered at Naruto and Sakura. As you can see, I'm unbeatable. It's impossible to hit me with any sort of attack. What do? I could have Naruto enter Sage mode, then he could try to use the Rasen Shuriken. But would that work? His Rasengan phased right through this guy. Maybe he really is invincible. Suddenly Naruto's words to her father on the first day she met him flashed through her mind. Just because I prefer to avoid a fight whenever possible, doesn't mean I'm weak, Haruno-san. Maybe this is a fight we should avoid. Naruto, grab me and use the Hiroshin to get us out of here, she commanded. Her guardian instantly turned to her and wrapped his strong arms around her waist. Suddenly she felt a surge of warmth spread through her body and the cloaked man disappeared. Sakura blinked in confusion as she stared into Naruto's toad-like eyes. When did he enter Sage Mode? The Pinkette noticed her guardians seemed to be panting heavily. Welcome back, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a tired grin in between breaths. What just happened? Where did that guy go? You were under a genjutsu. There was never any guy attacking us. If you wouldn't mind releasing this seal now, Naruto asked, the tired grin never leaving his face. Sakura felt like an idiot as she remembered how to free Naruto from the seal. It's not very hard. Why couldn't I think of that a minute ago? Naruto, move and act on your own, Sakura said softly, sighing in relief as the blue circle she hated so much disappeared from around her neck. The guardian sighed in relief once he was free of the seal. He instantly searched the area for Itachi and Sasuke's chakra signals. He found them, but they were fading quickly. It looks like they're heading in the opposite direction of where we currently are. Naruto. But I don't get it. Why would Itachi place Sakura under a genjutsu? If I hadn't sensed Itachi's chakra in Sakura, there's no way I would believe that Itachi would do such a thing. Naruto. Sakura yelled, snapping the blonde from his thoughts. You said I was under a genjutsu. What is that? All I know about genjutsu is that you're not very good with it. Genjutsu are illusionary techniques that disrupt your senses by manipulating the flow of chakra in your brain. They're particularly dangerous because even though they are an illusion, your body still believes them to be real, and the more powerful genjutsus can cause serious mental trauma. Naruto explained to his charge. How did you know I was under a genjutsu if you're so bad with them? Naruto gave his charge a warm smile. Because I knew something was up. I know that you wouldn't activate the seal on purpose, and then when you told me to flash behind some guy, the first knew for sure that something was wrong. So I resisted the seal to enter Sage Mode, and scanned your chakra. The young sage left out the fact that it was Itachi's chakra he found in her system, which meant that Itachi put her under the genjutsu. Sakura beamed in pride at her guardian as she looped her arm around his. Well, we can hold this over the heads off all those people at the academy who used to give you crap for being bad at genjutsus. Naruto briefly chuckled before a serious expression returned to his face. Sakura-chan, I need to know. What did you see when you were under that genjutsu? Sakura's grin was replaced by a sad frown. Well, you just suddenly stopped and went to use your blood angel release, the Pinkette whispered softly. And I wasn't going to let you die. So that's why you purposefully activated the seal and told me to stop. Itachi had to have known that the only way Sakura would purposefully activate the seal is if she thought I was going to sacrifice myself. Why would he want to trick her into activating the seal? Yay. And then some sort of cloaked man attacked you, and for some reason I couldn't remember how to undo the seal, even though it's so easy. I felt like an idiot just now when you asked me to release it, because it's so easy. Itachi even blocked part of her memory. That was no ordinary genjutsu he put on her. Why would he trick her into activating the seal then prevent her from deactivating it? What do you want with Sakura, Itachi? Don't feel so dumb, Sakura-chan. You were under a powerful genjutsu that was blocking off that part of your memory, Naruto said to the frowning pink-haired Celeste. I guess, but since I couldn't figure out how to undo the seal, I had to command you so the cloaked man didn't kill you. You attacked him with a Rasengan, but it phased right through him. Then just before he could stab you through the throat with his katana, I had you flash to my side, and then I decided it was best if we just avoid this fight and have you use your Hirishin to get us away from the man. That was good thinking, Sakura-chan. Naruto complimented with a grin, which restored the smile on Sakura's face as well. Naruto. I know I said that I wanted you to train me right away, but my training can wait. I don't want that to happen ever again. We can continue my training after we figure out how to get rid of that stupid seal. Accidentally hurting you is one thing, but being manipulated into hurting you is unacceptable. I will not allow myself to be used to hurt you anymore, Sakura said in a soft and determined tone. The whiskered blonde smiled softly at his charge. Thanks, Sakura-chan. How far away is the Guardian Academy? It should take us about 2 weeks to walk there from here. Sapphire eyes widened in surprise and a blush took over Naruto's face as his charge suddenly jumped into his arms, forcing him to carry her bridal style. Sakura. The blonde stammered. 2 weeks is way too long. You can move a lot faster than I can, so I figure we'll get there quicker if I let you carry me, then you can run as fast as you want without having to worry about me. Sakura explained, trying to hide the blush that had found its way to her cheeks as well. Ah, right. Okay then. Naruto replied as he shifted Sakura in his arms so the pink-haired girl could be a little more comfortable. Time to go then. The pink-haired Celeste laid her head against her guardian's chest as Naruto took off at a very fast pace. Soon we'll get rid of this stupid airy seal and I won't have to worry about hurting you anymore, Naruto. Sakura thought as a happy smile flitted onto her face. Do you think he noticed us? Sasuke asked his older brother as the pair walked back to their lair. Yes, he definitely noticed our presence. I wasn't counting on him being able to resist the airy seal and enter Sage mode, Itachi replied in an annoyed tone. Do you think it will break his trust in you? I don't think it will completely break his trust, our bond is strong. But even our bond won't prevent him from being suspicious of me. I think I'm going to need to lay low for a while. Itachi answered. If he's suspicious of you then your plan will never work, his bond with Sakura is unusually strong. I think it's time we just take her out of the picture. That is out of the question. You're right when you say that Naruto's bond with his charge is unusually strong, and that's why we simply can't kill her. If we kill her, then Naruto will become one of our most powerful enemies. Sasuke sighed. Are you really sure we need that Dobe for our plans to succeed? I'm absolutely positive, Itachi responded calmly. The stars were out in full force as Naruto continued running towards the place where he had grown up in. It was starting to get late. Sakura had fallen asleep in his arms hours ago, and was now sleeping against his chest with a happy smile on her face. Her back is going to hurt if she sleeps an entire night in that position, Naruto thought as he came to a stop. The guardian managed to form the familiar cross seal for his cage buncheons without waking the beautiful girl in his arms. 4 clones poofed into existence and quickly set the tent up before taking their positions to watch over the guardian and his charge. Naruto climbed into the tent which had 2 sleeping bags laying on the floor. The whiskered boy gently placed the pinkette into one of the sleeping bags which caused the girl to grunt in displeasure in her sleep. Smiling down at his sleeping charge, Naruto got into the other sleeping bag and allowed himself to drift to sleep. Sakura woke up in a dark tent. Her tired brain was barely working as she looked around in confusion. She didn't know when or how she left her guardian's strong arms. The groggy pinkette caught sight of spiky blonde hair and without thinking, moved her sleeping bag over to the sleeping blonde and laid her head down on his chest. Smiling, Sakura drifted back to sleep. Are you sure this information is correct? A heavily bandaged old man asked. Hi Lord Danzo-sama, it would appear that Itachi has betrayed us. Danzo sighed. I told you fools it was a mistake to let him have his younger brother as a charge. But that's not all Lord Danzo-sama. The masked man continued. Danzo simply motioned for him to continue. Our spies tell us that Itachi has taken steps to convince Naruto to join him. Naruto, you say? We would be in serious trouble if Itachi and Naruto teamed up against us. Naruto would never betray us. An old man with a short goatee and spiky gray hair interjected. Normally I would agree with you, Hiruzen, but Itachi was like an older brother to Naruto when he was here. If anyone could convince Naruto to betray us, it's Itachi. Danzo replied calmly. The bandaged man turned his attention back to his masked informant. Do you know where Naruto is now? Yes, he and his charge are currently on his way here, the informant answered. Oh? That's convenient. We can take care of this whole situation before it becomes a problem then, Danzo said with a calculating smile. And what do you mean by that? Hiruzen asked apprehensively. The old man had a feeling he wasn't going to like what he was about to hear. Simple. If we kill Naruto now, we don't ever have to worry about him betraying us, Danzo calmly replied. What? No way. I will not agree to this, Hiruzen roared. Naruto is a good man, we have no right to just kill him. Hiruzen is right, Danzo. A short wrinkled old woman spoke up. Naruto is a guardian, his life is bound to be sacrificed eventually, Chio. Danzo said coldly. He will be killed now for the greater good of all guardians and Celeste. I'm sorry Danzo, but I can't agree with this. An old man with a gray beard, gray spiky hair and green glasses called out. Danzo sighed in frustration. Homura, think of how powerful Naruto is. Now imagine if he and Itachi came after us together. Those two, along with the other guardians that Itachi has apparently swayed to his side, would be able to destroy this place. With Itachi's betrayal, Naruto very well may be our most powerful guardian. An old woman with her gray hair pulled back in a bun, and long red and green earrings pointed out. You're right, Koharu, and he is currently a threat to us because Itachi could very well persuade Naruto to join him. Danzo ground out. Let's take a vote. Hiruzen said. All those in favor of killing Naruto when he gets here. Danzo raised his hand and held back a wave of anger when he realized he was the only one with his hand raised. All those in favor of keeping Naruto alive, Hiruzen, Homura, Koharu, Chio and the other 8 members of the council all raised their hands. It's settled. Naruto will not be killed, Hiruzen said in a relieved tone. You're all making a terrible mistake. Danzo growled. He will betray us, and he will destroy us. No, Danzo. Naruto is a noble young man. We will tell him the news about Itachi's betrayal. Naruto will not betray us, Hiruzen replied confidently. A 3-year-old Naruto stood across from an 8-year-old Itachi and eyed the older boy fearfully. What are you waiting for, Naruto? Attack him, Danzo commanded. The 3-year-old entered a sloppy taijutsu stance and charged at the older boy. Itachi easily sidestepped Naruto's charge, grabbed a hold of the child's arm and threw the boy over his shoulder and into a wall. The small child slowly rose up with tears beginning to form in his eyes. Those better not be tears I see in your eyes, Naruto, Danzo warned. The blonde child blinked away the tears and formed a cross-hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 shadow clones poofed into existence. You can use the shadow clone technique at such a young age. Impressive, Itachi complimented as the blonde and his clones surrounded him. In perfect harmony, Naruto and his clones sprang towards Itachi. The 8-year-old prodigy leapt into the air to dodge their strikes. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. Itachi blew a large fireball which enveloped the area where the blonde and his clones had been. The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto on the ground, burned with tears falling from his eyes. Stop crying, Naruto, Danzo barked. Instead of crying you should be training because you are far too weak. The blonde boy couldn't stop crying, the fireball hurt too much. Danzo snorted in disgust. You're pathetic, Naruto. Your parents would be ashamed of you. Itachi clenched his fist as he watched Danzo berate the small 3-year-old boy. I'm sorry, Naruto whimpered. Why should I care if you're sorry, boy? Being sorry won't make you strong. Training will make you strong. If you're sorry, then push your body to and beyond its limit and become strong. Danzo spat. The 3-year-old still couldn't stop crying. God, you're pathetic, Naruto. I can't look at you right now. Danzo sneered as he turned and walked away. Seeing Danzo leave, Itachi walked up to the crying boy and placed his hand on his shoulder. Naruto instantly flinched away from the contact and looked up with fear-filled eyes. I'm sorry I had to do that. Lord Danzo ordered me to not hold back against you. But you shouldn't listen to him, you did very well in that spar. I think you're quite strong, Itachi said softly. Really? Naruto sniveled. Itachi smiled at him. Really? Now come on, let's get you to the medics so they can heal you right up. The 8-year-old prodigy grabbed the 3-year-old prodigy's hand and led him away. Naruto awoke with a start. Why was I dreaming about my 3rd birthday? The blonde frowned as he thought about Itachi. Itachi, what's going on? You've always been like an older brother to me. Why would you be trying to get Sakura to activate my airy seal? As Sakura's name passed through the blonde's mind, Naruto noticed a small weight against his chest. Peeking his eye open, he bit back a gasp. Sakura-chan moved close to me so she could lay her head on my chest. Naruto softly smiled at his charge and put an arm around her. I don't know what Itachi wants with you, Sakura-chan, but I will protect you, the guardian thought as he drifted back to sleep. Sakura's eyes slowly flitted open as the sound of birds chirping lulled her awake. As her eyes blearily made sense of where she was, Sakura realized her head was resting on something sturdy, yet very comfortable, and she could feel something wrapped around her. This is so comfortable, the pinkette sleepily thought, closing her eyes. She lay there for a few more minutes as her brain slowly started working. Wait a second, Sakura opened her eyes again and instantly realized what she had been using as a pillow. Did Naruto let me sleep with him last night? Sakura thought excitedly, completely forgetting about her late-night movements. He put his arm around me. Now Sakura was left with a very difficult decision, to tease or not to tease. She could easily tease her poor guardian for resting her head on his chest and putting his arm around her. Sakura grinned. Decision made. She laid her head back down and waited for her guardian to wake up. Luckily for the Celesti, she didn't have to wait long, as Naruto lazily stirred. Tired sapphire eyes greeted her. Morning Sakura-chan. The whiskered guardian mumbled. Good morning Arrow Guardian. Sakura quipped with a grin. Naruto's eyes instantly shot open at his charge's choice of names. Nani? I said good morning Arrow Guardian, Sakura repeated. And why am I Arrow Guardian? Well, you put my head on your chest last night when you put us to bed and you had your arm around me. You didn't even ask me if that's what I wanted, just went ahead and did that to an unconscious girl. Arrow Guardian. The pink-haired Celesti teased while sticking her tongue out at the powerful young guardian. Wait a second. I put you to bed in your own sleeping bag, and then I went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to find you had come over and put your head on my chest. Naruto retorted. If anything, I should be calling you Arrow Celesti. Sakura blushed as memories of her late-night movements suddenly flashed back into her mind. Oh. Well, you still put your arm around me. After you decided to use me as a pillow. Naruto quickly countered with a grin on his face. Well, that didn't go as planned, Sakura thought as her guardian waited for her response. Well, whatever, Sakura mumbled, her usually active brain failing to come up with a retort. Victory Naruto. The whiskered boy announced to the world while flashing a victory sign. Sakura sighed. Shut up Baka, her eyes quickly widened as she realized what she had just said. Sakura quickly opened her mouth before the blue circle she hated so much could hurt her guardian. I mean, speak freely Naruto. Grateful sapphire eyes met apologetic emerald ones. You're getting quicker with that Sakura-chan. So how soon until we're at the academy? Sakura asked, changing the topic. The blonde guardian's eyes furrowed in thought. Well, if I carry you again we can probably get there by nightfall. Are you serious? Sakura asked incredulously. It was supposed to take 2 weeks walking. It would have, but now you're giving me free rein to run there and well, I'm kinda fast. Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Well, let's get going then. Let's get rid of this stupid seal. Naruto simply smiled at his charge as he got out of his sleeping bag and began sealing things up. Kabuto, how close are our forces to our target? Orochimaru asked with a sinister sneer. They're tailing our targets as we speak. Would you like them to attack now? Kabuto replied. No, not yet. I'm not fully prepared for their arrival. Just have them keep tailing for now. Hi Orochimaru-sama. Soon I shall have my revenge, Orochimaru thought as he cruelly smirked. Naruto had Sakura in his arms as he ran towards the Guardian Academy. He had been running for 6 hours now. His charge had decided it was a good idea to go back to sleep after he had been running for a couple of hours. The closer Naruto got to the academy, the more apprehensive he got. The blonde had far more negative memories than positive ones there after all. He knew that once he got back to the academy he would have to see Danzo again. A shiver ran down the guardian's spine. Danzo, the man who made his life hell. The man who constantly berated him, and called him a disgrace to his parents' legacy. Naruto really wasn't looking forward to seeing that particular man again. Flashback: a 14-year-old Naruto, who was recognized as the most powerful student at the academy now that Itachi had gotten a charge, sat in his genjutsu class. The whiskered blonde's lack of good chakra control made casting genjutsus near impossible, and he wasn't very good at sensing when he was under one either. But none of his classmates or even teachers would dare give him crap for it. They knew that he could still easily defeat any one of them in a fight. The blonde was currently trying to cast a simple genjutsu that would make the target see a single item as something else, and failing miserably. Just as he was about to attempt again, a heavily bandaged man walked into the classroom. Sapphire eyes caught sight of the man, causing Naruto to mentally groan. Danzo walked straight up to him and watched as he attempted to cast the genjutsu. Danzo growled disapprovingly as Naruto again failed. Naruto, you're 14 years old and you still can't cast a simple genjutsu. That's absolutely pathetic. How can you expect to protect a charge if you can't even cast a simple genjutsu? Your parents would be ashamed of you. As a matter of fact, I doubt your parents would even want to acknowledge that you are their son. The bandaged man spat. Naruto lowered his head shamefully. I'm sorry Danzo, he whispered quietly. The blonde was interrupted by Danzo whipping him across the face with his cane. What did you call me, boy? Someone as pathetic as you has no business calling me Danzo. You will refer to me as Danzo-sama. Naruto resisted the urge to show the bandaged man his strength right then and there. Danzo had been belittling him since as long as he could remember. Everyone in the academy recognized Naruto as the strongest student, except for Danzo. But the blonde knew that if he attacked Danzo to demonstrate his strength, he would be expelled from the academy, which meant a sure execution. "I'll keep pushing until I get it, Danzo-sama," the whiskered blonde quietly said, his sapphire eyes looking anywhere but the bandaged man. Danzo nodded and left the classroom, leaving Naruto to push himself far past his limits. Flash in the Whiskered Guardian truly hated Danzo. Sure, his relentless berating and pushing helped Naruto become one of the most powerful guardians in the entire order, but he also made the boy's life a living hell. "I'm definitely not looking forward to seeing Danzo again." Sakura, the pink-haired Celeste, slowly opened her eyes and turned them upwards to the surprisingly nervous sapphire eyes of her guardian. "We're here. You might want to wake up now." Naruto slowly set his charge onto her feet, and the pair looked up at the massive gate of the Guardian Academy. The gate was at least 3 stories high and was surrounded by a wall just as high with guard towers that extended slightly higher than the walls. "This place looks like a prison," Sakura thought as she took in the sight. She took another glance at her guardian, and noticed that he still had the same nervous expression on his face. "Naruto, what's wrong?" The blonde's face quickly transformed into a fake smile. Nothing's wrong, Sakura-chan." Sakura looked at him suspiciously. He hasn't talked much about his life at the academy, but from what he said the people here didn't treat him very well. Maybe he's nervous about facing those people again. "Naruto? This time, I'll protect you," Sakura said, flashing a determined smile. The Whiskered Guardian blinked at his charge with a look of shock on his face. "Huh? I know that the people here didn't treat you very well when you were growing up, and I can see that you're nervous about seeing those same people again." She figured that out. "Am I that easy to read? But this time I'll protect you. If any of them try to do anything that may hurt you, I will stop them," Sakura finished confidently. The sapphire-eyed guardian continued staring at his Celeste dumbly. He couldn't really form any words. The only thing he could do was manage a happy smile. Sakura gave him a quick hug and turned towards the gate. "Well, shall we?" "Hi. Let's go, Sakura-chan. Danzo-sama, Naruto has arrived. Shall I assassinate him?" a masked man asked. "No foo. If Naruto were to be killed, all the other council members would instantly assume I was behind it. Unfortunately, we must allow Naruto to live, for now," the bandaged man answered. "Understood, Danzo-sama. Shall I alert the other council members of Naruto's arrival then?" "No. Let them find out on their own. I will be the first to greet Naruto," Danzo replied as he walked towards the entrance to the academy. Naruto and Sakura walked into the academy entrance, and the young guardian instantly felt a wave of nostalgia hit him as he took in the familiar sight. "Even though I haven't been gone for very long, it feels like a lifetime ago that I lived here." "Ah, Naruto, what brings you back to the academy when you know that guardians aren't supposed to bring their charges here?" a heavily bandaged old man asked in a stern tone. Naruto instantly tensed up as Danzo neared, something that didn't go unnoticed by Sakura. She also didn't fail to notice the fearful look that briefly showed up in Naruto's eyes each time the old man lifted his cane. This guy must have really treated Naruto bad for him to react like this. The pink-haired Celeste instantly disliked this old man. She took a step forward and stood in front of her guardian protectively. "We're here to learn more about the Aries seal," Sakura answered for Naruto. She meant what she said when she told him she was going to protect him here. Her guardian obviously wasn't comfortable around this guy, so she would shield Naruto from him. "I don't recall asking you, Celeste," Danzo coldly replied. "I asked Naruto. Or are you so weak, Naruto, that you can't answer a simple question?" Smack. The sound of a hand meeting a face echoed through the large hall of the academy, causing people walking by to stop and look on in shock at the pink-haired girl with a furious look on her face, and the heavily bandaged man with a surprised look on his. "Don't you dare call Naruto weak," Sakura growled. "His strength is the reason I'm still alive. He is stronger than some old man like you could ever hope to be." Naruto's mouth was agape as his wide sapphire eyes stared at the back of his charge's head. She just slapped Danzo. After a minute, the bandaged man regained his composure and fixed the pink-haired Celeste with a glare. "You may be a Celeste girl, but don't think that gives you free rein to do whatever you want. I am a member of the Guardian Council and you will show me the respect I deserve. If you lay another hand on me, I will kill you, he threatened in an icy tone. Before the old man could say anything more, Naruto was standing directly in front of him with a kunai pressed tightly against his neck. He's so fast, Danzo thought. I wasn't even able to track his movement. If you ever threaten my charge again, I will kill you, Naruto growled savagely. Academy guards started walking towards the whiskered guardian. Stop. Danzo called out to the guards before turning his one eye to Naruto. Naruto and I had a simple misunderstanding, didn't we, Naruto? The blonde withdrew his kunai from the old man's neck. Danzo could make my life hell if I threaten him, and if I killed him there's a pretty good chance I would be executed. Yay, just a misunderstanding, he grumbled. I assume since you came all this way, you and your charge will be staying here the night? Danzo asked in a commanding tone. Naruto began stammering quietly. We would rather not actually. Sakura interrupted. We know that my presence here is a distraction to your students, so it would be best if we moved on quickly. Nonsense. Our students will be just fine. You two have traveled a long way, you can stay here the night. Thank you, but we really would rather not, Sakura started. Naruto. Danzo interrupted as he looked over the pinkette's shoulder at the sapphire-eyed boy. Do you really think it would be wise to travel again so soon after such a long journey? Think of your charge's safety. He's right, Sakura, Naruto agreed quietly. Fine, Sakura relented. Good. Danzo said with a fake smile. Torun. Yes, Lord Danzo-sama. A masked man replied as he appeared from the shadows. Show Naruto and his charge to where they'll be staying for the night. As you wish, Danzo-sama. Torun turned to Naruto and Sakura. If you'll follow me, please. Sakura grabbed Naruto's hand and gave it a squeeze as they followed the masked man through the academy. You knew Naruto had arrived and you didn't alert your fellow council members? Hiruzen asked with a disapproving look. Word of the incident between Danzo and Naruto and his charge had spread through the academy like wildfire. I just happened to be walking by the academy entrance when Naruto walked in. Danzo replied. Don't think we don't know about your root organization, Danzo. We know you had a sensor at the ready to alert you as soon as Naruto arrived, Chio said. How did they find out about Root? There must be a traitor in my ranks. I'm afraid, we've known about Root since you first formed at Danzo, Hiruzen interrupted. I'm sorry. Next time I'll let you know straight away. That would be most appreciated, Danzo, Homura politely replied. Naruto and Sakura sat in the room that Torun had led them to. The masked man told them that they wouldn't be able to meet with the rest of the Guardian Council, and someone would be sent for them when the council was ready to meet. They had been sitting in the room together for nearly an hour. The whiskered blonde barely said a word, he just sat there with an uncomfortable and scared look on his face. Her attempts at small talk had failed because Naruto seemed too distracted. What should I do? The pinkette thought as she looked at the uncomfortable boy with a worried look on her face. I wish I knew more about his life here so I could know how to help him. Before Sakura could think any more, the door to the room they were currently staying in opened. She blinked in confusion as what appeared to be a square rock with two eyeholes crept through the door. She was only confused more when Naruto suddenly broke into a grin and started chuckling. Really, Konohamaru? That's the best disguise you got, a square rock? Geez, I can even see your eyeholes. The grinning blonde called out to the rock. Give me a break, boss. This was the only disguise I had that is currently clean. The rock defended. I had no idea you were going to be here until Moegi told me what happened between you and Danzo at the academy entrance earlier. Naruto's chuckling finally died down as he walked over to the rock. The spiky-haired guardian grabbed a hold of the rock and pulled, revealing a small boy who looked to be 11 or 12. The boy was wearing the typical Orange Academy jumpsuit, but unlike many of the other students Sakura had seen, he was wearing a long blue scarf as well. Naruto ruffled the kid's short spiky brown hair. Good to see you, Konohamaru. Same to you, boss. The boy named Konohamaru replied with a large grin. He finally noticed Sakura sitting there quietly taking in the scene with a look of confusion on her face. Who's the babe? Konohamaru asked with a grin. The babe, Naruto started. Did Naruto just refer to me as a babe? Is my charge Sakura? Sakura, this is Konohamaru. The blonde guardian finished. Sakura was slightly surprised when the boy's face dropped just slightly. His smile seemed oddly fake as he politely greeted her. Oh, So you're Naruto Ni-chan's charge, the scarf-wearing boy said in a slightly disgusted tone. Hey. Don't use that tone with her, Naruto admonished, an angry look now on his face. I'm sorry boss, but I've just been thinking about this whole guardian system lately. And the knowledge that this girl is going to be the reason you die just makes it hard for me to not dislike her, Konohamaru said honestly. Sakura's emerald eyes were instantly filled with sorrow as they examined the floor. What? Why are you thinking like that? Naruto asked as he clenched his fist. He never liked seeing Sakura hurt, but after she tried to defend him from Danzo, he refused to allow her to be hurt. Itachi and Sasuke came to check up on me because they knew I didn't have you here anymore to look out for me. And while they were here, Itachi and I talked a lot about the guardian system and how messed up it is. Itachi. Why would he attempt to get a promising student to dislike the guardian system? I wonder if this has anything to do with why he cast that genjutsu on Sakura to get her to activate my Aerie seal. Why should we have to sacrifice ourselves for the Celesti? Konohamaru continued. If we're so powerful that we can protect them, why can't we be the ones to save the world? Sakura was nearly in tears at this point as she listened the academy student rant. Seeing his charge's face, Naruto decided he had listened to quite enough of Konohamaru's ranting. Konohamaru, I don't know what Itachi told you, but you should never blame a Celesti for the guardian system. It's not their fault they were given hidden powers that would one day save the world, and it's not their fault they're hunted for having those hidden powers. They are given their powers for a reason, because no one else has the power needed to stop whatever disaster they need to stop. When we give our lives protecting them, we give our lives to help save the world. Tears started forming at the edge of Sakura's eyes as she listened to Naruto's speech. Naruto, that's a load of crap and he knows it. He's just saying that because he saw how down I looked and is now trying to cheer me up. Naruto, stop. You don't need to lie to make me feel better. I know I am nothing but a burden on you, Sakura interrupted. The blue circle that Sakura hated so much suddenly glowed around her guardian's neck. Crap. I accidentally gave him a command. Naruto sat there frozen, his body not wanting to disobey his charge's command. You activated his Aerie seal? Konohamaru bellowed in rage. Itachi was right. All Celesti don't give a shit about their guardians. To a Celesti, a guardian is just their little to be sacrificed. Why the hell should I have to die for someone like you? Now Naruto was angry. Tears were freely falling from Sakura's eyes as Konohamaru yelled at her. The pink-haired girl just stood there crying. Her mind clearly wasn't working as a result of being yelled at. Screw this stupid seal, I'm not going to let Sakura-chan cry. Shut the hell up, Konohamaru. Naruto roared, causing the seal to send a wave of searing pain into his neck and through his entire body. The blonde did his best to ignore the pain so that he could protect Sakura. You don't know anything about Sakura-chan. Another wave of pain shot through the whiskered boy's body. Sakura's still crying, I have to continue on. Sakura didn't know what the Aerie seal even was when she activated it. The pain from the seal was beginning to overwhelm Naruto, and his face betrayed the agony he was currently in. Sakura-chan is different from other Celesti. Naruto gasped as another fresh wave of searing pain shot through his body. Sakura cares about my happiness. Sakura isn't just my charge, she's one of my. The pain racking his body forced Naruto to a knee as he let out another gasp of pain. She's one of my most precious people. The guardian finished. He obeyed the seal and returned to being frozen while he regained enough strength to resist the seal to continue protecting his charge. Sakura's eyes lit up when Naruto called her one of his precious people. She looked into his pained sapphire eyes with a look of surprise. Pain, oh shit. Naruto, you can talk and omve freely. Sakura yelled in a panicked voice as she ran to her guardian and hugged him tightly. I'm so sorry I activated the seal. Then I just stood there like an idiot while you resisted it to defend, Sakura started to mutter. Sakura, Naruto interrupted softly in a slightly exhausted tone. It's okay, you didn't mean to activate it and you were blindsided by Konohamaru's yelling. Please just stop crying, I hate seeing you cry. The pinkette stopped her tears with a few sniffles and looked up into the warm sapphire eyes of her guardian. I'm still sorry, she whispered. The blonde grinned back at her. Hey, I said it was okay, didn't I? So stop worrying about it, I'm perfectly fine. That last part was a lie. Naruto's body was still throbbing from the pain the seal had put him through, but he didn't want Sakura to feel any worse. The pink-haired Celesti looked closely into Naruto's eyes. He's lying. Resisting the seal really hurt him a lot. He's still feeling the after effects. And all just so he could try to defend me when I wasn't in any actual physical danger. I hate being such a burden on you, Naruto. She knew that if she tried to fuss over Naruto still feeling the effects of the seal, the kind guardian would just shrug it off and tell her not to worry about it, so Sakura decided to ignore it. But that didn't stop her from keeping a careful eye on him. Naruto turned his attention back to Konohamaru. I don't know what Itachi told you, but it's a load of crap. The blonde ground out a little more coldly than he intended. Sure, right now he was pissed at Konohamaru for what he said to Sakura, but Konohamaru was still like a younger brother to him. Seeing Konohamaru grimace, Naruto's face softened. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say that so coldly. The blonde said gently. It's just, Sakura-chan has been nothing but good to me ever since I got her as my charge. So I get pissed off when someone hurts her. Konohamaru, stop looking at the guardian system as a system where we get sacrificed for no reason for ungrateful charges. But that's what it is, boss. Konohamaru argued. I won't lie to you, I got lucky when I got Sakura-chan as my charge. Very lucky. Most Celesti out there are very indifferent towards their guardians. But you need to look at it from their point of view. They can't afford to let themselves get emotionally attached to a new guardian each time, knowing full well that there's a good chance that the guardian will die for them. That's too much heartache for a person to take, and they need to remain strong so they can fulfill their destiny. I never thought it about before that way. Konohamaru relented as a look of understanding dawned on his face. His now guilty black eyes flashed to Sakura. I'm sorry for what I said before, Sakura. I should have given you a chance instead of assuming the worst. The scarf wearer said. Sakura smiled at the young boy. It's okay. I can see that you're close to Naruto. You were just trying to defend your friend. I would have probably done in the same thing if I were in your shoes. Konohamaru looked back at her with a look filled with surprise. From what he was taught in classes, plus what Itachi told him, any other Celesti would have been chewing him out for his outburst. Wow, boss, you weren't kidding. The boy said with a smile. You really did get lucky. You got a babe and she's pretty cool. The boy's smile turned into a lecherous smirk as he looked between the guardian and the Celesti. So are you two boyfriend and girlfriend yet? Naruto and Sakura both blushed and looked away from one another. Konohamaru, shut up. The whiskered guardian grumbled. What? I was just asking a question, Ni-chan. Well, that's a stupid question. Naruto retorted. Naruto's response was followed by an awkward silence as Konohamaru continued lecherously grinning at the two. Sakura looked at Naruto with a slightly surprised expression. He didn't say no right away. Before he would have instantly said that we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but he still hasn't denied it. So you never answered my question, boss. Konohamaru grinned. Naruto sighed. No, we are not officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Not officially? Sakura thought excitedly. Does that mean he's open to the idea? Not officially. So that means you two have done stuff, but you just haven't decided to take the next step and enter into a relationship with one another. The young academy student pushed. For a student at an academy that frowns upon and advises against relationships between guardian academies, Konohamaru sure is pushing this, Naruto thought grumpily. We haven't done anything yet. Sakura quipped as she saw a slightly grumpy expression on Naruto's face. I must have misinterpreted what he was saying before. Oh, haven't done anything yet, eh? Sakura's face now matched the color of her hair. Leave her alone, Konohamaru. Naruto intervened once he noticed how embarrassed Sakura was getting. Hey, I was just. Well, stop twerp, or else I'll have to embarrass you in a spar again. Naruto said with a smirk. I know you haven't been away from here for long, but I've gotten a lot better since you last left. I could take you out with one move now. The academy student boasted proudly. Really? I'd like to see you try. The guardian challenged. Okay, boss, but you asked for it. Whatever this technique is, it must be powerful if he thinks he can beat Naruto with it. Oroke. Ananoko doshi no jutsu. Konohamaru yelled, and instantly two brunette women were pressing their large S together in the cover of clouds. What the hell is that, you little pervert? Sakura yelled angrily. This is my ultimate technique, not even the boss can handle this one. The brunette on the left replied in a Y tone. Sakura opened her mouth to berate the boy, but Naruto beat her to the punch. Konohamaru, you're never going to defeat anyone with that technique. Naruto said calmly with a small smile. I'll show you a technique that you can instantly defeat an opponent with. Sakura looked at Naruto with a proud smile. That's right, Naruto. Set this perverted boy straight. You're probably going to show him your Rasen Shuriken, or maybe your wind explosion. She watched in anticipation as Naruto formed a crossed seal with his hands. Haremu no Jutsu. The blonde yelled excitedly. Haremu no Jutsu. I haven't seen him use this one yet. I bet this is going to be some sort of awesome attack. The room was filled with puffs of smoke which cleared partially to reveal busty blonde female versions of Naruto who were clinging to Konohamaru and moaning. The young academy student fell over with a nosebleed and a perverted grin on his face. That's how you take out someone with, wham. Naruto's boasting was interrupted by his charge's fist connecting with the back of his head. The blonde guardian was now on the floor in a crumpled heap. Naruto, you pervert. What the hell kind of technique is that? Why do you even know it? And why would you show that technique to a little boy? Sakura roared with white eyes. I'm not little, I'm 12. Konohamaru said indignantly as he stood up, fully recovered from Naruto's attack. Sakura-chan, that hurt. Naruto whined. That's what you get for being a pervert, and teaching little kids your pervertedness. Sakura huffed as she stood over him with her arms crossed. Naruto slowly picked himself up from the ground. Say what you will, but it's a fairly effective technique, Sakura-chan. The blonde mumbled. Sakura began pounding her fist into the palm of her other hand as she looked at the powerful guardian with an angry glare. Huh? Did you say something? The pinkette asked, daring her protector to repeat what he just said. Naruto didn't know why, but for some reason seeing Sakura like this kind of scared him. She was surprisingly strong. Technically he could easily beat her in a fight, but that didn't make him fear her fist any less. Nay, nothing, Sakura-chan. The blonde replied while flashing an apologetic smile. Seeing her guardian's smile calmed the pink-haired Celeste down a little. Konohamaru watched the scene unfold with a sweat drop. Maybe boss didn't get so lucky after all. She's really scary when she gets mad. Naruto, I think it would be in your best interest never to use that technique again. Sakura warned in an overly sweet tone. You too, Konohamaru. Both guardian and guardian-to-be gulped and nodded their heads. We won't, they replied in unison, causing Sakura to smile. Good. The girl said in a bright tone. A knock on the door interrupted the moment, and what looked to be an academy guard opened the door. Naruto, the council members are ready to see you now. If you would follow me, please. Okay. We gotta go, Konohamaru. Maybe I'll see you again before we leave. It was nice meeting you, Konohamaru. Sakura added politely. I hope so, boss. And it was nice meeting you too, Sakura. Naruto and Sakura left Konohamaru and followed the guard. The pinkette stared at Naruto intently and was pleasantly surprised to find there was no hint of nervousness that had plagued his face since they first entered the academy. It looks like seeing Konohamaru really loosened Naruto up. Good. I'm glad he's not so nervous anymore. I just hope these council members don't affect him like Danzo did. I don't ever want to see Naruto that scared and nervous again. Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes as he heard the sound of water dripping. The white-haired man's memory was foggy as he tried to remember where he was. Currently he was tied to a post with rope that seemed to be draining all of his chakra. He faced a tube with green liquid in it. There was someone floating inside of the tube, with a breathing apparatus hooked up to her. Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he began struggling against his bindings. Tsunade, are you okay? Jiraiya yelled. A sick laughter came from somewhere behind him, and filled the entire room. Ah, Jiraiya, so you're awake, called a voice that Jiraiya would never forget. Welcome back, Naruto, greeted Sarutobi. Naruto and Sakura stood in front of 13 elders, which the pinkette assumed was the Guardian Council. Sakura instantly tensed up when she saw Danzo, remembering his effect on her guardian.
Naruto grinned at Sarutobi. Thanks, old man. Naruto, I believe you know the consequences of not showing your elders the proper respect. Danzo called in a threatening tone. Sakura's fist clenched and she took a step forward, but Hirazen's voice stopped her from doing anything else.
Calm down, Danzo. I am an old man after all. Now what brings you here, Naruto? My charge activated my Aries seal without knowing what it actually is. We came here because she wants to remove the seal, and I figured you guys might have an idea. Oh? Hirazen raised an eyebrow and shot Sakura an amused smile. I think you might be the very first Celesti to ever actually seek to remove a Guardian's Aries seal. That dumb seal just hurts Naruto over and over. I don't want him to be my. I don't even know why you would put them on any Guardian to begin with. Sakura said with an angry expression on her face. The faces of the council members lit up in surprise at the pink-haired girl's response, except for Danzo's. He stared at Sakura with a disgusted look on his face. Before he could open his mouth, Hiruzen's laughter filled the chamber. I see. You're a very interesting Celesti. Each Guardian has an Aries seal placed on them in case they try to shirk away from their duty. It's a very rare occurrence, but we can't afford the risk of a Guardian deciding they don't want to protect their charge. It's a necessary evil. Well, Naruto doesn't need it. He's already proven that he will protect me with his life. So tell me how to get rid of this damn seal. Sakura ground out. Hiruzen frowned. Unfortunately, the Aries seal wasn't designed by the Guardians. We only know how to place the seal, not how to remove it. What? Why the hell would you? Sakura started angrily. But, Hiruzen interrupted. Naruto's father's family is the one who designed the seal. So perhaps if you find out Minato's last name. Hiruzen no. Danzo interrupted harshly. You cannot let the boy find out his last name. Think of what happened the last time we allowed someone to embrace their family. Naruto is different from him, Danzo, and this is the only chance to fulfill his charge's wish. Hiruzen calmly replied. Wait, shouldn't your records have my father's last name from when he first came to the academy? If you don't know the name, how do you know the seal originated from my father's family? Naruto asked. As soon as a person enters the Guardian Academy, all records of their last name are erased, and all ties to their family are cut. Danzo said. Guardians have no business knowing anything about their families. That knowledge only gets in the way of their duty. Shut up. Sakura yelled angrily. Everyone has a right to know about their family. Her emerald eyes went back to Hiruzen. Danzo opened his mouth to retort, but was cut off by Chio. I think Naruto has proven that he will be able to handle the knowledge of his family. Danzo. Look at the way he's standing right now. If anyone were to try to make an attempt to harm Sakura, they would be dead before they could blink. Chio said as she stared at Sakura. She liked this pink-haired girl, she had spunk. Sakura blinked in surprise as she looked at her guardian. She hadn't even realized it until now, but Naruto's muscles were tensed as if he was ready to make a move in a millisecond, and his body was subtly positioned slightly towards her. She guessed he was on the alert even now because of Danzo's presence. I agree entirely with Chio. As for the second part of your question, Naruto, we know that the seal was created by your father's family because your father had a natural talent for seals. His proclivity could only come if he has the blood of great seal masters. Your father is also the only guardian who knew of the Aries seal before entering the academy. So you don't know what Naruto's father's last name was, and he's not here for us to ask. Sakura stared at Hiruzen expectantly, waiting for him to explain. Minato had a very close relationship with a former teacher here, Jiraiya. There's a good chance that Minato might have told Jiraiya his last name, or where his family is from. Jiraiya. I already met him. So I gotta find that old pervert again, huh? Naruto said thoughtfully, causing Hiruzen to roar in laughter. Old pervert. What an accurate description of Jiraiya. Excuse me, Hiruzen-sama, an academy guard said as he suddenly burst into the room. I have dire news. The man stopped and looked at Naruto and Sakura, waiting for them to leave. It's okay. Naruto and Sakura can hear this. Hiruzen told the guard. Hi. It seems Orochimaru has managed to capture not just a guardian this time, but a guardian and his charge. What? Danzo asked. How? Who did he capture? Our sources tell us that Orochimaru has captured Jiraiya and Tsunade. He apparently intends to experiment on both of them. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both old. It would take up too much manpower to rescue them from Orochimaru's grasps. As much as I don't want Orochimaru having a Celesti to experiment on, Tsunade isn't worth the sacrifice of our forces. At her age, it is unlikely she'll face her destiny anyways. Danzo said calmly. What? Sakura roared. You're talking about someone's life here. The Pinkette really didn't know who this Orochimaru was, but judging from the faces of the council members, Tsunade, the woman that stopped and helped her and Naruto, was in grave danger. Shut up, girl. This has nothing to do with you. Sakura and I will rescue them. I can handle anything Orochimaru can throw at us while protecting Sakura. The surprisingly calm voice of Naruto rang through the room. Absolutely not. Danzo replied. Your duty is to protect your charge. If you tried to rescue Jiraiya and Tsunade, you'd be putting her in extreme danger. Orochimaru is not a foe to be underestimated. Jiraiya and Tsunade helped Naruto and me when we were in need. I will not stand by and do nothing while they need our help. Sakura protested defiantly. Stupid girl, it's not your, listen, you sent Itachi to save me. Naruto interrupted. So send me to save Jiraiya. Itachi rescued me and both he and Sasuke are just fine. Are you stupid boy? Danzo sneered. We would never send a guardian with a charge to rescue another guardian. We didn't send Itachi to rescue you. What do you mean? Itachi said he was sent by you to stop Naruto from sacrificing himself with his Blood Angel release. So your Blood Angel release is a sacrificial technique, eh? Danzo said thoughtfully, much to Naruto's annoyance. Sakura's eyes went wide with surprise. Shit. I never considered that Naruto might hold information from those who hurt him when he was younger. We have more important things to worry about than Naruto's techniques, Danzo. Hiruzen said with a grave look on his face. His eyes fell upon the sapphire eyes of the young guardian. Naruto, you said Itachi came to rescue. Care to explain? Well, I was ambushed by a former guardian named Deidara. I managed to defeat him, but was instantly attacked by Hidan and Kakuzu. I thought Hidan and Kakuzu died attempting to defend their charges. Kaharu interrupted. So Itachi has turned them against us as well, Danzo mused. Nani? What do you mean Itachi turned them against us? Naruto suddenly interrupted. That's the reason we're actually glad you're here, Naruto. Hiruzen said gravely. Itachi has betrayed the order and turned against us. We have heard that he's made a move to get you to join him as well. Itachi has betrayed us. Why? Naruto stuttered. His entire body suddenly felt cold. No, Itachi would never betray the order. His little brother is a Celesti, he would never want to destroy the order that protects his little brother. Yes, Naruto. Itachi has betrayed us. He's been freeing guardians, as he says, by helping them kill their charges. Once their charges are dead, the former guardians join him. He calls his new group the Akatsuki. We don't know what all of the Akatsuki's goals are yet, but we do know that they plan on destroying the order. Konohamaru's words flashed through Naruto's mind. Itachi and Sasuke came to check up on me because they knew I didn't have you here anymore to look out for me. And while they were here, Itachi and I talked a lot about the guardian system and how messed up it is. No, Itachi wouldn't, but the more Naruto thought about, the more everything made sense. Itachi casting the genjutsu on Sakura, Itachi coming to his rescue. That had seemed all too fishy. A wave of sorrow crashed through the whiskered blonde's body. Well, you guys don't have to worry. Naruto won't betray the order. Sakura spoke up confidently. The good mood that Naruto had been in before meeting the council was long gone now. Her guardian was now trying to hide a depressed look behind an indifferent mask. We know that, Hiruzen started. Do we, Hiruzen? Danzo interrupted. Naruto was very close to Itachi. What's to stop him from joining Itachi and betraying us? Danzo, Naruto, Sakura-chan. Naruto interrupted. Sakura is what is going to stop me from joining Itachi. Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto. Itachi, I don't know why or how, but Itachi wants to hurt Sakura. He cast a genjutsu on her to force her to activate my seal. And Sasuke is the one that convinced Sakura to activate the seal in the first place. You said earlier that Itachi has been helping guardians kill their charges. I think Itachi is trying to get me to hate Sakura-chan, so that I will want to kill her. That sounds like it could be true. Chio agreed. So how does that ensure your loyalty to the order? My loyalty is no longer to the order. My loyalty is to Sakura, and Sakura alone. I will destroy anyone who wishes to harm her. Naruto replied in an icy tone. Do you see? Danzo addressed the rest of the order. He has no loyalty to us. Eventually Itachi is going to taint his mind, and he will want to kill his charge. Danzo was interrupted by having a kunai tightly pressed against his throat for the second time in a day. Naruto's now toad-like eyes were blazing with anger as they bore into Danzo's. I will never hurt Sakura-chan, and if you keep saying that I will, then I will kill you. The angry sage growled. Naruto calmed down. Danzo, we have nothing to fear from Naruto. Fortunately for us, Itachi made the mistake of threatening his charge. At Hiruzen's words, Naruto withdrew his kunai from Danzo's throat and returned to a completely startled Sakura's side. I knew he cared about me, but he's so protective of me, and he would really choose me over Itachi. He's only known me for a short while. He's known Itachi for so much longer, and Itachi helped him get through this place. Why would he choose me? Fine, but I'll be watching you, boy. Give me one reason to think you betrayed us and I will end your pathetic existence. Danzo warned. This time it was Sakura's turn to attack Danzo. Don't you dare threaten Naruto. The pinkette roared as she rushed towards the heavily bandaged man. She fully intended to pummel him until he begged for mercy. Before she could reach Danzo, however, a pair of strong arms wrapped themselves around her waist. Sakura-chan, he's not worth it. The calm voice of Naruto softly rang through her ear. The Celeste relaxed and reflexively leaned back into her guardian's arms. Hiruzen watched the whole scene unfold with an amused smirk. Please refrain from threatening the lives of our guardians, Danzo. Now Naruto, now that you know the truth about Itachi, what will you do when he comes for you again? If Itachi comes after me again, I will try to save him from whatever darkness has taken over his soul, but if he threatens Sakura again, I will kill him without hesitation. Naruto replied in an emotionless tone. Sakura looked over her shoulder at Naruto's face. He had a mask of impassiveness on his face, but Sakura noticed the slight cracks of sorrow in that mask. Very good. Now, as for your earlier request, I'm afraid we still cannot allow you to go after Jiraiya. I would like nothing more than to send you, but it would be putting Sakura in extreme danger. We simply cannot allow that, Naruto. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. I'll be fine, Naruto will protect me. Neither you nor Naruto know what Orochimaru is truly capable of. If you went after Jiraiya and Tsunade, you would have to storm his base, a base filled with people and even guardians that he has experimented on and turned into powerful monsters. So you expect us to just stand around and do nothing while the two people who saved our lives are in danger? I'm sorry, Sakura, but that's the way it must be. Your destiny is too important to risk. Chiyo answered for Hiruzen. And how are we going to find out Naruto's father's last name then? Sakura continued. I refuse to sit around while this stupid seal continues to hurt him. Unfortunately, Sakura, it appears you're going to have to do just that. Hiruzen responded gravely. Sakura clenched her fists together and opened her mouth to retort, but the voice of the guardian whose arms were still wrapped around her hips beat her to it. Hi. Thank you, old man, for the information. If that's all, Sakura and I should probably get to bed. We're going to be leaving early in the morning. That's fine. It was good seeing you again, Naruto, and it was good meeting you, Sakura. You too, Hiruzen-sama. Sakura politely replied. Now then, Chiyo spoke up with a mischievous smirk as she stared at Sakura, who was still leaning back into Naruto. Will you two require a one-bedroom, or a two-bedroom? Chiyo's words suddenly made Sakura and Naruto realize the position they had been in, and they quickly disentangled from each other with embarrassed blushes on their face. A two-bedroom, please. Naruto said. Chiyo's laughter filled the room, and was soon joined by the laughter of all of the council members except for Danzo. Of course. This guard will take you to your room. I already provided them with a room. Danzo spoke up in an annoyed tone. And I'm providing them with a different one, Danzo. Chiyo retorted. The bandaged man hid his anger well as he simply nodded at his peer. This way, Naruto-san, Sakura-san, a guard curtly said. Naruto and Sakura had gone to bed hours ago, yet Naruto was still awake, staring dully at the ceiling. Itachi. Why are you doing this? The Jinchuriki let out a silent sigh. Although he hid it from Sakura and the rest of the council, he was still in a state of shock. Itachi had been like a brother to him, he had been one of the few kind people in the academy. Now Naruto, now that you know the truth about Itachi, what will you do when he comes for you again? What would he do? He confidently told the council that he would save Itachi, and kill him if he couldn't save him. But how could he possibly save the man he considered an older brother? He had no idea what could have caused Itachi to betray the order, so how could he expect to save Itachi when he doesn't even know what the problem is? Can I really kill Itachi? In front of the council, I could only think about Itachi wanting to hurt Sakura, so the words rolled off my tongue easily. But can I really kill Itachi? What am I going to do? Naruto muttered softly. Naruto. Sakura and Naruto had went to bed hours ago, yet Sakura was still awake, staring happily at the ceiling as thoughts continued to go through her mind. My loyalty is no longer to the Order. My loyalty is to Sakura, and Sakura alone. I will destroy anyone who wishes to harm her. The Celeste knew that Naruto cared for her, he called her one of his precious people. But she never would have guessed that he would choose her over the very Order that raised him. But if he threatens Sakura again, I will kill him without hesitation. Sakura still couldn't get over Naruto's words. She still couldn't believe that Naruto would so quickly choose her over the man who was like a brother to him. He's been much more open to me lately. I wonder if he has feelings for me like I have feelings for him. What am I going to do? Naruto's voice softly whispered. There was a sense of hopelessness in his voice. Naruto? Sakura-chan? You're still awake? Crap. I hope she didn't hear me, the Guardian thought worriedly. Yeah. I can't stop thinking long enough to fall asleep. Are you okay? Of course, I'm fine, Sakura. Naruto lied. She's done enough for me here. I'm not going to burden Sakura with any more of my troubles. Sakura, however, wasn't fooled. Please don't lie to me, Naruto. I know that something is wrong. You can tell me. I want you to tell me. Sakura, it's nothing. I'm fine. Just go to sleep, okay? Instead of going to sleep as her guardian requested, Sakura got out of her bed and walked over and sat down on the bed Naruto was currently laying in. You are not fine. Something is wrong. She took Naruto's hand into her own and looked down at him. He was doing a good job of masking that something was wrong with his face, but Sakura could tell when she looked down into his sapphire eyes that something was truly troubling him. Naruto looked away from his charge's beautiful emerald eyes. Sakura, you don't need to worry about it. You've already done enough here. I'll be fine soon enough. It's Itachi, isn't it? That's what's troubling you. Naruto sighed. It's just, Itachi is the closest thing I've ever had to family. And now he's my enemy. I don't know how to save him. I'm going to have to kill my older brother. Naruto. Sakura lay down next to her guardian and embraced him tightly. I'm so sorry this has happened to you, and if Itachi is that important to you, then I don't want to make you choose between me and him. So Naruto, if Itachi comes after me again, I order you to. You're more important to me now than Itachi, Sakura-chan. Naruto quickly interrupted softly before his charge could finish the command. I will always choose you, and I will never regret choosing you over him. The guardian s his arms around his charge's waist and held her tightly. So please don't order me to choose Itachi. A warm feeling spread through Sakura's entire body as she listened to Naruto. He will always choose me? Naruto. I really care about you, Sakura, and not just because you're my charge. I know as a guardian I shouldn't be letting myself feel this way, but I can't help it. Naruto again interrupted. I'm not entirely sure what these feelings mean yet, but what I do know for sure is that you are my most precious person, and I will not lose you. Sakura stared at Naruto with a completely surprised look on her pretty face. I'm his most precious person? Do you mean that? She asked in a hopeful tone. Yes, Sakura-chan. Sakura smiled at her guardian. Well, I really care about you too, Naruto, and I will not lose you. For the first time since being told of Itachi's betrayal, a genuine smile flitted across Naruto's face. All the sadness, worry, hurt and anger that had been plaguing his body disappeared with his charge's words. Do you mean that, Sakura-chan? Of course I do, Naruto. The guardian pulled his charge tighter against his body and rested his chin on the top of her head. Sakura burrowed her face into his strong chest, and the two lay that way for a couple of minutes. The pinkette felt completely at ease now. But her mind wandered back to the duo that was one of the main reasons for both her and Naruto currently being alive. Without Tsunade and Jiraiya, she would never have gotten to experience this moment. She would never have gotten to feel this intoxicating warmth. Naruto. What are we going to do about Tsunade and Jiraiya? She didn't have to look up to know that Naruto now was sporting a mischievous grin, she could just feel it. Well, I planted a hanged shadow clone in the room as we left which heard where Jiraiya and Tsunade are being held captive. Of course, I'm forbidden from taking you there. Screw that. They're in danger. Naruto chuckled at his charge. Well, I may not be able to take you there, Sakura-chan, but if you decide to go there, then I will need to go to protect you. Naruto explained. Realization dawned over Sakura and she let out a small chuckle of her own. I see. So tomorrow I'm going to march straight into this Orochimaru's hideout then, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Sakura said playfully, earning another chuckle from the man whose chest her face was currently buried in. Oh no. What have I done? I guess I'll just have to go with you then. Sakura lifted her head from her guardian's chest, effectively removing his chin from the top of her head. Emerald eyes clashed with sapphire as both Guardian and Celeste shot the other a soft and happy smile. She gave Naruto a quick peck on the and returned her face back to his comfortable chest. You better get your rest then. We have a long day in front us tomorrow. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night, Sakura-chan. Naruto and Sakura drifted off to sleep with a happy smile on their face. Thank you all for coming. Hiruzen addressed the small gathering of council members who had arrived in his room in secret. As I'm sure you're aware, Naruto planted a shadow clone in the room as he and his charge left. He knows where Jiraiya and his charge are. I ask you all to come here so we can figure out how to best handle this situation. Hiruzen paused and took a sip of water as he composed his thoughts. As you know, Danzo is looking for an excuse to kill Naruto. If he gets wind of Naruto disobeying direct orders to go after Jiraiya and Tsunade, I fear that he will send his root operatives to execute Naruto on charges of treason. Naruto is quite powerful. I'm not so sure if Danzo has anyone strong enough to kill him. Kaharu spoke up. Don't underestimate the power of Root. Danzo trains them to be perfect soldiers. They will all use a sacrificial technique to take Naruto out without a second thought if Danzo orders it. Hiruzen warned. Then I guess we just have to give Naruto the order to go save Jiraiya then, Chio said with a smile. I'm glad someone else agrees with me. We will bring it up to vote tomorrow. I hope you'll all band with me. We would be stupid not to be Hiruzen. We can't let Danzo kill our most promising guardian now, can we? Chio chuckled. Sakura woke up to a knock on the door. Her head face was resting against something soft, but firm. She blearily opened her eyes and blushed when she saw Naruto's chest. Memories from last night flashed through her mind and she smiled softly. She was about to close her eyes and drift back to sleep when someone knocked on the door again. She grumbled as she left Naruto's arms to answer the door. Flinging the door open, she shot in the academy guard an annoyed and angry glare. What? Good morning, Sakura-san. The council has summoned both you and Naruto. They are expecting the both of you in the council chamber in 15 minutes. The academy guard quickly said. He was anxious to deliver his message and get far away from this pink-haired girl who had the courage to slap Danzo, and had been shooting him a death glare ever since she opened the door. Fine. We'll be there. Sakura sighed. The academy guard quickly walked away. The Celeste turned and walked over to her guardian and gently shook him. Naruto, Naruto, wake up. Tired sapphire eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing her, a smile flitted across his face. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Sakura returned Naruto's smile. Morning. Now get up, we've been summoned by the council. Why would the council summon us? They know we plan on leaving today. Maybe they detected my shadow clone, crap. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Good morning, Naruto, Sakura. I trust you slept well? Hiruzen greeted the duo as they walked into the council chamber. Slept great, old man. Naruto replied with a grin, expertly hiding his anxiety. Enough with stupid pleasantries. Hiruzen, why did you call us all here? Danzo asked in an annoyed tone. Some of us have more important things to do with our time than talk to a guardian whom we've already met with. I've called Naruto and Sakura here, because I would like to put to vote that we send them to rescue Jiraiya and Tsunade. Danzo glared across at Hiruzen. So, he figured out my plan. Damn it, I can't let this get past. This is my only opportunity to kill Naruto and protect the order from his betrayal.
Our policy is very clear, Hiruzen. Guardians don't seek battle. We never send a guardian to rescue another guardian. If you really want to rescue Jiraiya that badly, then we can send a battalion of guards. Danzo calmly said, expertly hiding the anger he was currently feeling towards Hiruzen. He smiled a little when he saw many of his fellow council members nodding their heads in agreement.
Orochimaru is too powerful for a battalion of our guards. The only chance we have of rescuing those two without casualties is by sending someone with Naruto's level of power. He is one of the few in our order who can stand toe-to-toe with Orochimaru, Hiruzen retorted. If this were a few months ago, I might agree with you, Hiruzen. But Naruto has a charge now, we cannot allow him to put her in danger. What if Naruto fails and his charge is killed? What happens when she needs to fulfill her destiny? You're putting the entire world in danger. Danzo inwardly smirked when he saw more of the council members shaking their heads in agreement. Naruto must die before he betrays us. You cannot save him, Hiruzen. Naruto won't. Sakura-san, please remain quiet. Chio quickly interrupted the pink-haired girl. Danzo, you bring up the exact point I wanted to focus on in this debate. Naruto has a charge. She's unlike any other Celeste this order has encountered before. She's stubborn, she doesn't give up, and she cares deeply about those around her, whether or not they're a guardian. Even if we try to stop them, she will go after Jiraiya and Tsunade on her own, which will inevitably draw Naruto after her. Since they're going to end up going after Orochimaru anyways, we might as well help them. Besides, who knows what Orochimaru could create if given enough time with a Celeste like Tsunade. A look of understanding flitted across the faces of the council members that had previously been agreeing with Danzo. The bandaged man inwardly swore. We could just restrain Sakura here then. Danzo offered. That way she won't put herself in danger. You know that doesn't work, Danzo. Hiruzen butted in. If we have her restrained here, she will never have a chance to embrace her destiny. And if she dies she won't have a chance either, Danzo retorted. Well then, that means that either we keep her here, where she won't be able to face her destiny, or send her and her guardian after Orochimaru where she at least has a chance of survival, and therefore still has a chance at facing her destiny. Chio replied. Well said, Chio. Hiruzen agreed. Let's put this to a vote then. All in favor of allowing Naruto and Sakura to go after Jiraiya and Tsunade. All of the council members except for Danzo raised their hands, which caused Naruto to grin. All those opposed? Only Danzo raised his hand, and Sakura shot him a mocking smile. Okay then, it's decided. Naruto, you and your charge are to rescue Jiraiya and Tsunade from Orochimaru. Alright. We won't let you down, old man. Naruto replied excitedly. Let's go, Sakura-chan. The young guardian turned to leave with his charge. Wait, Naruto. Hiruzen's voice called out. Before you leave, stop by the charge's hall to get some supplies. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and gave Hiruzen a grateful smile. Will do, thanks, old man. Ah, Jiraiya. How are you feeling? Orochimaru asked in his sickening tone. What the hell are you doing to her? Jiraiya yelled. There's no need for yelling, Jiraiya. I'm simply working on a way to unleash her hidden powers, you should be happy. Once her powers are unleashed, she will finally be able to stop running all the time. Jiraiya didn't miss the fact that Orochimaru left him out. So that's how you're going to get revenge. Dangle a chance at spending my life with the woman I love in front of my eyes just before killing me. That's sick even for you. Jiraiya spat sullenly. Orochimaru's sickening laughter filled the room. Oh no, Jiraiya, I'm not going to kill you. You see, the method I'm currently testing to bring out your charge's hidden powers draws those powers out at the price of her mind. By the time I've drawn her full power out, she will simply be a powerful mindless drone for me to control. The woman you love, as you described her, will be the one to kill you. A cold feeling shot through Jiraiya's entire body. He stared at the green tank that his charge was currently floating in. You sick bastard. Sakura was on Naruto's back and the two were quickly running towards Orochimaru's hideout. They knew that time was of the essence. The pink-haired Celeste glanced at the man whose back she was currently riding on. In addition to getting some rations which Naruto sealed away, the old man behind the counter had given him a new dark gray chainmail mesh undershirt, just like the one he had worn when they first met. Just like the one Deidara's explosion had melted into his back. Shaking that gruesome thought from her mind, she examined his new cloak. It was like his old one, but instead of being khaki-colored with red lines, it was black with blue lines. The old man had given her a matching cloak which she wore over her regular outfit as well. She chuckled a little when she recalled their meeting. Flashback. Oh Naruto. Back again already, eh? And with your charge this time? Wow, she's even more beautiful than her file made her look. You're even luckier than I thought. The old man grinned as Naruto blushed. Shut up, old man, Naruto mumbled. What was that, Naruto? Sakura asked in a threatening tone. She didn't know who this old man was, but she already liked him. A girl liked to be told she was beautiful. I said I know, old man. Naruto quickly said with a slight hint of nervousness in his voice. Flash in. What's so funny, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Nothing. I was just thinking about earlier is all. How soon are we going to get Orochimaru's hideout? I'm going to need to be at my full strength for this, so unfortunately I can't afford to use my chakra to enhance my speed. It's going to take us 3 days. I just hope we're not too late. Sakura said in a slightly worried tone. Don't worry Sakura-chan, we won't be. Itachi-sama, Naruto is going after Orochimaru. Apparently he and his charge are going to rescue Jiraiya and Tsunade. Itachi peered at the cloaked figure kneeling before him. I see. You may leave. The man quickly disappeared before he did something to draw his leader's wrath. Itachi stood in silence as he pondered the situation. So who are you going to send to stop him? Sasuke asked from his seat in the corner of the room. Itachi looked at Sasuke. We can't afford to interfere right now. Naruto is already suspicious of me from sensing us when I placed his charge under a genjutsu. There's a chance he may have even learned that I betrayed the order while he was visiting the academy. Naruto is going to disrupt Orochimaru's research. He's probably going to kill him. Sasuke pointed out. Isn't his research the reason you decided to leave Orochimaru be instead of killing him after he tried to capture me? That is correct. His research is promising and will be very useful to us in achieving our goal. But if I move against Naruto now, I will be solidifying myself as an enemy in his eyes. I can't have that yet. He needs to think that there's hope to save me so I can exploit our bond to draw him to our side. So Naruto is more important than Orochimaru's research? Sasuke asked in a slightly annoyed tone. Itachi chuckled at his little brother. Of course not. Both are of equal importance. One of my agents has already infiltrated Orochimaru's base and is prepared to rescue Orochimaru if it looks like Naruto is going to kill him. And what if Orochimaru figures out your agent's connection to you? If he discovers our interest in his research, he might start making demands. Itachi chuckled at his little brother. He won't, he'll be too distracted by Nagato's eyes to think about any possible connections. Naruto and Sakura stood a safe distance away from Orochimaru's hideout. It had taken them 3 days, and Sakura was a little worried that they might be too late. We need to hurry. Sakura started walking towards the base, but Naruto's hand caught her arm. Sakura, stop. You're not going in there, Naruto said softly. The Celeste turned and gave her guardian an incredulous glare. Says who? We need to go and save Tsunade and Jiraiya now. Naruto simply smiled at his charge. Don't worry Sakura, I will save them. But Orochimaru's base is no place for you, it's too dangerous. I'm going to leave 2 of my shadow clones out here, and you 3 will remain hidden. I'm not going to let you go in there alone you baka, Sakura growled. And what would you do in there Sakura? Naruto interrupted, smile still present on his whiskered face. Your reflexes may be better, but remember, you are nowhere near being ready to fight. There is nothing you can do inside of Orochimaru's base. I'll be fine. You just wait out here and let me handle this. But I need to be there so I can heal you if you get hurt, Sakura protested. I won't get hurt Sakura-chan. Naruto assured. Well, what if someone takes out the clones that are guarding me and attacks me before you can get to me? Sakura asked, hoping to utilize his protectiveness of her. As soon as one of the clones is dispelled I'll know you're in danger, and I can instantly flash to your side since you still have that 3-pronged kunai. The whiskered guardian pointed out. Sakura sighed in defeat. Just promise me you'll come back to me. I don't want to lose you Naruto. Naruto wrapped Sakura into a warm hug. You won't. I promise I'll come back to you Sakura-chan. Her guardian's words reassured her and Sakura finally relented. Naruto broke their embrace and summoned 2 shadow clones. You guys and Sakura are to remain hidden, understand? Hi. The clones responded in unison. Satisfied, Naruto shot Sakura one last smile. I'll be back soon Sakura-chan. Before she could respond, he disappeared in a yellow flash. A man with a strange-looking tattoo in his neck was patrolling near the entranceway of his master's hideout. I only received the curse mark from Orochimaru-sama 2 days ago and he's already trusting me to guard the entrance to the base. His trust in me is a sign of my power, I'm going to. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a kunai impaling his neck through the back of his throat. Naruto caught his body and laid him gently down as he gurgled in shock during his last few seconds of life. The guardian quickly entered sage mode and scanned the base. There's so many people here like the 2 that attacked us when we're with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Something is off with their chakra, Naruto thought as he searched for the 2 he was here to rescue. He smiled when he finally found Jiraiya's chakra. Tsunade is probably close to Jiraiya, Naruto thought as he searched for the woman's chakra. Naruto's eyes opened in surprise. There she is, but her chakra is different from the last time we met. What the hell happened? The whiskered guardian closed his eyes and focused on Jiraiya's chakra. Orochimaru is with them. I can feel his power. This might be tougher than I thought. Naruto disappeared in a flash. Jiraiya watched with a disgusted expression as Orochimaru bit the neck of a teenager he kidnapped from a nearby village. The boy dropped to the ground and gripped his curse mark and cried out in pain. Stop screaming, boy. If your body is too weak to accept the curse mark, then at least have the dignity to die quietly. Orochimaru sneered as he kicked the boy in the gut. The teenager's screams eventually came to a halt as his body completely shut down. You're a sick bastard, killing an innocent kid like that. Jiraiya spat angrily. Oh, you didn't enjoy the show, Jiraiya? Orochimaru taunted. The snake-like man sneered at the guardian before turning his gaze to the tank that housed his favorite new experiment. She's coming along nicely, don't you think? I'm going to kill you. Jiraiya growled. I'm going to find a way out of these bindings and I'm going to kill you. Orochimaru's mocking laughter filled the chamber. Wrong, Jiraiya. Tsunade here is going to kill you once I'm done with her. Before Jiraiya could reply, a yellow flash suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto? Jiraiya gasped. Looks like you're in a rough spot, you old pervert. Naruto greeted, his eyes locking onto Orochimaru's. Naruto? As in Minato and Kushina's child Naruto. My, how you've grown up. Orochimaru greeted the boy as if he were an old family friend. I'm only going to tell you this once. Naruto suddenly released a powerful wave of killing intent as he glared at Orochimaru. Let Tsunade and Jiraiya go and I will make your death painless. The snake-like man's face scrunched together in a thoughtful expression as he turned back to the tank that was holding Tsunade and placed his pale hand on it. Naruto-kun wants you to come out. I guess you're ready enough. Orochimaru sent a chakra pulse through the tank, causing it and the liquid to disappear in a puff of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Naruto could see Tsunade staring at him with an expressionless face as the green liquid dripped from her body. T-Sundade. Jiraiya yelled. The old guardian's charge did not respond, she just continued staring at Naruto with an expressionless face. Without taking his eyes off Tsunade, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to free Jiraiya. What the hell did you do to her, you bastard? Jiraiya roared. Relax, Jiraiya. I did her a favor. I've begun to unlock her hidden power. Orochimaru explained nonchalantly. What are you talking about? Naruto drawled as a cold feeling seeped through his body. Exactly what it sounds like. Instead of waiting for her destiny to draw out her hidden power, I've begun doing it on my own. Of course, prematurely drawing out her power like this doesn't come without a price. Orochimaru had a sick grin on his face. What's the price? Jiraiya softly growled. His fists were clenched tightly. I'm afraid that drawing out a Celestial's hidden power before their body is prepared wreaks havoc on their mind. The more hidden power that one draws out, the more their mind is destroyed. By the time I unlock her full power, she'll simply be a powerful drone for me to control. Orochimaru mocked. I'll kill you. Jiraiya yelled and went to charge forward, but Naruto stepped in front of him. You don't have any chakra, Jiraiya. You don't stand a chance against him right now. Let me handle this. So confident, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru called out. You know why the Celesti are targeted, right? The snake-like man paused and stared Naruto, waiting for him to answer. Because they're the ones who save the world. Naruto calmly replied. That is correct. And they're the ones who save the world because they are the most powerful out of us all. You think you're going to be fighting me, but you're wrong. I've only unlocked 35% of Tsunade's power, but that will be more than enough for her to deal with you. Shit. Can he really force her into fighting me? If he's unlocked her power like he claims, this could be trouble. Tsunade, kill Naruto-kun. Orochimaru ordered. The busty Celesti's only response was flickering directly in front of Naruto. She's fast. Naruto flashed away just as her fist was an inch away from his face. The Celesti's attack connected with the ground, creating a giant crater. That's strength, that's unreal. That's more powerful than my sage-enhanced strength. Before the young guardian could ponder Tsunade's strength more, she stomped on the ground, creating a rift where he was standing. The guardian quickly flashed away before she could capitalize on his misbalance. I'm supposed to be rescuing her. I can't use any techniques that would seriously injure her. Damn it. Tsunade quickly flickered in front of Naruto and sent a kick towards his midsection. The blonde guardian barely managed to dodge the kick and countered with a palm strike to her chest. To Naruto's shock, Tsunade's hand shot towards his with lightning speed. She caught Naruto's strike and with her strength crushed the bones in his left hand to pieces. The whiskered guardian couldn't hold back of his scream of pain. He tried to focus on a spot to Hirishin so he could create some distance between himself and the Celesti, but a punch to the chest from Tsunade sent him careening into the wall before he could use the Hirishin. Pain plagued Naruto's entire body as he pulled himself out of the wall. He shook his head to clear the black spots from his vision and ignored the throbbing pain in his left hand. She's unreal. Naruto thought as his mind tried to come up with a way to stop her without seriously hurting her. Tsunade flickered directly in front of him again. Her arm was back ready to deliver another devastating punch. On instinct, Naruto leapt backwards and shot chakra chains out of his body, binding the amber-eyed Celesti. So you've learned your mother's techniques as well, Orochimaru observed. Naruto panted heavily as he restrained the Celesti he had come to rescue. Call her off, Orochimaru, and I'll let you live. Kukuku, oh Naruto-kun, you're in no position to be making demands. You're the one who's going to be dead soon. My newest pet is well on her way to making sure of that. Your newest pet can't move right now, Naruto replied. He brought his hands together and managed to make the familiar cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 5 Naruto Sage Shadow clones appeared. Take him out, guys, Naruto ordered, motioning towards Orochimaru. His clones nodded and started advancing towards Orochimaru when Tsunade released a burst of chakra, breaking apart Naruto's chakra chains. Impossible. Naruto gasped as Tsunade flickered to each of his clones and destroyed them. How did she break out of the chakra chains? Is this the true power of a Celesti? It's supposed to be impossible for. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a hand grab the back of his head. He planted his feet and was about to send an elbow into the gut of the woman who was holding his head, but he was quickly lifted off the ground as Tsunade leapt into the air. The blonde Celesti twisted her body around and threw the whiskered guardian straight into the ground with her insane strength, creating a large crater and a seismic tremor. The entire base rattled as the tremor shot through the surrounding area. Jiraiya peered into the crater and gasped as he saw the bottom half Naruto's body sticking out of a hole, twitching. This isn't good, the elder guardian thought as he watched his charge calmly walk towards the twitching body of the boy who came to rescue them. A feeling of dread passed through Sakura's body as she felt a tremor pass through the ground. What was that? She asked one of the clones that was protecting her. I'm not sure, the clone said with an uneasy look on its face. Sakura could tell it was holding something back from her. She knew her guardian's facial expressions well enough by this point. Tell me, Sakura growled threateningly. It's nothing to worry about, Sakura-chan. The other clone interjected. The original will be back before you know it, so stop worrying and just relax. Sakura wasn't fooled, however. They're both in sage mode, so they can easily monitor the fight. And they both look uneasy. Naruto isn't doing well, is he? Nani? The original is very powerful, Sakura-chan, he. Shut up. Sakura yelled, interrupting the clone. I can tell from your facial expressions that something is wrong. I'm going in there to heal him. The pinkette began marching towards the base when she felt a hand on her shoulder. I'm afraid we can't allow you to do that, Sakura-chan. The clone called in a somber tone. I'm not sure if this is correct, but it makes sense to me. Sakura started, causing both of the clones to look at her in confusion. But as soon as you get hurt, you dispel. So if I use the Aries seal against you, you will dispel and leave me defenseless as I march into Orochimaru's base. The clones both let out a sigh. Damn it, Sakura-chan. The original isn't in a position to be protecting you right now. There's something weird about Tsunade's chakra and she's been beating the crap out of him. It feels like he's holding back, but she's still easily beating him. There's no way to even come close to guaranteeing your safety if we go in there. I don't care about my safety, it's Naruto's safety that I'm concerned about, Sakura growled. That's the problem. You should be worried about your safety, Sakura. Whether you like it or not, you're more important to the world than the original is. Your survival is by leaps and bounds more important than his. Please don't do this. One of the clones attempted to reason. I'm not losing, Naruto. Sakura ground out stubbornly, now take me to him or else I'm going to do it myself. The clones again sighed. You ready? One asked the other. Yay. Okay, you distract her and I'll get the original. Hi. The clones grabbed Sakura and disappeared in a flash of yellow and pink. Itachi, Orochimaru's experiments on Tsunade have been successful. She's currently batting around Naruto like he's some sort of bug. Nagato whispered into the radio. Interesting, although I'm surprised she's attacking him, Itachi's voice replied. It would appear that the price for unlocking Celesti's power before their body is ready for it comes at the price of their very mind. The more of her power that Orochimaru unlocks, the more Tsunade becomes a mindless drone. I see, that is unacceptable. Does Orochimaru plan on killing Naruto? It would appear so. Do you think you can stand against Tsunade? Nagato closed his Rinnegan eyes and pondered the thought. Not for very long when she's in this state. The true power of a Celesti truly does dwarf our own. This is not good. We still need Naruto. If he dies, our plans are going to be set back. If she goes to deal a killing blow to him, I want you to intervene and hold her off for as long as you can, Itachi ordered. And what do I do when she defeats me and returns her attention back to Naruto? Nagato questioned. Hopefully by then all have arrived, Itachi answered. Nagato heard a click, which means Itachi turned his radio off. The man's purple-ringed eyes turned back towards the battlefield just in time to see two of Naruto's clones flash into the room with his pink-haired charge. Jiraiya watched in horror as Tsunade walked towards Naruto. He didn't like the kid's chances of surviving another strike, if he was still alive at all, that is. Tsunade, stop this! Jiraiya yelled. His charge stopped and looked at him. Her face remained expressionless except for her eyes. Her eyes were filled with regret. She's still in there. Fight this, Tsunade. I know you can. Jiraiya was interrupted by two of Naruto's clones flashing in front of him with Sakura in tow. Futon. Rankuden. One of the clones yelled, and launched an air bullet at Tsunade. The busty Celesti was caught off guard and the bullet slammed into her body. The clone that launched the bullet ran to the opposite end of the room and started shooting air bullet after air bullet at Tsunade. The other clone flashed to Naruto, then flashed back to Sakura with Naruto in his arms. The pink-haired girl wasted no time and started healing the boy as tears gathered in her eyes. A popping noise drew Jiraiya's attention away from the girl and he looked up in time to see Tsunade standing in front of a cloud of smoke. Naruto's other shadow clone formed the cross sign. Taju. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 15 more sage clones of Naruto appeared in puffs of smoke. They all charged towards Tsunade, launching air and water bullets at her. But now she was prepared and easily dodged all of the clones' attacks. She slammed her fist into the ground, launching a wall of earth that took out some of the clones and quickly flickered in front of another clone, grabbed it, and tossed it into another group of clones. With only 4 of the newly summoned clones remaining, Tsunade quickly flickered from clone to clone, destroying each one with a quick jab. Naruto's remaining sage clone swore. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but I don't have much of a choice. The clone formed a Rasengan in its hand and flashed behind Tsunade. Rasengan. The clone roared, thrusting the sphere towards Tsunade's spine. To the clone's surprise, Tsunade twisted her body, grabbed the clone's arm and threw it towards Naruto and Sakura, Rasengan still intact. The clone swore and dispelled itself before it hit the original and the original's charge with a powerful attack. Damn it! Jiraiya muttered under his breath. His chakra levels were still low from the chakra-draining rope that had been binding him not so long ago. This is bad. Naruto was surprised when his entire body was not racked with pain when he woke up. The last thing he remembered was Tsunade throwing him straight into the ground. He opened his eyes and gasped when he saw tear-filled emerald eyes staring into his. Sakura-chan? Naruto, you baka. Sakura mumbled as she tried to hold back tears. He quickly covered his hand in fire chakra and caught Tsunade's fist as the elder Celesti attempted to take out Sakura. He felt the bones in right hand shatter at the impact, but Tsunade quickly freed her hand from his and leapt backwards. The fist that he had caught was a bloody mess. His flame-covered hand had managed to quickly burn the skin off of her fist. He would have felt satisfied that he was able to slow down such a powerful opponent if that powerful opponent wasn't a Celesti he was supposed to be saving. He felt Sakura grab his hand and sighed in relief as her soothing chakra again mended his broken hand. To his displeasure, Tsunade mimicked Sakura and healed her damaged hand as well. Now that Sakura is here, I can't afford to hold back. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but the only way I stand a chance at stopping her is if I use my most powerful techniques. Naruto re-entered Sage Mode and stood protectively in front of Sakura. A slight buzzing noise emanated from his fists as he surrounded them with wind chakra. Tsunade wouldn't be nearly as dangerous without arms after all. Naruto tensed his leg muscles, preparing to charge. Before he could attack, Jiraiya suddenly leapt in between Naruto and his blonde-haired charge. Tsunade, you can fight this. The white-haired guardian pleaded. He could see that Naruto was getting serious now that the boy's own charge was in danger. He wasn't sure if Naruto could actually kill Tsunade or not, but the Rasen Shuriken looked extremely powerful when Naruto showed it to him earlier. And now the boy's fists were covered in wind chakra. He was planning on slicing her to pieces. Tsunade flickered in front of Jiraiya and flicked him on the forehead just strong enough to knock him off his feet and out of her way. I'm getting through to her. She held back right there. Jiraiya thought excitedly as he picked himself up. Before his charge could go after the young guardian who was currently planning on slicing her apart, Jiraiya again leapt between the two. Tsunade may have held back on her flick, but blood was still trickling down Jiraiya's forehead. I know you're in there, Tsunade. You hesitated earlier when I called, and you just held back there. Fight this, you aren't a mindless drone. Tsunade again flickered in front of him, and this time caught him in the gut with a powerful punch. He doubled over, and prepared himself for Tsunade's follow-up attack, but it never came. He opened his eyes to see Tsunade calmly walking away from him and towards Naruto. Coughing up a little blood, Jiraiya forced himself to his feet and ran in between Tsunade and Naruto. You can beat this, Tsunade, he rasped. Tsunade responded by punching him hard in the sternum. He bit back a cry of pain when he felt his sternum break. The white-haired guardian dropped to his knees and began coughing up more blood, while Tsunade again walked straight past him and towards Naruto. Jiraiya calmed his breathing, pushed what little chakra he had left into his legs and flipped into the air to land directly in front of his charge. Please, Jiraiya wheezed. That last punch had really taken its toll on him. Fight this. You are a beautiful, strong-willed and extremely stubborn woman. You can beat this. Tsunade slowly pulled her fist back, preparing to strike Jiraiya again, but the white-haired guardian used the last of his strength to wrap her in a bear hug. Her eyes widened in surprise as Jiraiya clung to her desperately. She could feel his body spasming as he coughed more blood out over her shoulder. Jiraiya, she mumbled. What are you doing, Tsunade? I ordered you to kill Naruto, not talk to your guardian. Orochimaru sneered. Suna, Jiraiya slumped against his charge's frame as he passed out. Jiraiya? Tsunade whispered in a worried tone. Jiraiya? She yelled in a panic this time. The white-haired guardian didn't respond. A wave of dread washed through her body as her guardian's breathing slowed against her. No, I couldn't have. What the hell did you do to me? Tsunade roared as she glared over Jiraiya's slumped shoulder at Orochimaru. Now Tsunade, stop being so angry. I'm helping you, I've begun to unlock your true power. Now, I believe I ordered you to kill Naruto-kun. The snake-like man answered in a sickeningly sweet tone. Tsunade clutched her head as Orochimaru's words rang through her mind like a bell choir. No, I have to fight this, I need to save Jiraiya. Naruto flashed directly behind Orochimaru and severed his head with his wind chakra-covered hand. He bit back a gasp when the man's body turned into mud and fell to the ground. A mud clone? Where the hell is the real one? A startled gasp caught Naruto's attention and he whirled around to see Orochimaru with a sword held at Sakura's neck. Leave her alone. Naruto growled dangerously. So this is your charge, Naruto-kun? She's pretty, and she has a lot of power locked away within her. She will make a great pet. Get away from her. Naruto roared in anger. The tears streaming down his charge's face only served to enrage him further. All he wanted to do right now was tear Orochimaru apart limb from limb. Orochimaru's sickening laughter filled the room. My Naruto-kun, you have such a temper. I'll make you a deal, you become my pet and I'll let her go. Sakura slowly reached into her pocket and grabbed the three-pronged kunai Naruto had given her. Orochimaru was focused entirely on Naruto. Apparently he wasn't worried about her trying anything. He failed to realize that Sakura wasn't a typical Celeste. He failed to realize how strongly Sakura cared for her guardian, and he failed to realize that the second he threatened Naruto, Sakura would fight back. She didn't care if he slit her throat. She was not going to let him do anything to her guardian. How do I know you'll keep your word? Naruto asked as he relaxed his stance. You don't, but you don't really, arg. The pale man was interrupted by Sakura stabbing the three-pronged kunai into the arm was holding onto the sword. Naruto instantly flashed to her and kicked Orochimaru straight in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Tsunade flickered directly into his flight path and smashed him into the ground with a powerful punch. She pulled her fist back, preparing to deal the killing blow to the sick bastard that caused her to possibly kill her guardian. Before she could deliver the blow, a man with white hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a pair of round glasses appeared behind her. "Now we can't have our pets killing the master," Kabuto sneered as he slammed a needle into Tsunade's neck. "Tsunade!" Sakura yelled. The blonde-haired Celeste fell backwards, completely unconscious. Before Kabuto could catch her, Naruto had flashed in front of him and swiped at him with a wind chakra-covered hand, forcing him to leap backwards. "I need to finish this quickly. I used up a lot of chakra fighting Tsunade, and my clones used up a lot more. I'm only going to be able to maintain Sage Mode for 3 more minutes." Naruto covered one hand in wind chakra, and the other in fire chakra. Senpo. Keizen no Dangan. The wind flame bullet crashed through a piece of rubble that Kabuto substituted himself with, but Naruto didn't care. The whiskered guardian changed his focus to Orochimaru, who was starting to get up from Tsunade's attack. Naruto charged at him, fully intending to truly behead Orochimaru this time. This one has got to be the real one, or else he would have dispelled when Tsunade punched him. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he saw Naruto's wind-covered hand near his neck. For perhaps the first time in his life, the pale man felt fear. Just as Naruto's hand was an inch away from the snake-like man's neck, the boy was sent rocketing towards the wall. Orochimaru looked on in confusion, wondering what attack just hit Naruto. His eyes widened when he saw a thin man with mid-length red hair standing in the room. The man's eyes were purple with rings in them. "Is that the Rinnegan?" Orochimaru gasped. Before he could ponder those eyes any further, Naruto suddenly flashed in front of the man with a giant Rasengan in hand. "Senpo. Odama Rasengan." The whiskered boy thrust the giant sphere forward at the red-haired man, but the man simply threw his hand up and nullified the powerful attack. "What the?" Naruto stuttered before the man used the same attack as before to send the young guardian hurtling backwards and skidding across the ground. "Who the hell are you?" The young guardian growled as he stood up. He stood perfectly still and desperately drew in nature chakra. "This guy is strong. I need more time in Sage Mode if I'm going to stand a chance at saving everyone. My name doesn't matter, Naruto. Give up and I shall let you in your charge live." "You know my name, and I don't know yours. Doesn't seem fair, does it?" Naruto asked, trying to stall for more time. Unfortunately for Naruto, Itachi had already told him of Naruto's abilities, and the purple-eyed man easily figured out what Naruto was trying to do. "I'm not going to let you stall for time to extend the duration of your Sage Mode, Naruto," the man said as he slid a black pike from his sleeve. He extended his arm and was about to pull Naruto to him when he sensed Sakura sneaking up behind him. Just as she swiped at him with the three-pronged kunai she had retrieved, the man sent her flying. Before she could get far, Naruto flashed out of sight and reappeared with her in his arms. "Sakura-chan, please stay out of this. Let me handle these guys," Naruto whispered quietly to his charge while he shot the red-haired man a death glare. "You're exhausted, Naruto. You can't beat these guys alone. I can help," Sakura started. "No, Sakura, you can't. I'm sorry, but these guys are all far beyond your level. But don't worry, I'll beat them. Even with the extra nature chakra I just gathered in, I only have 1 minute left in Sage Mode. Once I drop out of Sage Mode, I won't stand a chance against this guy. Now how can I beat him? He has some sort of jutsu that can push me backwards, and he somehow nullified my Udama Rasengan." Naruto's hands again buzzed as he surrounded them with wind chakra. Before the guardian could act, the red-haired man extended his arm and Naruto was suddenly being pulled towards him. He placed his black pike in front of him. The young guardian remained calm as he was pulled towards his death, and at the last second substituted himself with Orochimaru. The pale man gasped in pain as he was suddenly impaled on a pike, and the red-haired man looked up in surprise. He barely dodged Naruto's wind-covered hand in time and leapt backwards, putting distance between himself and the whiskered guardian. Naruto's eyes flickered back to their normal sapphire blue as he dropped out of Sage Mode. "Damn it." Naruto swore in his mind to no one in particular. He looked down at his hands, which were buzzing with chakra. Both hands looked as if they had been cut by 1,000 tiny knives. Looks like my hands can't handle being surrounded by wind chakra for much longer either. Just great. It looks like you're finished, Naruto-kun. The red-haired man called out once he noticed Naruto's eyes. What should I do? I can summon Gamabunta, but I'm not sure what he would be able to do against this guy. He can nullify any powerful attack I try. Give up, Naruto, it's over. Well, if you can't win, create a diversion and run like hell, I suppose. Naruto formed the familiar cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 Naruto clones popped to life. 2 went and scooped up Jiraiya and Tsunade, while Naruto scooped up Sakura, and the last clone ran towards the red-haired man. You're going to send a single clone at me, Naruto? I thought you were better than that. The man called in a monotone voice. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. The charging clone yelled. Kaiten, Kage Bunshin Bakuhatsu. The clone exploded in a large burst of flame. Naruto and his remaining clones used the temporary distraction to run as fast as they could. They made it out of the base and continued running as fast their legs would carry them. The explosion died down, revealing a perfectly fine Nagato. Who are you? Kabuto asked as he gawked at the powerful man. Instead of worrying about who I am, shouldn't you be healing your master? Nagato calmly asked. The white-haired man's eyes widened and he quickly ran to his master's side. Kabuto put his neck over Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru-sama, please bite into me so you can heal yourself. Orochimaru didn't need to be told twice and bit into Kabuto's neck, and slowly but surely his wounds were healed. Once his master was healed, Kabuto looked up, intent on figuring out who the mysterious red-haired man that came to their rescue was, but he was nowhere to be found. Itachi-sama, the mission was a success. Both Naruto and Orochimaru are alive, and we know where Orochimaru's research is at. Nagato said into the radio as he stepped over one of the many bodies of Orochimaru's guards that his summons slaughtered so Naruto could escape. The Rinnegan wielder stepped out of Orochimaru's base and calmly began walking towards Itachi's base. A completely exhausted Naruto sat in a cave about 3 hours away from Orochimaru's hideout. He and his clones used the last bit of his chakra to run for 3 straight hours, and now he and Sakura were sitting in a cave with an unconscious Jiraiya and Tsunade. He was thankful that Sakura was alright. He admired her courage when she tried to attack that strange red-haired man, but she could have easily gotten hurt. He was stirred out of his thoughts by Tsunade's voice. Jiraiya. Jiraiya, get up, she urged in a panicked tone. She put her hands over the white-haired guardian's body, but nothing happened. What the hell? I can't use my chakra, Tsunade growled. Sakura, get over here and heal Jiraiya. Tsunade. I only know how. I can currently only use my chakra to heal Naruto. I haven't even been able to heal myself yet. Sakura replied with a sad frown. I don't care. Get over here and try. The blonde Celeste ordered stubbornly. Sakura complied and walked over and placed her hands directly over Jiraiya's chest. His breathing was very shallow, but at least he was breathing. She began to pump chakra into the white-haired guardian, but as she feared, nothing was happening. A tear leaked out of Tsunade's eye as she realized Sakura wasn't going to be able to heal Jiraiya. Naruto, Tsunade nearly whispered. I know this is a lot to ask right now, but I need a favor. I need you to escort us to a hospital as quickly as possible. Jiraiya isn't going to last much longer. Naruto nodded his head and summoned 2 shadow clones. The clones picked up Jiraiya and Tsunade, and Sakura climbed onto Naruto's back. The blonde guardian's legs felt like jelly, and his rest wasn't nearly long enough to restore much chakra. But Jiraiya's life was in danger. I've got to do this, the guardian thought. He took off at a dead spring towards the nearest town. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.